the YouTube as well. As we get ready to kick off into some games. Let's do some PvP, guys. I'm going to go into some Protoss versus Protoss here. As we start off the day. 10 best of 3s coming your way. Let's start in the top right-hand corner of the map with the yellow Protoss player. He said he's going to kill it today. He promised me. He messaged me when he woke up. It is Harstem, our yellow Protoss, to start the day off from the Shopify Rebellion. From Weibo Gaming in the bottom left will be his first opponent of the day. The red Protoss player is herO. Alright, give me one sec, guys. I'm just getting the map just sorted out and going. Make sure we've got no issues across the board. As we kick into the opening game, like I say, some PvP to start us off. Some pros begin to traverse the map. And we get started out into this. So, we'll drop a pylon down in the bottom right-hand side. We'll get that underway. And that is going to be Harstem already faking the idea of a proxy. I mean, he's going to move the probe away from it. Unless this probe turns back, obviously doesn't seem like he will actually proxy anything there. It's also not really in the greatest position to truly proxy something unless you're going to hide like a Dark Shrine or a Twilight Council. That's more of like a hideaway pylon than a oh yeah, I'm going to proxy it up sort of pylon, right? Like, I'm going to build a Stargate or a Robo, like, none of that's really going to come from there, so that'll be our pylon placed. Obviously makes it a little bit dodgy if herO tries to scout, but herO has not scouted at all, so Harstem's pylon hiding goes to no avail, and just a little bit greedier from herO in the early stages as they both play off the double gate to begin with here. So yeah, both sides going to play off the double gateways. Except in the sentry coming through, get a couple sentries out actually from Harstem, so obviously sentry production gets some of that hallucination energy ready to go as well. Stalker around the top side, probe moves about, we do get the Nexus onto the natural. Again, the sentries will be popping very shortly. Warp gate's still about halfway done. And our Nexus just going to be continuing through. The Warp gate's coming up, Stalker sentry on the way in. Sentry's just going to be that hallucination coming around. We do have more units of herO going across the map to the upper right-hand side. And the one adept will share. The couple sentries in the Stalker will fight back. herO will take a couple of shots as he goes. I'm going to call a robot facility continues to move about. This nation comes moving back over. Again, that blink is coming up currently from herO as well. A couple of probes being added on. Prism, probes, battery, all being added in for the moment as you just see another Stalker going to get warped into this. That blink coming online. And, yeah, obviously two very different styles of play here. Harstem with the more kind of defensive style with the Robo facility, get that Warp Prism out and play around from there. herO with the Blink will be able to be a lot more aggressive on the map initially and potentially the play to make some moves here. So we'll see how that continues to turn over the next few moments. We just have ourselves the Stalker Sentry. I'm going to also go towards the upper left-hand side to go journey about just a little bit to try and figure out a bit of what's happening. Hallucination going to get taken down by some Stalkers. We actually already hallucinate an Immortal, which is kind of fun, because if herO sees that, that might already deter him a little bit. Obviously, you might be able to say, well, there's a Prism and an Immortal. Surely one of, those can't be out by now with normal builds as well. So there's a little bit of scouting to the timing of that as well. And there's a couple of hallucinations. Continue to move about. Stalkers and the Sentry's going to move up. Like the hallucinated probes gives you a lot of different areas to kind of spot with. And then you should not really be surprised by these units moving forward, which in this case he isn't because he saw it. And you have the Observer now overhead. He has got a very real Immortal there. Does eat the first shot, so its barrier gets popped and that makes it a little bit more vulnerable. Force Field's great, and now the shields pop off that Immortal very quickly too. And so very good start from here, where Harstem hasn't really done much himself, but he's taken damage. He's had some of his major units weakened already. He's got a little counterattack of, I believe, 2 Adepts working down the map as well. We're going to start seeing some Sentries going down, and that Prism, did that just load up a second Immortal that had just spawned? It did. That Immortal had no reason to be in there, I believe. It was from the back. I think he just had clicked both of them into the Prism. Good target fire from herO, and Harstem could not unload it in time. In a fantastic start so far. Some Force Fields dropping down. Stalkers are still heading to the upper right. More Stalkers building through the charge on its way. More shots, and we are going to see one more Sentry going down. A couple of Immortals will be there. Push those Stalkers back again. That gate's coming up, the Temple Archive's coming through. Got that +1 finishing, a few more Stalkers coming. The Stalkers continue to move about. Stalkers going to shoot. We're going to see a couple of Immortals coming about. Stalkers there as well. A couple of Zelda get pushed away. Again, charges finishing very shortly here on the side of herO. Currently at, what, 114 to 86 supply. I mean, again, this early game has just been fantastic for him. He's been the one to get all of the kills. He's been the one to get all of the damage done so far, just pushing himself into better and better positions. You see the few Zealots will come through. I'm going to work onto that pylon straight away. That one will go down. The Wolf Gate will take some more shots. Now we've got ourselves a few more units of Harstem working down that right side, forging the Immortal, about a complete battery coming up as well. And Harstem just beginning to progress through the center of the map a little bit here for the moment. Units will continue to come through. Now we do have a few more units just gathering up, a few Zealots and Stalkers moving around. Harstem on the left-hand side gets a few Zealots to move up as well. You can see a couple of those going to get jumped on. The rest of this army continues through the center. Zealots are going to charge in from that right-hand side once more. I mean, Harstem deflecting the Stalkers. Does he have the power to really push through? His army supply is close to his opponents overall. But I mean, you look at suddenly what herO's walking forward with, and this looks like huge amounts. I mean, the extra warping is going to help with that. Obviously, herO's a little bit more kind of quantity over quality, whereas there's a few more tech units for Harstem, but obviously you've got a +1 attack upgrade, which will also help Harstem out, but he's just got to go, go, go. There's no stopping. And if there's no stopping, obviously sometimes then you're forced into the fights you don't typically want to actually take and then, you know, commit to. 2 more Archons coming up. Stalker's going to go pinging. Mortals are going to fire. Stalkers get blinked backward. And more Stalker Zards coming up. herO is getting closer to his +1 attack upgrade as well. Harstem's army supply lead is, well, it's non-existent. It's herO on the army supply lead of about 15. Harstem was close all the time, but he was never in the lead, I guess. So his army supply is just trailing further and further. There's a warp in his odds that might help. I mean, it is a lot of Archons. One of them is kind of low, but it's being kept in the back. The problem is actually getting in reach to fight with these units. We're going to have to try and commit with them at some point. Right now, they're doing a lot of walking and not a lot of actually attacking. This is why it's so awkward with the range of those Stalkers and herO microing well on both sides. I think the micro of herO really is the main story of this game, #1, because the micro is what lent him into such a good position to begin with as well. And as you can see now, quite clearly herO is in a very comfortable spot, and it's looking great for this opening game of the best of 3. GG, says Harstem, and herO will go up 1-0 in the series. This game is going to belong to him. So herO takes a 1-0 lead. We'll be heading toward a game 2.
Replay saved.
In just a few moments. Thank you, Smix. Yeah, close down that. Don't need that to pop up every single time. I was going to go to ley lines for a second map here, so Get ley lines hosted and get that underway. Game 2 of our PvP coming straight on at you. Drop the lobby link down. See if Harstem can bounce back. Harstem's had some good games against herO the last couple of times he's played him. In a few WardiTV events where they've come up against each other, and I always feel like they have actually pretty decent games. But herO was really just in control of this one from start, and really kept it going through to the finish as well. So, put himself in a good position, kept himself in a good position. Not much else to really add on to that one. Alright. This going game is we are going to have ourselves in the top right hand side of the red Protoss player. This is herO. He takes the 1-0 lead, of course, in this best of 3. On the bottom left-hand side, our yellow Protoss player trying to bounce back will be Harstem. Second game of our series here. Again, we have 10 best of 3s today. And everyone plays everyone in this group. We had a little bit of a shorter day yesterday because Shin couldn't play his games yesterday in the end, so we only had 6. We actually had some pretty long games yesterday as well, though, so that was pretty fun too. Group A was definitely a banger. We'll still have Group A to conclude at some point, so we'll get back to that at some stage. I just need to get those games played, and then we'll catch up on it as soon as we can. Emperor was just scouting through. herO went no scout last game, is going to scout this game. This time Harstem's going to hide the panel on the map again. herO doesn't necessarily know he did that last time. But this time it's going to be a real proxy. This time we're actually going to build the Stargate. So Harstem truly going to invest into something this time around. Like I say, herO did not see him fake it last time because of the no scout. So Harstem trying to play some mind games. herO mixing it up himself, making some of those mind games less effective than they might have been otherwise. Stalker will ping, Probe will take some damage. Couple facility coming up here from herO. Couple Stalkers in the warp gate coming through. And Depth will shade, Stalker gonna fight, Probe gonna get blocked from coming into the base, or Depth as well. So Harstem can deny that. His Oracle is going to be finishing shortly. herO went for Immortal, he's on one base right now, so as you're building an Immortal, the signs of aggression are screaming at you. Harstem will have to figure that out. See the prison coming up. herO is going to send it here in the next couple of moments. The Stalker's going to be there, the Oracle going to get pushed back, second Oracle there as well. If nothing else, we might be able to Yeah, if nothing else, we might be able to kind of, with 2 oracles, at least threaten. The problem is herO at least has to leave some units at home, but that's also a lot of what Harstem invested into right now on the other side of the map, right? So those are a lot of the current problems as our Stalkers and Immortal will go after the pylon. And the natural already cancelled from Harstem. He realizes he couldn't hold to the low ground, so go for a little bit of a different approach. He was trying to push on up, Immortal, and the Stalker's going to try and fight. I mean, Harstem just has nothing here. And he did kill 5 probes across the map, so he's getting some work done. His own Immortal popping out shortly. He will be without the Warp Prism Micro. Missing the Warp Prism Micro is going to be one of the more problematic parts of this. Because the Prism just gives you so much potential to kind of keep units alive and all the rest. Harstem will now just go for a second Immortal. Currently just feeling like he needs as many units as he can get. The Oracles come in for a probe. 1 probe is all he can get, and he does keep both Oracles alive at least, so you get both of those out of here from there. It's absolutely a good thing. The gateway goes down. And we'll have ourselves... Obviously, with 2 gateways killed, I mean, now Harstem actually currently sits on no gateways. He has to build a gateway back in his main base again. Needs his own Prism now as well. Few moments and that Prism's up. I do think that helps Harstem a lot. Here in a spot right now where I think realistically you can play the contain and expand. It's difficult to kill your opponent, but you've done a lot here to give you an advantage. You haven't taken too much damage off the oracles. You're able to expand more quickly now. Your opponent's only just getting their Prism. You've denied their gateways and a lot of their other units, so their army is not really very scary. There's a lot of benefits in the grand scheme of things here for herO, so that you can just kind of get away with commitment to an expansion. Immortals thinking about going down the ramp, but a force field comes down instead. Oracles, Phoenix moving around, gonna drop a Revelation. Don't really hit much of anything. I mean, herO's also about to have Blink, so he's going to go from having Robotech versus Robotech to Robo plus Blink play. You know, you have Immortals up and then you have Blink Stalkers too. It's also a very powerful combination of units, so it is just looking better and better here for herO. In this opening series today, looking to go 2-0 to start things off and to give him a fantastic start. Adept will attempt to shade by. It's up toward the natural. I don't know what Harstem's best idea is. I mean, he's expanding, he's getting a Twilight, he's getting a Forge. I don't think he could have ever won being aggressive. He's going to try and step on the map. I don't really think he's got anything to step on the map with. 3 Immortals against 2, and then his opponent has Blink Stalkers. I mean, I guess I get the idea that he feels like he needs to do something, just... It's going to be very difficult to find a proper response or answer to this in general, right? You see the supply starting to favor herO more and more. That's only going to extend as a bit of time passes through on this one. Stalker going to fire, Hallucination taking some shots. Shots coming down, Hallucination will take some hits. The Oracle's coming back overhead on the natural. We see now hallucination will come moving through. Just gonna move about a couple oracles and gonna help lead the charge, but I don't think there's gonna be much right now. This Stasis Ward's gonna drop down, a couple of mortals are gonna fire, a couple of shots coming through. Continue to step forward here. That Immortal taking damage again. The Archon's getting pushed back. This army of Harstem still pressing in at the front. We do see even more units warping in from herO. I mean, Harstem basically has to rely on some good Stasis Wards. It's a great first blink. We give him a Stalker to get rid of a Stasis Ward. I think it's absolutely fine. Again, it's similar to the last game in the kind of quantity versus quality aspect, where just there's a lot of tech units available for Harstem. But can he actually get them to fight? I mean, it feels so similar to the last game. It's like all these Archons are going to struggle to actually be able to hit anything. And it definitely feels like the problem right now is that +2 attack comes on both sides. Just going to keep moving around and continue to settle for a couple of moments. Shots coming through, Revelation goes down. While solving the Stasis Ward, a lot of the Zealots in the Stasis Ward, honestly, it probably feels like the moment where Harstem would like to fight, but he's also down an upgrade, something else that he's going to be trailing on. Stalkers, the Immortals, continue to push back on down, so they're going to come shoving across this army down to the bottom side. And Harstem putting up an effort to try and survive, but this game was kind of decided early on, same as the last game. herO just with a little bit too good control, outplaying Harstem in these scenarios. It's a tough first match for Harstem, let's be, very fair all around, and GG gets called. Awesome. We'll tap out to give herO the 2-0 to start off the day, so good for him. As we are going to go into more Harstem. In fact, we've got all the Harstem games to start the day off. It's going to be Harstem versus Solar up next before we go Harstem ShoWTimE and Harstem Cure. I'm going to get that ready to go. And we'll kick that up. Perfect. We'll get these videos started up and we'll get this PvZ on the way, guys. A Zerg player? Yes, a real Zerg player. Solar playing today. We'll get him involved, we'll get him online. And we'll get this Harstem versus Solar series coming up here in just a couple of moments. So, Harstem versus Solar going to be coming through, and then we will just continue to go from there. Thank you so much for joining us early as we get ourselves into these matches. Lots of games to come. Obviously, 9 more best of 3 still to go. Plenty of games, some great ones as well. I mean, I think ShoWTimE is going to give us some great games today. Excited to see how good Cure is looking as well. Videos have begun, so like I say, this PvZ will be coming up very shortly. Get that underway, get that started. We just sort a couple things out with the players. Awesome. Alright, videos are continuing through, guys. Leyline's going to be our opening map here, alright, so Harstem's going to have the server advantage at least, as we'll get into Leylines to open up with. He did beat Solar in an event, that was a funny one, he was mentioning it yesterday. Beat Solar in the WardiTV Christmas Invitational. Lobby link down, we'll get this PVZ hopefully set to go in just a second. Everyone in here, and we shall hopefully very soon begin. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. How's everyone doing in the chat today? How are we all feeling? Hopefully doing great. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you being here. Cool. Alright, so just joined us. It's crazy. Yesterday we had literally like 14 casts in the lobby. Today we've got 5. Where did everyone go? It's wild to me. Just needs to set his race and we can go. And kick off into Leylines for map number 1 of our second series of the day, guys. We get this one started up. We'll kick this one into action. Like I say, Leylines coming through for us here. Get this going. In the top right hand side, our yellow Protoss player is going to be Harstem. And he takes on the red Zerg player in the bottom left hand side, Solar. So game 1 of the best of 3. While Harstem beat Solar in that Christmas Invitational, there was a match between Solar and Harstem since then. At least there was at least one where Solar then got his revenge, and I remember it because I casted it thinking, oh yeah, this will be a fun one, right? And then Solar was just like, no. But that was that was like 4 days later in the WardiTV Monday event. So Harstem looking to see if he can get back to what helped him win in that original match that I was talking about. Alright, sorry guys, just sorting out matches on the other screen. There's 2 matches going on at a time. The 5 matches that go on at the same time as the 5 matches we're casting live will be the ones we cast from replays straight after. So, just the usual deal. If you've seen WardiTV tournaments like this before, it works exactly the same as usual. If you're new to it, it basically just lets us do 10 best of 3s in a day casting without the players being here for 10 best of 3s a length, which would be a little bit extreme. That'd be cool. Getting the warp gate. Adept is going to come chrono boosting through. They're going to shade about. Next week going through, Void Ray coming in. Adept is going to be on the way, but we have a warp gate coming through too. Like the Void Ray, I wonder what Harstem's going to do to follow this up. Harstem's always been a player that will, you know, definitely go in and play around with a couple of different build orders and do a couple of different things. So the Void Ray gets me kind of excited because to me that's a sign like, hey, I want to get into a Void Ray, I want to deny your scouting, and I want to do something funky behind it. There's Twilight Council coming down immediately. Just be seeing our couple of lings continue to move about. Void Dragon activate, Ling's taking damage. Resonating Glaive is going to be on the way as well. The gateways continue to come online. Yeah, Nexus gets set. The Resonating Glaive's coming through. Rotron and the Extractor coming up as well. Void activates, Overlord goes down, Solar will get supply blocked off of it. So again, nice play with the Void Ray, getting Overlords, getting supply blocks already. Already adding up the advantages you're going to gain from this, so far so good. The few Lings are going to come across. The third base going to be under some fire as the Lings try to wrap around here. Both probes coming through. The next is on the way as well. That one Adept just going to shade backwards for a second or so. Just going to try and pull away. A couple of the other Adepts continue to come through as well. We're just going to activate a few Lings taking damage. Adept's going to fire a couple of Roaches going down. The Ling's going to take some shots. Queen's come in from the other side. Try and get some damage done as well, but not quite able to find too much in that one. Obviously, the Adept's going to shade again. Going to be near Roaches already, which is not ideal for Harstem, who really like to get a little bit more value off these Adepts. Their numbers starting to drop, and Solo already just making drones in the face of this, which just means that his economy is going to be booming comparatively compared to where you might think it should be. It's a pretty big deal. Those Roaches are going to step up. I mean, the Adept count is really quite low at this point, so... No, we stopped moving with them as well, so the Roaches catch 2 more Adepts. Yeah, Harstem going into some Immortals and a +1 upgrade behind this, but I don't think he did enough to justify any kind of like a Immortal Adept attack. Anything, I'd be surprised if he didn't just kind of start moving towards some other Twilight Council upgrades. There's the charge coming through, yeah. I think that makes a lot more sense. I guess if you're going to go Immortal Adept attack, you probably get a few more sentries, and maybe that was originally the plan, but this just hasn't done enough. And I think Harstem going into charge already, definitely showing that he kind of recognizes that. So that's a very important play. I like it. Like it a lot. Like I said, Temple Archives, Robot Facility coming up. +1 charge continue to come through as well. we'll try and go after the Overseer. Harstem obviously fully pulling back now and resetting from this. As we will have ourselves a couple of moments. And Solar is just building units though, and overall speed finishing suggests that he's about to come across the map and fight. 67 drones, he's just going to send some aggression. He's just going to commit through to this, and yeah, he's just going to try and send it. A couple of Adepts are going to try and wander into this mineral line here, and we'll see. There'll be nothing on this one, but they can try and shade, but the attack of Solar is coming, and again, with the opening that Harstem has had, I would not be shocked if he just kind of falls down here, to be honest. Because he just didn't do enough. Those Adepts were nowhere near effective as they needed to be. And now you have this massive Roach Ravager force coming across. It's going to be seeing a couple of battles coming through. Going to knock down those force fields, open up this space. A couple more units getting warped in. Storm +2 coming about. Our Ling's still trying to chase on forwards. So trying to come through there as well, as this really does look like. I mean, there's no like catching up in supply happening for Harstem. He's just getting bullied backwards. He's unable to really make much of a stand for himself. And unfortunately, that means that this first game is going to be going the way of Solar as Harstem. He has a little bit of a rough start to the day. Obviously, he's only 0-1 in this matchup, but yeah, not a great setup. Storm is moments away from being done. The Lings could have actually gotten the High Templar there, but he actually turned around and hit the Immortals instead, which I like because it allowed him to Corrosive Bile the Immortals. The High Templars never came into play anyway, so even better to kind of look at that afterwards and be like, yeah, that absolutely worked, you know? GG's, and that is going to be the opening game going to Solar in this best of 3. Let me host up Crossline. Drag everyone around. And we are ready. Perfect. Game number 2 coming right up. Let's get this underway. Already 17 likes for free StarCraft 2 entertainment. Yes, if you're on the YouTube stream, it'd be great if you made a good habit of hitting the like button on the stream. It's super easy to do. It's right below. Takes a second. Does a lot for us. Helps out massively. So, yeah. I'm gonna do it myself right now. May as well help your own content, right? Where we at? Don't even know how to find my stream anymore, apparently. Yes, hit that like button on the YouTube, guys. It helps other people find the channel. And lets YouTube know that we should share this to more people. And get more people watching, StarCraft 2. Solar leads by 1 in this best of 3, taking on Harstem. He will be trying to avoid going 0-2, 0-4. Pretty rough position in this group if you end up there already, so that would be a hole to drag yourself out of. Definitely not an easy hole to get yourself out of either. Is Harstem objectively speaking on the same level as Solar? I would say Solar's the favorite when he plays against Harstem. I mean, Solar's all-time record against Harstem is very favorable. Solar has had bigger events wins than Harstem. I don't think Harstem would disagree that he's an underdog, but I would never go into a best of 3 with Harstem and Solar and think Harstem has no chance of winning. You know, I would go into a best of 3 like this and think there's always a good chance that Harstem shows us a couple cool games. Absolutely could win a game, and on the odd occasion win a series, which he has done, you know, 2 matches ago against Solar. Won a series 2-0. That was some pretty convincing games as well. I think the problem for Harstem is that he will, you know, against someone like Solar, he will see a bit of success, and the next time they play, Solar will really dissect what Harstem likes to do, and really make it very difficult for Harstem to replicate that a second time. And I think that's I think that's what Solar is very good at in general as a player. He may not be the most consistent player, but it's very rare you'll see him lose the same way kind of multiple times over, especially to people who he's... I guess when I would say, like, when I think Solar is a favorite, I wouldn't suddenly expect him to lose a couple times in a row to the same guy. Because if he's the favorite, he's very good at shutting down what the other guy is doing to undo that favoritism, you know? And to bring him back to being, you know, the favorite. So, I mean, I think Harstem likes a lot of, you know, I think Harstem almost always feels most comfortable when he gets to 10-12 minutes and he's got, you know, the potential to move into some Sky Toss and a later game army in general. Not even just Sky Toss, but even just kind of having Storm and like that bigger Protoss force. And that last game, Harstem gets a bit aggressive and Solar just shuts it down. But then Solar made sure that Harstem was never going to get time to recover, right? He just hits the time window, and I think that's good based on the situation of the game. I think that's also just a good choice based on where we know Harstem's strengths lie in this matchup as well. So I would expect a much more normal Game 2 out of Harstem here. Oracle play already starting up, and I would expect it to stick to just Oracles into like Blink or so. And from Solar, I would actually expect him to try and kill Harstem in the first 6-7 minutes. Maybe like a 55 drone all in. Something along those lines I think is much more akin to where Solar probably looks at this series as a successful series, rather than letting Harstem kind of be the full-on kind of control the game, tech up as he wishes. Solar's going to match him on drones and just go from there, you know? So let's see. Things coming across the Oracle is going to be overhead, obviously, with the second Oracle coming up. We just have a very standard starting point right now. Oracle comes about, a couple of points coming through, Twilight Council and Forge coming up and online as well. Couple coins will gather and just going to hit that Oracle. So Oracle and turned around pretty quickly. Does not really have the best success as one single drone kill and a lot of HP lost on it. Now into that Twilight Council for the next step. Here is Harstem looking to protect the third base. With the fewer depths, those few Zerglings poke around, but will not be... it will just be too much. Overlord goes down, the Oracles can drop a Revelation down onto a couple of Creep Tumors. The Adepts get there to pick off one Creep Tumor already. Queen's Ling's going to get a jump. The Adept's going to get taken out as Ling's having that speed. 2 out of 3 Adepts go down. It's a good catch from Solar as Harstem just tries to get the Blink. And once again, so far, Solar's defense super early is just very solid. That is the main factor, right? Ling's moving around that right-hand side again, +1 and Blink coming through, missile upgrade coming in from Solar. But yeah, Solar's defense is just very solid early, which makes it much better for him to be able to kind of hit a big timing window as well, or just to play a very comfortable game, because Harstem's not going to get a lot of momentum off of this opening. He's not going to be able to start throwing a couple of things through already. Obviously our +1 Blink finishing soon, so he should be able to try and get on the map, but he's not done damage early, is what it comes down to. Drones going down, the Queen's going to gather. Do we lose an Oracle? No. A couple more drones so far. Things get in, and that's all the probes going down. It's pretty much going to undo the work that Harstem did with the Oracles early, and more, I think, right? 6 workers, but I think we killed 3 as Harstem. Yeah, it's pretty good for Solar, who 66 drones, Roaches, Hydras in production. I said 55. I thought maybe an earlier attack, but I guess 66 drones basically, you know, bare minimum 3 base economy, and he might just send it from here, right? He could just send Roach Hydraling. He could also, as the 4th base finishes now, we'll see if he builds. If he's going to build drones, he's going to build them now, but I get the feeling he's going to keep on building Roach Hydraling, and This is likely going to turn into a bit of a commitment as we deal with the Stalkers and we go from there. The Stalkers gather, a couple of creep teamers taking hits. You do have the Storm coming through, the charge upgrade coming about, and the +2 starting as well. So Harstem getting to that point which we definitely expect him to want to be at. And like I say, Harstem is going to be up against a Soul who does not really want to let him get there, hence the 66 drones and no further, and hence just sending it. Stalker's going to shoot, Overlord's going down. Our Hydra's going to get rid of a couple of Oracles. Stalkers get back into the center. Roaches in the middle of the map is going to be pushing through as well. I mean, like, that attack's coming. Harstem's doing a good job of shutting down a lot of the reinforcements with those Stalkers. Unfortunately, that's Harstem's entire army, so he's shutting down reinforcements, but what are we doing over here? Did he finish Storm or did he cancel it? No, he finished Storm, but he doesn't have a High Templar to his name, which means that he can't utilize that Storm he invested into, which means that this is going to be way too much. Like I say, it was such a solid start from Solar. It's such a good defense. His timing window is almost always going to look very good. And it was very similar to the last game where this time it was a much less committed version of an attack from Harstem, or a committed early game. But even though it was a less committed early game, we still end up going into a situation where he doesn't do much. Solar's able to build up a strong army and just hit when Harstem is yet to really kind of get into his strengths. Like, he has Storm, but he doesn't have any High Templar yet, right? So those are kind of the issues kind of about at those few moments. Alright, let's hop to Europe. We're going to be going into a little bit more PvP, as we are going to have Harstem versus ShoWTimE coming up next. So Harstem versus ShoWTimE, and then Harstem versus Cure is where our day is continuing, guys. So let's get this Harstem ShoWTimE series on the road, and we'll get this started out. So yeah, we'll hop on over to Europe, get Harstem ShoWTimE underway, and that is where we sit here in the opening easy of the day. PvP herO. And Solo will go 2-0 against Harstem. Harstem going to be bottom of the group for the moment. Kind of becomes a must-win for him right now already against ShoWTimE. You lose this and you're already going to be in a very difficult position. I mean, you're already in a difficult position, but lose this and it's pretty much over. 1-0-3. Maybe you could fight for 4th place in the group over Cure. So Harstem did beat ShoWTimE the last 2 times he played. Both of those were in WardiTV tournaments. In November, WardiTV November, WardiTV October. They actually played in the group stages of WardiTV October and November, which is funny because we didn't do a December or January event. So this is, 3 monthly events that they are going to play in back-to-back in group stages from our side. So a little bit interesting there. And yeah, and we'll see if Harstem can kind of keep that streak alive and make ShoWTimE's time in this group maybe off to a little bit of a rough start, and request him to maybe show up and perform a little bit as we move through, and all of that goodness. Okay, so we will take a second. I need the players to hop on over to Europe. Neither of them are here just yet, so we do have a few moments of time, and we'll be able to go as soon as the guys get here. So yeah. Let me go and back to America and message people. Harstem might actually just be struggling to come over. Am I broadcasting in TikTok too? No, I'm not broadcasting on TikTok. I don't think TikTok has any audience of StarCraft people. Alright, Harstem's struggling to read. Alright guys, I'm just gonna throw the break screen on for a moment while I grab a little bit of lunch. I'll be right back. And we'll get into more StarCraft in a sec. Alright, welcome back, guys. Just grabbing a bite of lunch as we're waiting for videos, waiting for players to hop servers, but we're good right now, as in the top right. Gonna kick off into our third series of the day. It is ShoWTimE in the top right hand side. On the bottom left, our blue Protoss player is Harstem. Yeah, I realize now why we don't have everyone online this time around. That's because the Leo Lee covers today as well. Who knew? Who knew? So yes, it's gonna be the Chinese tournament's happening at the same time. I forgot about that. I knew it was happening, I just forgot about it. So yes, that makes sense why we've got less casters today. Is ShoWTimE gonna open with the low ground gateway? A little bit of point of interest right from the start, I suppose. Also, I'm going to go double gate, while ShoWTimE will go for the single gate, so we'll see how that pans out. Game one of this best of 3. That probe comes over that far right-hand side. Cybercore's coming through. So we'll be building from ShoWTimE. Gateway coming up from Harstem. This is nice. You thought this was a WoW hardcore stream, but this is a pleasant surprise. I can promise you, if I have more than 100 viewers, I'm probably not streaming WoW. Yeah, we are still streaming a lot of StarCraft 2 as well. That's still my main thing. Just doing some bonus WoW streams in my free time. Because Robo Facility starts from Harstem, so he's going to proxy the Robo. ShoWTimE goes Stargate at home. ShoWTimE is scouting with the Zealot, and he sees the probe coming from this right side, so he gets an indicator that he's kind of in the right direction to spot maybe what's coming up here. It's going to get interesting for Harstem, because he's going to be having that Zealot onto his pylon of the Robo very early. So it's feeling pretty disastrous for him, to be honest. See how Zealot and that probe going to swing through. The pylon will begin to take some damage. Robo Facility finishes. Adept just going to come across as... Yeah, pylon will go down, so the Robo Facility will fall. One Adept going to hit the Zealot, the other Adept coming over too. Going to try and rebuild the pylon, but yeah, Robo is straight up done as well, so this is just downtime on the Robo. Gives ShoWTimE so much more time to prep a defense, as Harstem already starts a Twilight Council back at home behind this. Very intrigued as to what our next steps become over the next few moments then. More shots coming around. Storm's going to be there. The Adept taking some more damage. We're going to see a couple probes. And picked off as well. Full work is getting dropped as the Oracle gets to the bottom left, and we'll try and relocate a little bit. That Oracle flies through, so 4 probes go down for ShoWTimE. Harstem obviously now fully scouted as well on his follow-up into Blink, because ShoWTimE just scouted through there, so that's going to be good information to have as well. And this becomes a little bit difficult to recuperate from as we continue through. As Harstem, I mean, I'm not sure if this one base is going to have any potential by the time it's time for him to kind of fully send this. If I'm going to be honest. Oracle activates. 2 probes went down already. Adept there will try and play cleanup on the probe, but there's a battery too. Like I say, we're just waiting for this blink. ShoWTimE with the Robo will help a lot, obviously, in Immortal. can be absolutely huge on this defense, so expect that to be a factor. Will step up, so here we go. Also going to start applying some pressure. Doesn't have Blink yet. Does have the Prism and Micro with. Still loses one Stalker though, which doesn't really feel like it. Come around the right-hand side, potential jump up into the main base, obviously with Blink available soon. There's already one Stasis Ward there, so ShoWTimE has that defense set up to help him. He's actually sending the Oracle across the map, but there's a battery, but he can still, of course, try to Stasis aggressively. There's Harstem. Just thinking about the Blink up, he's going to make the move. He sets off the Stasis. Not bad, but obviously we still need to then get a trade. The Oracle across the map. Stationary not using itself at the moment. ShoWTimE busy trying to play defense. There's an extra few Stalkers warp in, and Harstem will try and take position. A lot of this comes down to the tech units here of ShoWTimE, because obviously Harstem's units are going to trade very efficiently with the Blink. So if you have enough tech units, then you can absolutely trade well yourself as ShoWTimE. Harstem going to blink in. Great force fields. It immediately pushed the Stalkers back to the bottom side, and all those Stalkers that get pushed away then can't send a second volley. And if you can't send a second volley, that Immortal doesn't die anywhere near quickly enough. This next blink was no good. ShoWTimE takes a 1-0 lead. So ShoWTimE gets off to a 1-0 start here as Harstem's pains continue, unfortunately, in this Group B of the competition right now. Second game. Coming up in a moment. That's going to be on ley lines. It's hosted. And away we'll be going. Another great scout from ShoWTimE to start us off. Obviously put Harstem into a difficult position right from the get-go. And yeah, just had a defense at every step of the way. Ready GLHF, ready on the other side. Let's click start and we go into this PvP right now. Get this start up. Alright, let's go into game number 2. As we have in the bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss player here is ShoWTimE. While in the upper right, our green Protoss is Harstem. The Chrono Boost. And we get ourselves in only a few moments established as a probe from ShoWTimE. Will start to move across the map, so already sending that across and over. Going to be a point of interest. See how those gates continue online. Probes coming up. 2 gateways from Harstem, the single gateway from ShoWTimE. Bring that all through for the moment. Robo Patrol. Just gonna get that pylon going down. Cybercore coming up, Gateway coming through. Cybercore finishes, the couple gates still continue in. Stalkers will come on along. Again, the robot facility coming up from Harstem, proxied into the center. So Harstem's still trying these proxies, still trying to get going for the moment. Next, the Stalkers coming through, robot facility about to finish. Again, the Stargate coming in, Nexus building. And again, I'm just going to see that Prism will start a Chrono Boost here. Heading down towards the bottom left-hand side. So Void will come Chrono Boosting along. We got our Gateway, our Warp Gate, sorry. Building up on both sides as well. That Prism is about to finish from Harstem, so we are going to send this third Gateway coming online. A little bit of a different setup because this is not going to be him waiting to build an Immortal. He's going to go with the Prism, and he's going to go with the Gateway count, and now going to go into the Twilight Council and start the kind of follow-up into like a Blink or so. So this is going to go from like a 3-gate Robo into the Blink follow-up. Already a Void Ray defensively from ShoWTimE as he sets up to handle this first group of units. The Void Ray will take a few shots here, pops Prismatic, and as soon as it does, we do see Harstem deciding to just lift up and pull away. He does not want to stick around during the bonus damage from the Void Ray, especially when it's so avoidable. For Harstem, if he's ending up going into a Twilight Council, if he ends up on Blink, what he wants to do here is just keep on building that Stalker count. You want the Stalker count to get high enough that you can one-shot tech units, such as Void Rays, so that the battery healing does not come into play for them. If you can do that, then that's a success, and this is a success too. Getting rid of a Sentry, for example, already, and actually this Void Ray taking some shots. That battery's going to be out of energy right now. We might be able to break down the low ground, you know, forcing cancels on batteries are big deals. Couple of low HP Stalkers, I was going to say, maybe trying to get away with the second Void showing up. And it pops its prismatic alignment as a way to handle this immediately. Void activating again, the Stalkers get chased back. Prism going to be hanging around. Still got our Blink coming through. Stalker's going to shoot. We do step forward. Void Ray taking some damage. We go back and forth a little further. Awesome. This is again so close to getting that Blink up. 3 Void Rays currently available. Like I say, with the right amount of Stalkers, you can nullify a lot of what those Voids can do, but there's a Stalker going down. Every Stalker loss is so painful because, like I say, those losses compound. You know, the Stalker numbers really work better at a certain point. There's that critical mass where they really overperform. And right now, we're kind of struggling to hit that critical mass. That's what our current goal has got to be. Blink will finish in a handful of moments, and we get a few more Stalkers still warping in. Harstem will come through. Units will split a little bit. ShoWTimE gathering on this natural. One more Stalker warps in as well. Coming through. Harstem doesn't get close enough to kill the Void Rays cleanly, like the Prism lift-ups to save a couple of Stalkers. ShoWTimE still only going Void Rays. There's a point where I feel like if you can get away with going for the Robo Facility and get into Immortals, it's really nice. ShoWTimE's obviously not gone for it in this game. Harstem's going to try and force the issue by hitting the Nexus. There's a couple of Stalkers, just blinks back defensively now. A lot of battery energy available once again, but there's a lot of scenarios where that may not actually matter all that much. It's a little bit messy again. The Stalker count is, to me, maybe not staying as high as it needs to, so it's becoming a little bit more difficult. Stalkers going to fire up on each other. Just going to be seeing the aggression continue. Mating through here now, Harstem showing us that these Stalkers can still do well. One Void Ray in the back. This is where all that battery energy is going to come into play, because these Stalkers are not one-shotting as much, especially with those couple of force fields. Stalkers continue back through. We're going to see a blink forward. There goes a Void Ray. The Stalker's getting jumped on again. I think Harstem's done it. He's just about managed to sift through everything he needs to. That Void Ray is getting a lot of damage done now, but it's coming at the cost of obviously a lot of your ground units going down, so there is going to be losses there. To get underneath, that Void Ray will indeed fall. GG gets called from ShoWTimE, and Harstem will go to a game 3 against ShoWTimE, so Harstem gets a second game victory, and he will tie it up, and hence we are going to go to the decider map in this series. So game 3 coming through in a second. And that third map will be on Amygdala, so a deciding map here. See which of these players will take a victory in what will be an important one. This is a fairly stacked group, obviously, and obviously for Harstem, if you lose this, I feel like you're already just out. If you win this as Harstem, there's absolutely a shot for you to, you know, take on Cure and potentially move on through the group right at 2-2. It's definitely very doable, so let's see. For ShoWTimE to join us in our lobby. We will be good to go. Players want to ready it up. We can go. ShoWTimE made like 8 probes during the fight. There's a good question about if he thinks he expanded. I don't know if he just wants to make probes because you're also using, like, say you have the minerals to spend anyways, which he maybe did. And there's also a scenario there where it's like, you spend those minerals on the probes, and the probes can still be a frontline tank a little bit, or make up for some probes you're expecting to lose. So it's not the craziest thing, I feel like. So I don't know if he just had the money to add those in anyway, versus, you know, he already had a lot of batteries and so on. Like, he didn't die because of batteries. Maybe if he cuts some probes and adds an extra gateway or something, maybe that would have been a little better. That's a good question. So we have got, in the bottom left-hand side, a red Protoss play here for game number 3. It is ShoWTimE. And we have in the top right our blue Protoss player, Harstem. So ShoWTimE versus Harstem. After this, the winner will... after this, sorry, we'll see Harstem versus Cure, by the way, so that will be coming up. As we just continue to make our way through these matchups. I'm going to do all the Harstem matches first. Again, we just... so we do it in a way that kind of works out efficiently, but also made sense to kind of have Harstem as the guy we feature on the stream all at the start, just because we know Harstem's going to stream his games. So there's just less overlap of, like, people who have, you know, when we start casting the replay part of the day, people who have seen games and stuff like that already. The less overlap we have there, the better off and happier we're typically probably going to be. Trying to boosting up some probes. Again, gates coming about. Cybercore will come down as well. And Harstem just, I think this time is just going to hide the pylon, but obviously has proxied a couple games now, so is hoping ShoWTimE maybe overreacts to that a little bit. Gets a little concerned where he maybe doesn't need to. Going to see 2 Stalkers coming up from Harstem. ShoWTimE with the Stargate. Once again playing this 1-gate opener, something he's continued to experiment with throughout these early games. That's a more aggressive pylon from Harstem here, so funnily enough, he is going to add on a third gateway. So this is going to be, what, just straight up 3 gates, no tech structure, means it'll hit a little sooner, but obviously doesn't have the power of, like, Prism Micro. Straight up 4 gates. It's going to really just be full on power and just full on sheer number of units. A natural with no ramp. Not a bad choice, right? I mean, this is one where you can definitely attack in, most likely, as Harstem, so I'm into it. Let's see what we can do. Oracle turns away. Again, Voidray coming up, the extra gate coming down. It's going to be seeing a couple of batteries coming in and online for ShoWTimE as we begin some preparations for defense. Cool part about this is obviously you just have a lot of units straight away, so you can start showing up and draining the battery of energy. So Harstem will do, although I was going to say it would have been nice to get that Stalker further back. It does go down. When you're playing a numbers game, losing one Stalker like this does not exactly feel great, right? As Force Field drops into place, the probe is going to get chased back a little. Stalkers would like to split and perhaps be able to make something happen here, as we do have the Nexus going to take a couple of volleys. Another Force Field coming down. Battery will take some damage. Nice Force Fields. Going to keep a couple of the units back and make it a little bit awkward on the side of ShoWTimE. We'll lose the forward battery. The Oracle across the map will catch, somehow catches like 3 or 4 workers across the entire mineral line. The reach of stasis wards is always something that amazes me. As that's a good second volley on the Voidray. We're getting multiple shots off it in a row. Really draining the battery energy heavily, and obviously continue to put pressure on the Nexus. You get this Nexus, that's a win. It's still just going to be on a massive units versus someone who is getting some tech units out though. One Stalker getting caught. Force Fields again here by ShoWTimE as he utilizes the energy overcharge, I believe, onto the sentry to allow for additional Force Fields to come through. Harstem, I think, does want to just try and finish off that Nexus. It's so tempting, but the longer it goes without him having already denied it, the more dangerous it becomes to finish it off, because obviously you're going to have more units out for your opponent, you're going to take more damage in trying to finish it up. The probes going down now as we will continue to step through. Can we get rid of these Stalkers? We're going to try for the Void Rays. He's just going to fall apart. It's not going to be good enough, and Harstem's going to just type GG to give ShoWTimE the 2-1 victory. And ShoWTimE is going to move up to a 2-1 victory, which is obviously very good for him. Alright, we're going to go into Harstem versus Cure up next. Yeah, let's jump on over to NA and we'll get into Harstem versus Cure here for our 4th series of the day. Guys, I'm going to throw the break screen on and just have another part of my lunch to eat, so I'm just going to eat that off screen, and then we'll come back and we'll go into this Harstem Cure PvT up next. Alrighty guys, welcome back. Thank you for a little bit of patience. As Harstem Cure is coming up. Before we get that, we do have a special co-caster joining us. Ellie is here to give us, not co-cast, but some insight prior to the match. Ellie, mark if you think Harstem's going to win. Oh, okay. A Paul if Q is going to win 2-0. No, you think 2-1? 2-1? 2-0. 2-0? 2-0, okay. Thank you for your predictions, Ellie. Our specialist has spoken on the expectations here going into this PvT. In the top right-hand side, our blue Terran player is Cure, repping Team Liquid. Unfortunately, not having the best of days, it is Harstem, our red Protoss in the bottom left. Has she been chewing off her leg bone? No, she hasn't been chewing it off. She got it shaved for the vets. She had to go under some anesthetic the other day for some x-rays. And she got shaved. She got both of her front paws shaved because they needed to take bloods, and then she doesn't have good veins in her front legs, so then they had to shave one of her back legs too. So yeah, she it's a style, you know. It's funny because her hair literally just grew back from this happening last time. She just got rid of the patchy legs, so. Coming about, just going to turn around. Cybercore the next is coming through. Reaper in the factory coming online. Reaper going down the bottom left, and then going to come moving through. Let me just take a few moments to settle down. Beautiful start of a TVP. Reaper shows up. And this is where we are going to get ourselves a little bit of aggression, a little bit of action. Starting to break through. The Adept going to come shading about. And again, pushed up one side. Reaper hops up, Reaper hops down. I'm just going to be seeing the Adept in the store coming over to chase that Reaper away. So there's the Reaper coming around that left side again. The blink halfway done. Robo facility in the gateway coming up as well. And just, yeah, Adept trolling on the bottom side. The Medevac going to come flying through as the Widowmine and 2 Marines secure, trying to get into that main army, that main base. Look to see if we can do something here. A couple of Stalkers will step forward and they will look to zone this Medevac as the Medevac already taken a couple of shots. The Widowmine gets burrowed. The Marines will force the probes the other way. Now, Hellions run into the natural. There's going to be 5 workers going down very quickly. This is very good already from Pure. 10, 11 workers. Harstem brings the Stalkers up to the front where they're just going to come about. A little bit of a chase forward. Reaper and the Hellion will go down. So 11 probes go down. Harstem in trouble right off the bat. I mean, again, just not much to really add onto this one. This is looking pretty rough. Couple shots coming around. The Stalkers get in position. If you haven't, our Stalkers getting into that main base. I mean, this is where Harstem obviously can bring some work back, and he's going to do very well for himself so far. Pure. Actually, going to have to reposition the tank from the low ground. Oh, that tank pops in a bad position. He's going to blink for it and then step away. Shouldn't lose a Stalker here. Oh, wow. Very good for Harstem. Moving across the map is going to cause some issues, so that's going to make things a little bit tougher. Stalker's going to come in, just going to see the Starport taking some damage. Just going to be seeing, obviously, the Stalker's going to try and stay back. Observer goes down, we lose another gas. We've not mined off the main base this entire time. This counterattack from Harstem is really undoing a lot of the progress that Q made in this game. Now, Q is still ahead in workers, which is great. But we've got to get back to mining. Of course, ahead in workers, but a lot of them not mining anyway. Harstem going to blink for the siege tank. Gets it immediately. If he only takes, like, okay, one Stalker loss there, that's fine. I mean, you could probably go onto the... I guess the factory's hard to reach now with the tank positioning, but I feel like he's going to dive the other siege tank again, no? Marines need to be careful about where they poke forward to. I mean, we're hitting the main base orbital, which is value in itself. Marines are going to step forward to try and protect this. SCVs will think about coming through. It is burning. And this position of Harstem is actually going well for him. Is the Stalkers, I think they're going to blink for the siege tank. Oh, indecision from Harstem. He blinks back in the end. Big repair on the orbital, but it's lifted in the skies now. Harstem losing more probes as he continues to take some moments here. Artifact goes down. Is just going to focus the attention on the low ground instead now. I think that's where Q will stabilize. I think this will come out to be a little better. Focus will settle. We see now Raven gathering, the charge on the way up. You see the Prism coming around the main base again, looking for a little bit more. Harstem definitely doing a lot right here. The Vikings on the way, the Marines coming about. We do have our 1-1 upgrades coming through. The Stimpak going to be finishing very shortly as well. Stalkers gathering together still, continue to join up for the moment. It's going to be seeing the rest of this continue to come on through. Kira set up very defensively now. 1-1 upgrades finished for him as well. Harstem going to try and scramble together towards some Colossus to try and help him out. Definitely some progress that needs to be made. Stalkers gathered, a few probes are going to come across. And we'll have ourselves the Raven nearby. Concussive shells coming online as well. Get a few more zealots. In production too. Going to drop an order turret down. Start to get a few more workers again. Harstem leading those workers out throughout the course of this. He's lost a lot of workers this game. Obviously lost a lot early. And the Raven itself has 14 kills. That Raven has just been insanely good. And for everything Harstem did, I do think the Raven has actually been a lot of what's kind of kept Kira, in the lead, other than what would have perhaps otherwise happened. Final gathers with the units coming about. See Harstem trying to push through, but it's a Widowmine shot. Not exactly ideal. Not great right there. Obviously, Widowmine does a lot of damage. The Dark Shrine, the Robo Facility continue to come into play. Colossus and Probes coming up as well. And Stalkers, Colossus gathering through, a couple of libs in the starport coming up as well. The missile turrets continue to come about. Fire's going to fight. We will see a couple of shots coming out there. I mean, I think that Harstem still trying to keep control of the map because that keeps, Kira from feeling too comfortable about this whole thing, which definitely does go a long way in itself at the moment. Fire pulls back to the top. Zell going to get taken down. Stalker gets picked away at the factory coming through as well. Couple libs, couple Vikings coming back over. You see that army on the bottom side. Stalkers have to blink away already. Okay, just going to take a fourth. Yeah, I think what's good for Harstem is he is going to get a chance to play that kind of longer game, which he likes, He's not going to completely die off the start, which really looked as though it could have been the case with how much damage he took. One Zell gives itself up to a Widowmine shot. Now the bio coming over. A couple ghosts coming through, plus one ship weapons is on the way, and 2-2 upgrades onto that as well from Kira right now, so continue to bring that into play as well. Couple libs is gonna get sieged. Those shots getting set. And that bio gathering, couple Vikings in the sky, Liberator coming across too. So that's coming through. Here comes the army pressing up for the moment. Just going to go pushing forward. They come and see a couple of disruptor shots. I mean, that's why Harstem's trying to find some of the value from at the moment. Doesn't go too well just yet. Disruptor shots are firing. See the Colossus. Gonna get chased as well. Yeah, Harstem getting overrun. There's been a really good effort from Harstem. It's just, I mean, he was definitely behind, but I mean, this fight obviously was not it either. As now he's just gonna die to the attack of Kira continuing across the map here. So that's pretty much just gonna round that one out. The Zealots are gonna get busy. DT counterattack will probably see some success, to be fair, but you need so much right now. You're down half the army supply of your opponent. You're going to lose pretty much everything before you have any real way to stop this. So none of that is really ideal as the DTs continue to come through. Like I say, Harstem did a good job of getting into all the things which I feel like are going to be very useful and helpful to him. It's not enough in the end. Pylon goes down, Dark Shrine gets picked away at, the Robo facility gets taken out also. And we'll make our way onto the Nexus. A few Zealots are going to come about. GG, says Harstem, and Cure will take game 1 of this best of 3, making the opening map of this series. So first game goes the way of Harstem. And head into game 2 in a few moments' time. Not Harstem, it goes the way of Cure, sorry, as we'll head into game 2 here in just a few moments' time. Let's run some ads just in case we get a longer game, guys. A little concerned that we might get a long back-to-back map. Would not be good for us right now. No. What server is it? Central, West Central, right? Yeah. So Cure's server preference here for game 2 as well is obviously not also ideal. If Harstem wants to bounce back. Our 4th series of the day, our fourth Harstem match of the day. Harstem. It was a tough group for him. I mean, some days you come into these groups and you're just not going to have the best of times. And unfortunately for Harstem, that's been one of those days today, but it's okay. It's still been fun to watch, is what we care about. And obviously from here on out, we're going to continue to see where everybody else is going. So yeah, that's what we got going on. Wait for Harstem to join us here. Just ask for 30 seconds and we can go. Beautiful. So we still got the Shin games catch up from Group A, and we've got Group C and D next week. We'll be figuring out, we need to find one more player still. When we find out that final player, I already have one more player confirmed, but they can play C or D. So I'm not putting them in a group yet because it means that I can move them as required based on if the final player I get has some amount of ability. So, yeah. Awesome. We'll just take a moment here. And, double check the players are ready. I just wanted to, like I said, have another 30 seconds on the ad timer. I think we can go. Let's jump into King's Cove for map number 2 between Harstem and Cure. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright, let's go. And GLHF gets called. Big map in King's Cove. Let's see what we get from it. Is in the bottom right hand side, a yellow Protoss player is Harstem. And the top left, our red Terran is going to be Cure. TLMC tournament when? That's the first week of March. Yeah, it's meant to be end of February, but I have some stuff came up at the end of February. It's going to be a bit difficult to run the event, so we're going to be doing it first week of March, if I'm not mistaken. So, game number 2. To kick this off onto King's Cove, we get this underway. We look to see what our 4th best of 3 brings us. Will Harstem bounce back? I really do believe in Harstem being able to take maps here, but The problem is when you're the underdog in the sense of, like, you know, you're kind of expect to be able to take maps, but you're probably an underdog to take a series. It's also not uncommon for you to then just, you know, lose out in some of these games as well, right? That's obviously what's happening here. Rope comes scooting about. Yes, yeah, Adept just going to shade about a little bit again. Twilight Council coming through. We're gonna hop up in toward the main base. And Blink coming through, Warp Gate coming up. Hellion gonna be finding some shots. Reaper already coming through, getting the probes. Harstem tries to chase that around with the Stalker. So has to come to the high ground. I was gonna say, maybe could have got one more shot off there from the Stalker. Pulls both units down to the low ground. The Reaper does not turn back towards the main though. And we're gonna chase this away. Reaper should die at least. So Reaper goes down, but it gets 2 probes, which is definitely already more on the better side of things. Stalker still being chased about. The Hellion comes over to the sides as well. Yeah, that Stalker getting a few shots off on that Hellion, so able to get some damage done. Well, that Blink is not far from being done. Can we actually blink back to the high ground here? Go after that medevac? Apparently we're not just going to give up on it. Okay, he has other Stalkers in the main. He'll get the medevac, but he will have to give up a probe or 2 to the Widow Mines. Oh, he missed micros on the right side, unfortunately. Which becomes the issue. So 4 probes end up going down. We have our Raven coming to bat, our Marines are gathering, charging +1 coming through as well. Have our Raven coming around the right side here. It's actually the hallucination might have just grabbed an eye on that, so you might be able to get into a little bit of a better position for continuing to handle it. Yeah, actually, Stalkers get the kill on the Raven. That's great. Saw how much the Raven did last time around, so really nice just to be able to shut it down much more quickly this time. Really shut that down, get that sorted much more easily, like I say. Apart from the miss micro on the probes, okay for Harstem, but let's see what he can do now. This is a very defendable map. I don't think he'll be able to push around and do as much as he found last time with the Stalkers. Marauders here in the corner going to deal with those Adeptors. So we'll try and move about and see what else we can do. There's not been too much going on just yet. And the Stalkers have an absolute nightmare. What were we trying to do here? Just complete disaster of a push forward that really is not it in the slightest, unfortunately. A lot of bio coming down that right side. This is the army of Cure, obviously looking pretty sizable at the moment, coming straight across. Looking for a little bit of a push through. Isn't going to arrive from the right hand side, going to go into that third base. Depot will get placed down. A couple of Zards going to go after some SCVs. Just didn't see this army coming from where it is. Now these Stalkers are out of position. He blinks them. They're still in some trouble. Prism in the main. Going to be handled, I think, honestly. There's a couple of units in the main base already. A couple of Zards on the third do get some damage, though. Zards continue about. The Medivac loads up into the main base. Just going to be seeing the position from Harstem. Has to defend here. I mean, you can't let this go down. He loses 12 probes. He only kills 6 SCVs is the problem that we're having. Gets rid of the Nexus. We'll see a couple of probes going down. The Zeld Stalker coming across as well. Trying to sit in this corner. The Stalker's blinking in and trying to get the siege tanks. Colossus is getting quite a lot of the Marines, to be fair. Colossus does very well for itself. It's just there's an entire army reinforcing at the moment from Cure that Harstem is not easily going to stop. And that is going to be GG. And that will do it on that one. That will be Cure taking the 2-0, and Harstem will finish the day off, unfortunately, at a 0-4 scoreline. And, yeah, not quite the day he wanted, but like I say, these groups aren't easy. These opponents aren't easy ones. It's always going to be a bit rough. It's even rougher that we just kind of watched him 4 series in a row, I guess. You know, if we watch a couple here and then a couple later on, it doesn't feel as bad, but watching 4 in a row is a bit brutal. Guys, up next for us is Cure versus Solar. The only problem with that right now is that we're currently waiting for another match to finish so we can get into that series. We can't go into that series just yet. So until that's done, we're kind of just stuck. Yeah, we're a little bit stuck. So we just are going to be waiting for a little bit here. Shouldn't be too long, I don't think. But obviously, you guys know StarCraft. Sometimes games can take a little bit. For the very least, we're going to take a few minutes break here. Just in case it does go on just a little bit longer. And like I said, we'll kind of try and figure it out from that point. So that's what's going on. That's what's happening. Hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. If you're enjoying the stream, do not forget you can support the channel by subscribing, liking, following, cheering. All of this helps a lot. All of these things do a lot for us. They allow us to do more StarCraft 2 in the future and everything. So you consider checking that stuff out. As yeah. Anything else to say or add or do? I do not really think so. I don't really think so at all. So yeah, let's take a quick little break. When we come back, more StarCraft action. Like I say, we're just waiting for one series to finish up before we can realistically continue. So we're just hoping that that's not going to go super long. Let's just take a few minutes. I'll come back and update you guys as we go, though. Hopefully, like I say, we'll not take too much time to get this sorted out. BRB. Alrighty guys, so like I say, usually the way that we schedule these tournaments is that we have it set up so that as 2 matches play, the match that we're casting live features one player that will play in the next match live, as well as the player that's currently on break. So basically, like for example, at the start of the day we casted herO Harstem, Solo was on break, our next matchup was Harstem Solo, so it was ready to go straight away. Somehow I just messed it up, and so for this final series, we are waiting to cast Q versus Sola, but Solo is currently playing against ShoWTimE. And so I've just messed it up somewhere, and so we are just going to have to wait for that other series to finish, and unfortunately it's just turned out in such a way that the other series is the one that's taking a little bit longer, so we have to just wait for that a little bit. And that is where we're at. So usually we kind of have a plan around this. Like I said, I've just messed up the scheduling somewhere along the way, which has made it not quite work out here. Obviously, we don't want to like jump into any replays right now because, you know, we're aware of the fact that QSO should, you know, could be ready at any moment. So as such, we're just going to be waiting a little bit. So it's a little bit of downtime, guys. I do apologize. So yeah, sorry a little bit of sorry in advance for that. Yeah, you're watching WardiTV February. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying. So yeah, just playing a bit of a waiting game, guys. He supplies the prize money for this. This is just a full WardiTV tournament, so the prize money comes completely from the community and from our streaming stuff. For this event, actually, all the prize money is coming from our Patreon page because our Patreon's at an all-time high right now, so it's pretty much being able to fully fund, give or take a few $100s, this tournament. So, but pretty much everything that is a WardiTV event is funded by the community. That's why we do the sellout sections and we tell you guys to subscribe and all that kind of stuff. Because yeah, we literally cannot run this without your support because yeah, we need the money to make the tournaments to keep everything else going, you know. So that is more or less where we stand. That's more or less where we are at. And yeah, so that's where things are. That's how things work. So yeah, like I say, yes, we're kind of just playing a waiting game. Great few moments. If you got any questions or anything fun to ask or say or do, great moment for you to ask such things. We'd love to hear from you all. Yeah, what's up, 10 the kind. Thank you so much for the subscription. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for running these. No problem at all. Yeah, we're going to be, this is our first event of the WardiTV 2025 series. I keep saying this, like I said, I don't really have a full plan for the 2025 series yet, but the general goal is that we're going to start doing some of the seasonal championships again, like we did in 2023 and before then, and hopefully end with an end-of-year tournament. It's been a little while since we've had the Wardy. Like last year was just a weird year. I don't know if you remember, last year was kind of weird. Like it started off, finished up our 2023 season in January, and then we had Katowice. I went on vacation for a bit. We came back. There was regionals. There wasn't a lot of time to do stuff last year, pretty much. So yeah, there wasn't a lot of real chance. I'm trying to find where we're at. 40 February. You look at 2024. We just didn't really do much of anything. That's not really fair because I always get confused on Wikipedia nowadays. It's like invitationals by WardiTV, but like need to do a lot more. Like WardiTV Winter Championship 2023. I think this all comes under 2023 series actually. There you go, miscellaneous events. You can just see 2024 we just did not really do as much. So yeah, but this is what we did in 2023. In 2023 we had a end of year championship, which was something that became kind of a common occurrence. This was a $15,000 end of year championship. Doc came out on top, and all of these players came through basically a seeding system. I actually really liked this format. This format was very fun. But all these players came through a seeding system and from different events. So we ran 3 championships throughout the year, which other events built into. So the Winter Championship had some straight-up qualifiers, as well as the monthly events built into it as well. Made it very fun. We did just different formats for each of these as well. So it was a lot of fun. Like, I think in this one, 8 players were already seeded into the bracket, and then the other 8 players came from the bracket, from the group stage. And you can see any other events that happened kind of during the build-up to that season helped qualify players into this and so on. This was obviously this is a very standard event, just the group stages. We do something different with Summer Championship. Usually in summer we do like big groups into, yeah, a little bit different basically. Some guaranteed players, some other players. Very cool. Yeah, so yeah, that's basically what went on. That's what we did for 2023. And we'll be looking to do something similar for 2025. We didn't, like I say, 2024 just didn't have much time to do it. But yeah, we had a similar idea in 2022. This was a $10,000 championship. Very fun. So yes. Hopefully going to be bringing some more of that stuff around again this year. Like I say, I want to get back into really running. Like, it's not like we didn't run anything last year, but we definitely ran less, and we definitely ran less larger events, which is also kind of scaling to the fact that the stream stepped back a lot last year. You know, I was doing a lot of other things. The stream definitely dropped off a lot. Our sub count still is yet to recover back to what it was. But trying to make, like I say, just a bit more of a push this year to get back on track and to get back in the right places. Why can't normal people play in my events? You absolutely can. There's a qualifier for this tournament you're watching right now. Anyone can play in it. Oh yeah. We do a lot of invites, but there's very rarely we do an event that has a 0 qualifier. Maybe if the only time we'd really do like no qualification spots if it was just like a 10-player event, or like someone gave me a list of players that we wanted to partake in. There's almost always qualifiers, and anyone is welcome, allowed to come play them. Just be really good. I mean, yeah, but I mean, you kind of have to be really good. Like, there's no point in you not being really good if you get to this stage of the tournament anyways, right? Because then you're just going to get smashed anyway. You know? So, you know, yeah. Yo, Timothy, I don't know why that's not popped up on the stream, but thank you so much for the $10. No question, just a thank you for everything you do for the SCG community. No worries, thank you so much for the $10. Super chat on the YouTube. How did that not show up on my... It didn't ding for some reason. Am I crazy? Did it ding and I wasn't paying attention? I don't know. Can I show this event's qualifiers? Sure. Go to Wikipedia, you click qualifier. There you go. Open to anybody. Use this link to get to the bracket on Wikipedia. Open to anyone. We also have the Monday Cup. Monday Cups are open to everybody every single Monday. So you can also do that. But yeah. I mean, like I said, there's pretty much always qualifiers. I'm not saying you're going to get through the qualifiers, but you can still partake in the qualifier, you know, if that's what you know, if you want to just take part. That is possible. It is possible. Alright guys, we're still waiting. Like I said, just getting unlucky with the way the matches are turning out. Ay ay ay. Maybe it's a ploy where we're getting unlucky so that we can end up so that we can avoid the Lily Cup overlap. We actually have the Backers Brawl this weekend, so I'm not here tomorrow, guys, but Saturday and Sunday the Backers Brawl will be starting. Saturday is going to be, this is our bracket, so we actually have a full bracket available now, so you can actually look and see what's coming up. This is going to be played on herO versus Solar, MaxPax versus Bjorn, Clem versus Trigger, Shin versus Gumiho, and then winner matches and loser matches all going to be taking place. So yeah, that's going to be coming up this weekend. This is a very fun event. All best of 5s as well, so we got a big stream on Saturday. 8 best of 5s. It's a pretty sizable one, so it's going to be some fun matchups. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. herO versus Solar, MaxPax versus Bjorn, Clem versus Trigger, and Shin versus Gumiho. So that's coming up this weekend. $1,000. This one was put on because we had a fan join up and say they wanted to support. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. And they just straight up donated the money to run this event. We obviously talked with them to figure out what kind of event they wanted and stuff. This is what we came up with. It's a plain, simple, double elim 8-player bracket. It's had a nice little qualifier involved to it. Very cool. Oh, there's all our championships at the top of here. Okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Plus, I just thought the European leagues were kind of championships too. And then the end of year events. It's actually really wild to look back and look at all of these all of these events. 2018 and early 2018 has left the game. Holy. What was this tournament? Oh my god, I remember this actually. I couldn't find a player. Tournament's nuts. Holy shit. Look how many players there are. Some crazy business. Top beats ShoWTimE in the finals, jeez. It's actually very fun to look back at some of these events. This one's fun. This was our first ever Wardy tournament. So the Wardy Open 1 was before we were even called WardiTV. Did I still benefit from playing Raw Match? No, that sponsorship ended a couple days ago, so yeah, those things have we don't get benefits from anymore. But thank you for playing it. Yeah, this was the first ever like Wardy Open. I actually remember like this. So back then we were still called SC2 Improve, but I was like, this is the Wardy Open, and the month after this was the month after this we rebranded to, well, when was this? Yeah, ended in October 2016. Yeah, then we rebranded to WardiTV, which is kind of funny. It's really fun looking back at a lot of these events. This best of 5 GSL format. SC to improve wins, yeah? This tournament's been cancelled. What? Oh. This was the one that had, This was the one that had the... It was like the weird, It had a weird sponsor that turned out was like something to... It wasn't quite match fixing, they were just trying to get like an advantage on betting on the games. Yeah, that was a thing at some point as well. Got cancelled right at the end. Look at that, that was 2015, that was 10 years ago. Drama. There's more to this as well. Like, this is just WardiTV. You can actually go back to like SE2 Improve. The SE2 Improve weekly was like our OG tournament. Like, you can really, like, these parts aren't even on Wikipedia, but it's funny because like some of these guys, like some of these names mean a lot to me. Like Chelch is a UK player, Mystics UK guy. Like a lot of these guys were Team SE2 Improve, people we were very good friends with for a long time as well. A lot of the other names are just, you know, yeah, Kaira is a very good player. He's a GM Terran. Was always very good, but not quite able to make that kind of further push. Look at the brackets, man. So sick. Yeah, it's kind of wild when you look back and look at all the Isn't that a change? Complain replaces J-Dong. That is a change of a series. Jesus. Was this for Zowie Celerita? We did a bunch of tournaments with Zowie as well. We did yeah, we did a few different things with Zowie. Oh, up here you can click on all the different ones. That makes so much more sense. Oh yeah, we had the WardiTV weekly as well. That one just not work anymore? Oh, it does. Isn't it wild just like looking through all the old events? Again, guys, yes, there are games coming. We are just in a weird place where you have to wait for another match to finish. So yeah, just a little bit unfortunate with the timing. Unfortunately, it's taken pretty much as long as it could possibly take, basically. So yeah, sorry. It's on me. I messed up the schedule a little bit. Yeah, it's going to be Q versus Solar up next for us, and then we have all the other matches still to go as well, so we do have more on the way. It will continue. Don't hear about that. StarCraft Sundays, when they stopped Go for SE2, we filled in the Go for SE2 for a while. Go for SE2 was like ESL's weekly event. This is honestly also a very fun tournament. Yeah, we teamed up with Take TV to run this one, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, it said it right there. WardiTV and Take TV are excited to bring you an answer to those empty Sundays since Go for SE2 ended recently. Around 12 weeks of it. Kinda crazy, right? The herO plays Terran Invitational. A classic. back in 2020. Oh, the first ever sellout! Exclamation mark! The exclamation mark raid invitational, guys. Fly, Goblin, Clement, Reynold. Oh, this Goblin Reynold series was really good. I actually put this on YouTube. This is actually a really good series. And then Bly Reynold was also very good. I actually remember I put those ones on YouTube. Yeah, this was right about when COVID kicked in. We had a lot of viewers, and we actually maxed out our Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. Yes, guys, more games are coming up. We're just waiting for... We just need to wait for another game off stream to finish. Yeah, we actually maxed out the Raid Shadow Legends. So this is like the first like kind of mobile game sponsor we did on the stream with Raid Shadow Legends, and we actually maxed it out. Like the company that we did it with was like, yo, what did you do? Because like no one's maxed it out before. And we were just like, I was just like, oh, I just told them that I'd run more StarCraft 2 if they all signed up to Raid Shadow Legends. It was crazy. We got something like 500 signups, which is absolutely bonkers. We made thousands of dollars off of it, which allowed us to run a whole bunch of stuff. In fact, we ran the WardiTV we sold out tournaments because of it. Yeah, the WardiTV we sold out. We ran that because the sponsorship did well. It's funny. Reno Clem. That was when Reno and Clem played each other literally every week as well. Like 2020, Reno versus Clem was like the Clem and Max backs of the modern day. Yeah, because Reno and Clem played in pretty much all the top cups, and they just played each other all the time, and we were casting pretty much everything back then. Oh, the Subscribe to Harstem Cup, also a great one, where, yeah, we basically got people to subscribe to Harstem. This is when Harstem had like 5,000 YouTube subscribers, and we got him up to like 8,000. Successful event. Yeah. The YouTube Showdown, a series of show matches, only broadcast on YouTube. One single series. This is a very good series as well, though. Solo and Dub 3-0, Fantasy brought it back. I remember trying to watch how well that was doing at the time, because it was just a YouTube premiere, and I was like, didn't actually do that well. It's kind of crazy when you look back at it all. This was our first bigger WardiTV championship, WardiTV 2020. Someone came to us and sponsored this one. They just said, let's do it. Put like $5,000 in. Yeah, that was the one where Ragnarok beat Q in the finals. This was such a surprise because Q was so good then as well. Like, Q losing was such a shocker. Yeah, and it's funny because he actually lost to Ragnarok in the group stage as well. So Q is so good, and then Ragnarok shocked everyone. He's the only person to beat Q, and he beat him twice. Yeah, that was crazy. And then we actually had so much support from Earth Nasty. We actually were able to run 2021 as well, which was an even bigger championship. And that's what really kickstarted the whole WardiTV kind of championships and end-of-year events and stuff, so that was also very cool. Yeah, it's very fun to look through the past of these events. As we really are... Guys, I'm sorry, I'm just killing time because we are basically waiting for a match to finish. Hopefully we'll be able to go soon. I'm sorry for the delay. I screwed up the order. You know what? When I made it, I was like, it's not perfect. I was like, it'll be fine, I'm sure. And we just... TLDR, what basically happened is that the matches we've been watching have been a little bit faster than the matches that have been happening off-stream. And hence, we are just running ahead of schedule and they were running behind schedule in comparison. And so we just ended up waiting here. So it's just been a combination of unfortunate things. After this, we will be go, go, go. We'll have 6 best-of-3s for you guys back to back to back with pretty much no downtime. So we will just have non-stop StarCraft 2 once we get back into this. We just need that other match to finish, basically. Do 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 do. Alright guys, I'm going to throw us into a quick break screen again. Just give us a couple moments. Like I say, when we come back, hopefully we'll be actually just ready to go into the next matchup. Fingers crossed. Sorry for the delay. Like I say, kind of completely on me. I just should have been better with the scheduling. I took a risk and it didn't pay off. I'll be right back in a couple minutes, guys. We'll get hopefully into games soon. Like I say, once we do get going, we're going to have back-to-back-to-back matches. There's no reason for us to mess around or swap servers or anything. We'll be going into Q versus Solar, then ShoWTimE versus Q, herO versus Q, herO versus Solar, Solar versus ShoWTimE, and herO versus ShoWTimE. So all of that's still to come. Yeah, basically one big chunk of downtime now, and then we'll be non-stop the rest of the day. Yabby. Alright, we are vetoing into Solar versus Cura, so we should be able to go in a couple of moments. Let's get that sorted out. What's her name? This is Ellie. She's looking at me because I was eating a bag of crisps while we're waiting for games. But yeah, we are going to go into Solar versus Cura now. And like I say, from here it should be pretty smooth sailing. Sorry for the downtime, guys. I appreciate that. Was like half an hour, but just unlucky. Hey, you know what though? Because the longer we waited, it means we get more epic StarCraft later. Because we were literally waiting for a game to finish. The longer we waited, the longer the games were going on. You know, so take that into account, maybe. Alright. Maybe you can't have any treats right now because you have bad teeth. Yeah. Yeah, remember the other day when you had to get x-rayed? Yeah. I know, it's tough life as a puppy. It's so difficult not to give her food. Just looks so cute. Alright, Solar vs. Cura coming up. Now this TVZ getting underway, like I said, guys. From here on out, we just go non-stop, back-to-back games of StarCraft 2. We ain't gonna stop, we ain't gonna slow it down. We're just gonna send it. So yeah, videos are coming in. Should be good in just a moment here. Obviously from here we know Harstem, so it's kind of an interesting state of the group now, because obviously we saw Harstem go 0-4, which means that group is just open to the other 4 players. So obviously there's a little bit of map score difference because ShoWTimE dropped a map to Harstem, which might come back to bite him if a tiebreaker comes around. But yeah, we will see what happens. Like I say, each match is going to be important, and we'll start to figure out where this group goes. Group B of the WardiTV February event. King's Cove, the opening map of Solar versus Cura. Jeez. Alright guys, like I say, thank you for the patience. And we are pretty much ready to go. Alright, looks good. Go says Cura, go says Solar. I'm going to jump into King's Cove right now, so let's get this underway. I think we've got everyone. Let me do one final check, because we've been waiting a while. Let's do it. Cura versus Solar TVZ, best of 3. Like I say, from here on out, we just get 6 best of 3s back-to-back, no questions asked, just straight up StarCraft. Hell yeah. Let's get it done. In the bottom right-hand side of King's Cove, we're going to start off with our blue Zerg player. This is Solar. He is taking on the red Terran to the top left corner of the map. We have ourselves Cura. Game number 1 of the best of 3. King's Cove for the opening game between these two. Could be pretty entertaining. Excited to see what the two of them are going to show us here. To get this started up. Started up and underway. So, back to StarCraft and talking about actual games of StarCraft rather than the history of WardiTV StarCraft, I guess, and the history of some tournaments. Yeah, bit of TVZ here. Two players that, I mean, actually talking about history of WardiTV tournaments. Kira and Solo were some of the OG kind of like online Korean players. I remember a lot of the TVZs between these guys in online events consistently coming back and coming through and being very interesting and exciting. There was a while where this would be a series you'd see just week in and week out in those different online events, so... The series going through sees the very fast third hatchery here. Kira is going to be aware then immediately of what's going on initially. Pops over, gonna drop a grenade down. The drone's gonna get blasted. We'll see a spore crawler dropping into place as well. A couple lings trying to come over, and the Reap again chase back the other direction once more. We're gonna try and put a little bit of pressure on, Reaper pulling back over. Couple shots gonna fire, Ling's gonna move around. We do obviously have this Reaper continue to try and gather information. No, it's a fast third hatch, the Ling speed's gonna be a bit later, so you can stick around for a long time. In this case, Ling speed's gonna be very, very late in comparison, so... Let's see how Reaper poking and prodding. And again, just causing some issues. Now, Hellion's gonna show up, and again, with this fast of a, or this late of a Ling speed, you are gonna have the potential of those Hellions getting through and potentially dealing some damage as well, so I think that will be very likely a factor. Seeing 4 drones going down. These Hellions still around, but starting to take too much damage, and they will go down. So still 4 drones not bad, but maybe was hoping to get a little bit more than that. 5 drones going down as a couple other Hellions showing up. The third base not mine as well is still a little bit of a factor though. Keep that in mind as well. River firing, Queen coming over. Now Hellion's going to slip by up this ramp into the natural. Going to see some of those drones going to be in trouble again. Still no Ling speed for a few more seconds, so still very much so waiting on that here. Don't really do very well at all getting drones. We get a couple in the end, but that will be it. Could have been a whole lot better as the couple of Marines will step forward. That Overlord will take some damage, taking some shots. But even that's not quite going to go down. So honestly, pretty good defense for Solo. Like, yes, you're losing some drones. But all of this is because you started off with a very kind of greedy play in the first place. With kind of, you know, going for as late of a Ling speed as possible. And because of that, you end up in a little bit of a different and weirder position. 5 drones went down more recently. Do you see Solo going to get back on the map with those Zerglings again? Away we go. The Banshee that's coming through now from Kieran, able to get some more of those, more of that damage done. Stay out of range of the Spore Crawl. We can hit these Queens for free and force some transfusions. Quite a lot of energy on the Queen, so I don't think that's going to be a major issue. Still nice though. It's still free damage. Like I say, I mean, it's still some energy that could have been spent elsewhere otherwise, so why not? Banshee unfortunately going to go down to the Queen in the main base, so a little bit unlucky there in the end. Banshee comes back down the right, heading toward the natural. He's going to be seeing a couple of evolution chambers on the side there. Banshee gets rid of a drone. The big map is King's Cove, so if your drone losses early does not necessarily mean the Terran can come across the map and kind of capitalize or follow up on this, right? I think at the end of the day, you look at this right now and you say, cool, I took some damage as Solar, yes, but like him pushing is going to take a long time to get across, it's going to be difficult for him to take positions. I think you're okay with this right now as Solar, for the most part. Queen's coming down, the siege tank will join up around the left side as well. Those guys come through, he's going to be jumping on top of the Queens as well. We'll see if Soul can scramble together enough units, having been, given a little bit of extra time here. Queen's tanking a lot of their shots, that's good. A second stim has to come from the Marines. We get onto the tank, we clean that up, the Marines are forced backward without the tank to kind of really lock down the position. Feels pretty reasonable. Our Marines gather up, our medevacs will get back to healing. Things will run forward, the Banshee going to fire a few more shots off tank. Going to hit quite nicely, a few more Zerglings taking some shots already. Marines will step through, Queens, Lings, Banes coming back over, melee upgrades finishing up shortly, a couple of Banes. We'll still get chased, the Marines just going to load it back up when we pull on away. Ling Bane 100 gathering together, the Queen's joining up. It's going to be seeing our 2-2 upgrades. Medevac's on the way as well. So you're going to be ahead on the 2-2. We'll have a opening, a window here. So that is likely going to be a factor. Just going to see the scan coming down. And the Ling Bane 100 continues to come through for the moment. Seeing the Marines continue to come through again, a few more crew timbers will come down. Coming through, trying to push this position back. Here is getting further ahead in supply, and that's going to be an issue for Soul. He has no counterattacks going on right now either. I was just going to be there. The Ling's going to come through. He's going to be seeing a couple of Widowmine shots still flaring across. We are going to be seeing another Widowmine going off. A couple of Lings. Again, chased our Hydras. Just going to push that medevac force away once again. Just going to get that chased away. 2-2 upgrades still coming about here from Solar. The Seismic Spine's on the way up. Solo has always had that tendency. I'll always say if he can survive until Lurkers, I feel like he starts playing a different game. And that might be what we're just trying to get to right now. Woodermine's going down, chasing some low HP Marines away. He will live for Seismic Spines to finish, and like I say, maybe that gives him the Lurkers he needs to continue on through. Unfortunately, this hatchery does go down, so Solo will be reduced to 4 bases before the Lurkers take to the field. He just still hasn't had quite enough time, huh? Because he's also got an army on the right side that's going to create problems for him here. There's a few Banes finally showing up. The Hydra's not even clearing up that many of the medevacs. Will come through. Hydra's going to come about. He's going to be seeing a couple of Banes going to pull back a little further as well. Let's see what's Lurker's going to be there. Marine's going to get pushed back the other way. I'm just going to see the couple of Vipers continue to hang out overhead. There's going to be there. Medevacs will take some damage. Just be pushing those Medevacs into the corner. And the Lurkers are going to come through. A couple of Woodermines go down. Marines will take some shots. And DC Solar still pushing back around on the right here for a couple of moments. Woodermine connects. A few Lings go down. Solar, like I say, as soon as he gets to Lurkers, it's like playing a different game. Those Medevacs go down as well. The bio continues to come through the bottom. Got the Liberators will siege up. Lurkers will burrow again. Those Liberators going to get cleaned out. Lions will continue to press forward as we see the scan coming down again right now. Just going to settle into that. +2 missile upgrade continues to come on through. The +3 Carapace will finish very shortly. Ghost coming up, the cloaking on the way through, +2 vehicle plating is a part of this. A few wooden mines getting added in. Yeah, the high-sec auto tracking and the Neo Steel plating, so if you're very ready to play a much longer game of TVZ here, if that's what it's going to come down to, which we kind of knew going into a map like King's Cove that was a very realistic opportunity of what was going to happen, right? So, yes, we have the Ghost continuing up, and currently just sitting on 5 bases, obviously very defendable set of 5 bases too. A Nidus Network comes in on that right side. Slings and Hydras will come through. A couple of Widowmine shots. Now a Parasitic Bomb going to go off on the Medevacs as well. Yo, those Medevacs are all still stacked. No. He didn't split them at all. And they all went down. So that's 3 Medevacs going down. It's actually a huge catch for Solar. He's getting sniped a little bit over here, but he's getting some ghosts in return too. He's actually going to be able to catch this army with a surround. I don't think Cure has enough here at all. And Cure's supply is suddenly really waning in pretty heavily the wrong direction. It's funny how scripted Solar's games seem like. No, I feel like nobody else has this effect of like looking like they're just about to die. Until the moment Lurkers come out, they look nigh on, I'm not going to say unstoppable, but they look like they were never ever in trouble, like they've been controlling the game from minute 0. You know, like Solar's games look like this so freaking often. It's fascinating to me that, because you'd think, like, if it was truly just like, yeah, Lurkers are good and it makes sense that that can happen, it's just you don't see other Zergs get into games like Solar does. It's really fascinating that it happens so frequently. And like I say, it's not all good, because in theory, if other Zergs can get to Lurkers without looking like they're about to die, you'd think that would be even better. Solar really is just so good once he reaches that stage, and that's another great catch as Q is just getting over-ambitious around the map. I think this forward base goes down, he just doesn't have the units to realistically defend it. We'll try and chase with some SCVs. We'll get a few as they stop running for a moment or so. Nidus Network being shut down. It will not get to come up. Only problem with knocking that base down is you've got another base right next to it to replace it, which is why I was kind of hoping we might get a few SCVs along with that. The Nidus is not going to take even much attention here as the tank is just well positioned, and that will be an easy defense. This will snipe. Looker goes down. Just get to the top. We'll knock down the Nidus network. Let's see, this Nidus coming up on that upper right-hand side. The hatch is still going to be there. +3 missiles coming through. Ling Bane Hydra is going to go on a venture forward. A couple of Wooden Mines getting jumped on, getting cleaned out. The Bane lanes trying to crash into the front there, but getting denied as well. 42 Lings, +3 missiles. Add that Nidus network in as well as we continue to try and harass. First Spire on top of everything else. And the Nidus will spawn. And Ghost will take a step towards this. Snipe, snipe, snipe. Honestly, quite a few Lurkers getting out. Did okay. Better than I thought when we already had Ghost in position. At the same time, Solar is pushing at the front. 4k, 2k in the bank. Solar is rich. And he's starting to just take over the map, so he's going to have access to a lot more money for, you know, a long time to come because there's just so many bases on this map available as well, right? So that will be quite a factor for the moment. Take an opportunity on the right side, knock open some rocks. Still having that advanced ballistics coming into play. The Liberator is coming into production. It's going to be a Nidus that gets taken out again. A couple Liberators still right there. Ling Bane Hydra pushing through. Just going to see those Liberators actually going to get dove upon as the Hydras lunge forward. And again, Solar's going to turn this from being a Lurker-focused army back to just Hydra Bane. You use the Lurkers to survive, and then you just get aggressive with the Hydra Ling Bane. You can see that Pure Supply keeps dropping. He's going to have issues kind of getting back to this. I don't think he needs to go for that base. I think he can pull back towards this orbital and kill this instead. Yep, much safer way of playing. Couple Ghosts going down. Ling Hydra going to try and chase up. Medevac takes a loss. Nice pops on the natural. The Hydra's going to pull back over the other side. The Liberators are going to siege as well. Just a couple of Marauders will take down that Nidus network too. Just going to turn again. A couple of Wooden Mine shots going. Ling's taking damage. I'm just going to lunge once more. A couple of those Liberators sieging up across the front. Ling's Hydra's pressing through. A couple of Medevac's going to get jumped on. The Liberators are going to be there. Pushing back the Hydras once again. We have 5 SCVs getting picked up. We'll just have ourselves the rest of the Medevacs coming through. And Bio just chases. The unit's going to turn around. It's going to see the Liberators. They get jumped on again. Ling Bane continues through, just jumping onto the rest of that Bio Force. The Hydra's still there. Can get rid of these libs. They are really one of the last lines of defense that Q has at the moment. They will hold for the moment, but as reinforcements come through, and a lot of that includes Corruptors, Q's going to have to say GG. Couldn't break through early, and that's going to give Solar the 1-game lead in this best-of-3 series. So Solar gets the advantage point. And like I say, he does it in very typical Solar fashion. Dying until Lurkers come out, at which point it looks like he was never in trouble. It's really a skill. So, we'll take a sec and hop into our second game. Just going to double check the map on that one, which I believe is Whispers of Gold. Very different map to go into. You're going from big and defensive to small and quick to get across. It's the kind of map where you don't get to kind of cling on for dear life as solo, but I'd be surprised if you didn't play something like Roach focused on this map to make up for it, and to kind of play into the map's strength as well, so maybe we'll see something coming out from there. Let's drop our lobby link down. We will go into our second game. Plays about, put a match history on. Go. 7 casters seems good to me. I think that's pretty much everyone here. Let's do this. Excuse me. In the bottom right hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Zerg player. Currently up a game in this best of 3. It is going to be Solar. Looking for 2-0 to better his chances of getting out of this group. While in the top left hand side, our red Terran player is Cure. Like I say, Whispers of Gold cannot be more different of a map from what we saw on King's Cove, so definitely keeping that in mind as we step ourselves into this next game. I'll just take a moment to once again remind you all, this is a WardiTV tournament, and we cannot run these events without your support. So if you are enjoying the games today, you consider helping us out. Follow, like, subscribe. Use your Prime subs if you got Prime available on Twitch as well. Helps us out a whole bundle. We have the Patreon page also available, which is a perfect place to use to support the tournaments directly. You can check that out at patreon.com/WardiTV. We're going to fight a couple lings and drones getting chased away for a few moments, so I'm going to push back a little bit. And Queen playing is actually very narrowly getting the Reaper, which would have been a great start from Solo to remove some of the vision for Cure already. Would have been fantastic. Queens will hang around just outside the front end just to keep that Reaper pinned back and away. Queen's gonna fight, Reaper takes some damage. 3 shots coming about so far. We have our couple of Hellions on the starport commencing as well, continue to come about. We'll just have ourselves the CC finishing up very shortly here from Kira, so we'll get his natural done. We'll see what the plan will be. A couple of Lings will maneuver and wander for a few moments. Queens are there. Hellions get pushed back around the other direction. Queens will get there. Overlord will go down. The few Hellions the Reaper are going to gather back together. He's just going to fire a few shots off the... Were we attacking our own Overlord there? I think we were. I was going to say, I'm not sure what we're actually attacking at, but it's not completely ideal. And the Hellions gather up on the center, moving about a little bit for now. And Hellions coming about. Just going to see a couple quick tumors dropping, a bit of damage being done for the moment. These Banshees will come in. We had successful Banshee play last game from Kira as well. Remember, the difference really being this time is that if you do damage here as Kira, there's a much higher chance you follow up with a good push to end it this time. Drone's going down, a couple of Banshees obviously still lingering as well. Banshees will fire perfectly out of sync just to make as much noise as possible as they try and knock down this hatchery. Just get turned around again, just trying to keep that from doing too much extra. Say this the sort of position you can take advantage of as Q, a much more chance to reinforce this, to bring that back into place compared to what we saw in the last game on King's Cove. These Banes don't have speed, which means it's going to be a struggle for them to reach the units they need to reach. And hence, Kua looks very good with +1 upgrade still finished for himself. About to have 1-1 actually. He'll have that for a few moments before the upgrades finish on the other side. Seems like a pretty big deal as the Queen's going to pull back a little though. The Banshees is still busy on the other side. I think we're in a pretty good spot. Hatchery is so low, so close to full, and it's just a 5th base, but obviously Q is going to keep putting pressure in towards the 4th as well, so he's going to try and work in there. And Solo tries his best for a cleanup, and honestly takes a pretty good fight. There's quite a few Marines Coming back around, the Overseer goes down, the Queens are getting jumped on. Yeah, Soul just pushing down, and Soul's going to try and come in. A couple of those Banes really do need to connect, really, if he wants to have a chance of clearing this up, I think, but it's getting kind of tough. These Banshees are still here, whacking away at Queens right now. Again, any little bit of damage is going to add up. Tank on the high ground doing a lot. The Banes are exploding on what doesn't seem like much either. Again, there's just a few Marines left over at the end. Those low HP Queens go down now. The hatchery is clearly in trouble. Remember, if you lose this hatch, the hatch on the right side was low HP already as well, so that becomes an easy target. Couple of Banes getting grabbed. The Viper coming through, ShoWTimE upgrades, and the Adrenal Glands coming over. Yeah, rid of a couple more Banes, and with every Bane that goes down, Solo's chances continue to slip. He's getting a Viper, he's trying to get an Ultra Cavern. He's trying to make a play, but I think it's realistically just unlikely to make any difference at this point. GG's and Q it, and it's going to take us 1-1, and that means we are going to go to a third and final map here of this series. So we had to wait a little while to get into this one, but it is delivering in the end. Final map of the series is going to be on the ley lines. Actually a very fun map and potential for some exciting stuff, I imagine. Alright, let's get ley lines underway and decide whether herO gets a big win to start off there. I'm going to say second phase, this group stage again, because we saw Harstem's games already and we know the results there. We know that basically this kind of becomes a 4-player group now. So kind of phase 2, which is figuring out the positions between the competitors at this point. Double check we've got everybody, and we can go into ley lines to decide this best of 3. After this, we've got ShoWTimE versus Solar coming up. Not Solar, ShoWTimE versus Q coming up after this. ShoWTimE Solar will be happening too. That'll be a bit further down the line, so we have those games continuing further on as well. And look forward to all of that as we have players ready, casters ready, hopefully Twitch chat ready, YouTube chat ready. Let me get this ready to go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Ley lines coming up. Excuse me, I'm a little yawny apparently. In the bottom left-hand side, our red Zerg player is going to be Solar. Takes on the blue Terran on the top right. From Team Liquid, we have got Q. Three of our series. After this, we're at the halfway point of the day. 5 best of 3's done, 5 to go. Chasm pool coming up, got our barracks coming through at the front as well, so just going to get that underway. Let's be coming down. Going to move across. Let's be coming about. Third hatch coming around. Moving across for a couple moments as the Lings and the Queens continue to come about. Let's have our Reaper firing, a couple of Lings taking some damage, some hits coming through. A few moments to settle ourselves. We'll put some shots on, put some damage out. We're gonna get a Cryptium. Just gonna see the Queen gonna be there as well, trying to get some value for a few moments. It really will continue to apply some pressure. A couple of Lings trying to wrap around the Hellions, and the Queens are going to be here to try and hit those Hellions in return. But we lose 6, 7 drones. Good start from Cure, getting in early, couple Hellions only, and we get some damage out of it. Again, it's that late Ling speed from Solo that allows you to do this as Cure. Well, the next 2 Hellions try for more success. I mean, that's super early damage timing for taking 7 drones of damage as well, which is obviously a big issue. The Hellions here have to pull back. Things will continue to chase. That Hellion gets surrounded, will go down. Banshee and our cloaking continues into play, so we've seen go cloak Banshees every single game so far. We'll do it once more now. As the drones and the spore crawlers continue to come about. And our cloaking will continue to build. Pancho just trying to find some corners, cancels the Bane Nest there, tries to get that drone as it goes into the extractor. It will live. Will fight, and a couple of these, or Banshee will fight, and a couple of these Queens will continue through. Just going to be seeing ourselves the 1-1 in the Stim Pack coming online. Obviously, that's going to be where Q starts to try and push for further and to try and take advantage of some of the early drones he's been able to kill in this game. And just using those Banshees to the maximum, sitting them at max range, getting a couple more damage done. Queen's gather again. 7 drones have gone down so far. We just see the lair coming up, the Baneling Nest coming through, a couple of Evolution Chambers will finish very shortly as our hatchery continues to produce. Banshee coming over again, 1-1 melee upgrades coming about, our Baneling speed coming through, the extra Banes coming over. We have a little bit of Marine tank down on that bottom right hand side. gathering up at the moment. Start to push through. Creep team is going to take some damage. You're taking a good position already. This was what was lacking on King's Cove. These positions you can set the tanks up in and really kind of try to take advantage of. Might as well take down this hatchery. We have got the couple of bandits on the left-hand side, going to go through, hitting a hatch as well, trying to get some more damage done. I mean, like I say, already success, I think, from Kira. Now going to be heading in toward the main base. The Marine tank heading down to the south. There's going to be seeing the Ling Bane continues to come through. We do have the infestation pit coming around as well. Oh, that's a nice catch from Solo, though. None of those tanks siege. I mean, we are off creep, so the Marines can split backwards. Surprisingly good fight for Kira, considering he was unsieged and not a single siege tank shot went off on that. Well, that was going to be a little bit more one-sided, but not at all. Get rid of a few more creep tumors. Clean up a little further. And got the 2-2 upgrades coming about. Hive, Ling Bane, 2-2, Muscle Augments continue coming in as well, so we continue to bring that into play right now. Just holding position, but as we head towards Hive, I mean, you take steps close towards the point where Solo can turn these games around. Do you think it's difficult? I think Cure right now is in a very good spot, especially because he's continuing to push this same direction. Though he would be a little bit more towards creep. Oh, Solo's already just going to give up this base, pulls the drones away. It's a very quick pull away on the drones as the Queens fly back the other direction. The melee upgrades continuing about, our Hive coming through. Queens will transfuse each other, a couple tank shots already going off, our units still pressing through the bottom. And tank shots are good, there's a lot of the Ling Bane just taking free damage right now. There's a tank not even siege there from Kira, could be doing so much more. And Harry wants to come through again. Another scan comes about. We have our Queens getting jumped on. We're going to be taking one of those down. You're going to see a lot of units from Solo going across the map. So Ling Bane going to the upper right side. We'll try and slow things down. Our fourth base here might not get set up as easily. That's great, but maybe Solo can't even hold on to a fourth base of his own at this stage. He's taking a forward base as a replacement for when he eventually loses this one, which did start mining again, but we're going to evacuate the drones now. Solo's not comfortable about moving through this position into there at all. And yeah, he will let this base go down and start playing more towards the left and center of the map. Which kind of forces Kira to play less around the edges and more kind of in an open spot that his army could get surrounded in. His own fourth base forced to lift up and not morph in at the moment, so we'll have to come back to defending this in the near future. Obviously, at some point would like to get his own fourth up and running. And those Liberators set up. Just be seeing our Couple ultras coming through, Lings coming over, +1 missiles, adrenal glands, chitinous plating, all coming online currently. There's a couple of those blinding clouds coming down as well as the Ling Bane Hydra presses on through. That's a good cleanup from Solar. Kiwa, in the end, kind of stuck around too long here, I guess, right? Just stuck around too long. He has so much money to spend, by the way. If you spend all that cash, he'd be close to maxing out compared to his opponents, so could maybe get back on track there. Would be a good way to go. The problem with this base is obviously it is easily attacked from the center. Ultra is going to be a very useful kind of unit to have at this point as well. Going to be able to power through these positions a little bit more easily. And Kua pulling back. This is where the Libs are actually very useful. The Libs can do a lot against what is currently out against him. Needs to get them sieged up and in position though. I mean, Solar has once again clung on through thick and thin in this game. And it's just about now coming out on the other side of it. Yeah, we're just about coming out alive on the other side as the we'll just come moving through. +3 melee upgrade on the way from Solar, something to I8 those ultras. Also going to get the Hydra lunge available. Well, Bane's going down, so starting to re-expand. He's back up to 5 bases. And Q did a lot of work to kind of keep Solar off these bases for a long time, but it's slowing down now. Very as well Siege. Gonna get picked away. Man, that Hatcher on such low HP, those Libs just getting picked apart. A little bit of a waste sending them in when the Vipers are out. That'll probably be a lesson learned on the side of here as he comes pressing forward. Another little scan coming into position. The Bio units will start to fight against those Queens. Actually, we'll get some transfusions. Here we go. Solar going to come from both sides. An attempt to break this down as the Blinding Clouds come into play. Solar's army is melting, though. The Ghost and Liberator combo doing very well. Finally, a few Banes start to connect, but it's too late to really make that much of a difference. This one's too far gone, and Kira's going to pick up a big game against Solar here for a 2-1 victory. And Kira will start off in all the right ways right now. Like I said, that's actually very important, because the rest of this group stage is going to have some intense matchups, and I think every single match of it is going to account for a lot. So Q getting a victory there is going to be big for him. He'll move to 2-0. Our first player to get to 2-0, while Solar will drop to 1-1. Solar still has ShoWTimE and herO left to play a bit further down the line. So we are going to go into ShoWTimE versus Q coming up next, and then we are going to have ourselves herO versus Q, herO versus Solar, Solar versus ShoWTimE, and herO versus ShoWTimE. So that's what we are doing next. I guess we're going to hop on over to NA, and we'll go into the ShoWTimE versus Q matchup. Perfect. Let's get that sorted out. Going to run some ads here, guys, as it helps to support the stream and the StarCraft. So let me run those, and we'll get right back to this as, like I say, ShoWTimE and Q next on the list. Alright. 5 best of 3 still to go today, guys. 5 best of 3 still to go. So yes, plenty of action still to come. We're going into King's Cove here in a couple of moments. Starting off with this. Take a moment to get the invites out, guys. We'll take a moment or two. I'm gonna get this map, King's Cove, ready to rumble. Let's do it, I think. Let's go. Plenty of games to get through, like I say. Lots of StarCraft to cast. 5 best of 3s remaining. We had a little bit of downtime at one point, but we're past that now. Like I say, from here on out, we're going to just be going. Pretty much non-stop. Alright, game 1 of this TVP. We're going to start off in the bottom right-hand corner of the map with the blue Protoss player, who is looking for his chance to get to a 2-0 scoreline, while his opponent is looking to get to a 3-0 scoreline. ShoWTimE will be the bottom right in the blue, and the top left looking to go 3-0, like I say, is herO, as we get into game number 1 of this best of 3, and it's an early SCV on the map from herO, looking like that's going to create some danger and some fights right away. It's going to be a proxied barracks here from herO to start us off in King's Cove. And head straight into a little bit of aggression. Just looks like a Reaper. It doesn't seem like we're going to get a Marauder or anything, and Reaper will just start up. No tech labs, so yep, no Marauders just yet. To confirm that port. We had bunker down in the natural, which is obviously pretty great. So we put a bunker straight down here. Probe comes to the other side. The SCV will take some nibbles. SCV will try and fight back. And this will be just the interest for the first few moments. But if we had this bunker, I mean, that's pretty great. Obviously a safe haven for the Reaper. Forces a response from the Protoss. Kind of needs to get a battery, probably on this high ground, so you can fight the bunker comfortably. High ground so that you don't have to have the Reaper be able to hit the battery while it builds. As our Stalker actually going to be in range for one more shot? No? Oh, just doesn't get the reach. With the probe nipple as well, I thought he might have had it, but doesn't get that extra shot off. Can the Stalker hit the bunker from the high ground? It can. So that's fun, but then you don't have as much potential to hit the SCV during this as well. You see, that's the thing. This SCV is going to sit here and repair comfortably throughout this. And that means that the bunker will just have a lot more survivability than it would have originally. A little grenade comes down as we actually do hit the Stalker for a few moments here. This is ShoWTimE trying to deal with this without a battery. And herO's just going to back away and salvage the bunker. But you can't really salvage anymore because, well, as soon as the bunker takes damage, the salvage cancels. It's funny that's like, it was never going to get salvaged realistically, but I guess you may as well try. It's almost like herO forgot. There's one of those changes in that patch which is there, is effective, it has an impact on the game, and then you don't kind of think about it too much, because a lot of people stop doing attacks like this because of the fact that that bunker can't get salvaged as easily. It's much more of an investment. However, We now have 2 Marauders showing up, so this was just a Reaper to start, and now if ShoWTimE's underprepared against this, he would be in some trouble. Probes pull, though, the battery on the way, and so far it's a comfortable defense. The Hellion now showing up is going to make it much tougher for the Probes to be an important part of the defense here. The battery obviously has a lot to say as well. One Adept in front will help a lot. Stargate is up, and at first Phoenix is available. Going to lift up a very healthy Marauder, make that an easy target. 2 Hellions, though, going to go slipping by into the main base. A moment where, oh, he leaves the Marauder alive too. A moment where you wish you maybe had the Hellion lift available to get rid of one of these Phoenix, because realistically they are going to be a danger to stop. We're going to be able to lift one now, stop some of this damage, and then we should be able to clean this up. The Probes will actually get the kill. Marauders trying to move down to the low ground. Looks like we got rid of 1 Stalker, but we are going to get rid of 2 of the Marauders already, and that should just be about all they wrote as the Probes pull in, and that is going to be a defense from ShoWTimE. So ShoWTimE will defend here early on King's Cove, and will not let Kua start to truly run away with this game or anything of the sorts. A couple of Phoenix even going to go across the map. Mobile facility coming through, the warp gate will build. Both SCVs go down, the Phoenix got chased the other way. We'll see the barracks going to come over too. Phoenix firing a few more shots again. Robo facility and the gateway continue to come around. It's a good amount of Phoenix. Running up and stepping forward, heading into the main base. SCVs definitely in some danger initially. Phoenix still gather, and just going to be seeing the tech lab obviously abandoned, and you get Scav. The Phoenix obviously able to take good map control now. So ShoWTimE will play into the Robo Bay and head towards Colossus from this, and a Phoenix Colossus style is what we're going to be playing. Phoenix getting the main, the few SCVs go down. A couple of Zealots are coming through. And the Nexus is coming about here from ShoWTimE, so you bring that up. The Viking and the Siege Tank on the way as well. The army of Kua gathering in the center. Cyclones, Vikings, and Siege Tanks continue to come through the middle of the map at the moment. It's a good little push here from Kua, who is still just building many Vikings, and that's the idea, right? Have a lot of anti-air, shut down the Phoenix, and then what else does ShoWTimE really have to play with if those Phoenix are taken out? Well, the answer is actually a pretty decent clump of units. Some Zealots and an Immortal. Colossus just popped out as well. A couple of tanks will unsiege. The army comes over to the right-hand side. A couple of tanks will fire. Just going to see the Colossus. Very close to going down. The Vikings continue to come through as well. You can see that Colossus going down. Marines and the Cyclones going to continue to fight. Just going to be seeing the Nexus still taking damage. A couple of these units continue forward also. Just going to be seeing Marines getting jumped on. The Phoenix are going to be there. Vikings will take a whole bunch more damage. The Phoenix will continue to shoot. A couple of those Vikings still going down. The Zealots are going to be there as well. Siege tanks will get jumped on. This army of ShoWTimE will head towards the center of the map, so away we go. All said and done, coming out of this, ShoWTimE does have a big reset on his Phoenix count. He lost a Colossus, but he got a lot of Terran units as well. It's a very efficient trade for ShoWTimE, 3.3 to 4.5k. I think ShoWTimE's got to be smiling coming out of this and moving into this next step. I think he's got to be pretty happy with how things have gone so far. So that gathers, the tech lab will go down. On the left-hand side, the Viking's going to move across as well. Gather those up. Just going to move them around a little bit against Impact, Combat Shield, and +1. All continue to come through. The Vikings pull on back, and again, Marine Marauder Medevac continues to come around. A couple of extra barracks going to get added into play. The depots get added onto. On bringing that up. So Vikings will move across. So the Vikings gather against Impact Combat and +1 coming through. The Marauders coming about. SCV's on the way. Back to the upper left-hand side again. +1. Thermal Lance charge. Temple Archives and the gates coming through. The Nexus as well. Our Vikings will sit overhead. +1 attacks about to finish again. Marauders and the Medevac popping. I'm going to get a couple of Widow Mines on top of this. So they're going to power through too. And yeah, we just have ourselves a little bit of Bioforce. Going to grab an Observer there as well. Also a nice little catch. As Q moves towards the middle of the map. Blink, Nexus, +2 attack. All continuing up at the moment. Archon is going to be starting from ShoWTimE, so we got an Archon started, a couple of Zealots, the Observer. All of that's on the way. Q heading down the right-hand side at the moment, and we'll be seeing Q just... I mean, he's up against all these Colossus. It feels difficult for him to really achieve much right now with just a little group of Bio and some Medevacs. I guess we'll see if he can perhaps make a difference against this at some point here. See what happens. Press through. Phoenix and Colossus going to be leading the charge right now. And yeah, looking to just kind of start stepping forward right now. So Bioforce, Vikings, Siege Tank gathering up on the high ground. The army is going to gather together. Here we go. Big push from ShoWTimE looking to move on through. A couple Vikings coming through. The Ghosts are coming up. This is the strength that we've seen from Protoss lately, where they just get onto the map and they're able to start poking and pushing, use these Colossus well until there's an answer to them. The Vikings out, obviously we do have the Phoenix to help protect the Colossus, although the Observer meets the unfortunate side of the Vikings getting picked off there immediately. ShoWTimE back into the center of the map, pulling back down to the bottom side. Let's gather, and you see SCV starting to go down. ShoWTimE gets Phoenix in the main base. Obviously the Zealots poised on the left. You have the gateway there to reinforce more as well, but as long as Q is kind of back at home, it's very difficult to break through on King's Cove. This is a wall-off. I mean, this base is really your point of contact. Like I say, if Q is just defending here, this base is very hard to hit, so the Zealots can't really do anything right now. The Phoenix in the main were pretty much one of the better options that you had to harass with, so we did make use of that. And ShoWTimE forces Q into a little bit of a weaker position for the foreseeable future. So let's pull back around on the right. Prism overhead, a few Phoenix moving about. Just have ourselves the +3 attack and armor upgrade coming through. A few Zealots are going to get knocked down here as well. So we'll take those as the Bioforce from here turns back the other direction. Comes in, it's an Archon drop accompanying these Phoenix. Whoa, we're just going to recall and abandon the Archons. Supposed to get the Prism out of there. Kind of surprised he didn't try and at least recall the Archons. I think he could have got them out. At the same time, ShoWTimE is poking at the front. 6 workers going down, a disrupt shot or 2 helping. Chunk of additional gateways in production. +3, +2 on the way through. Shadow Stride coming about. Widow lines will unburrow and relocate. And now this Protoss army of ShoWTimE gonna come around the edges and look for a possible chance to attack into this 12 o'clock position. 5th base maybe under some fire soon. Thank you. We'll just sit back and let it wait. ShoWTimE is able to hold this map control. We're going to see a little bit of a dive forward, though, from Cure, and we'll see if he wants to take those units across the map. I feel like he probably has to pull it back to defend here. Kind of awkward, because now you're out of position to defend, and that's going to make it much easier for ShoWTimE to zone you. The Vikings kind of jump across, nothing stopping the Vikings from just picking off Colossus. The Archons and the Stalkers do not fight to protect those Colossus at all. Back control from ShoWTimE, I think it's fairly fair to say. Disruptor shot there is nice onto the Marines and a Ghost. Yeah, having to fight out of this corner. ShoWTimE loses a ton of stuff, and he really did end up kind of getting cornered there. And can we even get away with the Disruptors? I'm going to try and fire a couple of them. They both get denied. Oh no, we lose everything pretty much from ShoWTimE. A complete reset in this game. I don't even want to look at the army graph, but let's do it. Oh, ShoWTimE drops so heavily from 120 to 40. Trying to rebound, but he was coming across the map with now a 70 army supply lead, and yeah, I mean, Kira just able to find the much better fight in ShoWTimE's army. Like I say, did not protect the Colossus. Kind of got taken from a weird angle. He's actually going to get a fight here, which I think is pretty good. Good disruptor shot. The Zealots actually doing very well against what is just a group of Marauders. They're not cleaning up the Zealots quickly, and ShoWTimE will get a bit of a pushback. But he's pushing back with much cheaper units than what his opponent is using. I think that's a problem as well. Not being able to kind of have the longevity in that army, right? Like, if he started some tech units, I'd be a big believer. But it's the fact it's just Zealots pushing this back makes it very scary. Now some Disruptors join the fray too. Again, back to some Archons. We're making steps in the right direction, but it's a big reset that we're asking for. He did kill a chunk of Ghosts with the Disruptor shots, and with that, he just maybe buy himself some time where Q's army is not quite as good. It could be EMPs and Bio. Instead, right now, it's mostly just Bio. Had a couple Liberators in there as well. That's come about. Our Stalkers come over. Going to push on through. The couple of Archons are going to get busy and get to work. Get rid of one Medevac. Now going to get rid of some Liberators. Nice Disruptor shot again. Okay, great stuff from ShoWTimE. Actually going to keep himself alive with this. Great couple of Disruptor shots actually going to deliver for himself. Fire comes back to the center. The Liberator range is going to be an addition as well from Kira, but ShoWTimE has fought back from what was pretty terrible for him. Resources lost heavily in Kira's favor. Yeah, this game, I mean, you can see ShoWTimE's not regained to where he was at. He's brought Kira's army more down towards where he is at now. Both these players expending their banks and sitting at about 150 to 170 supply. Couple Medevacs peel off over to the sides. Medevac doing some healing here on King's Cove. As Q actually has the factory spot in the panel and the gateway on the far left. Might be worth sending a couple of units just to shut that down, just in case it becomes a factor at a moment where you can't necessarily go and deal with things, right? Alliance will gather up over on the left-hand side. The factory going to be chilling around. A few Liberators and Ghosts coming through. The +3 armor upgrade on the engineering bay. Got those final upgrades added on. We are 19 minutes in game now, pretty much, as the Bioforce continue to come through. Need to pull around, just going to be seeing our army of ShoWTimE getting into the center here currently. Starting to get these army splits, which obviously going to become pretty interesting. A couple of the medevacs is going to have to pull away. The next on the right side goes down. Now we're going back to the top. A few Zealots, the Stalkers, Archons, and the Colossus coming about as well. We put another Nexus into the center. Bio gathering currently. I've seen a couple of units moving about. Again, we do have on the right side the Stalker, Zealot, Colossus, Archon, Disruptor. Again, a bit of everything joining up in a step forward here. And a couple of SCVs will begin to go down. Decent Liberator shots coming through. And those libs going to be a big factor in terms of dictating where and where not ShoWTimE can go. ShoWTimE has a squad of units up here. A squad of units up here. We're going to go into a little bit of a base trade because Q is going to come hammering his way forward. Bio going to come through. Battery, Pylon, Nexus all in trouble. ShoWTimE will get a base of his own himself straight away. Well, I mean, I don't know if ShoWTimE's really going to be in any interest of turning around. I do not love that he's attacked into these libs so heavily. He lost an Archon and some Zealots there pretty swiftly. Now he's also fighting the planetary over there with maybe not quite enough firepower. He needs to get there ASAP. I do not love the way this base trade started for ShoWTimE. Both players have money to be rebuilding as this base trade goes on. Do we see a big turnaround at some point from either guy, or do we really just keep on pushing it? The Liberators may force ShoWTimE to turn around and just go home rather than keep playing this out. Another base of his about to drop over here. A few Zealots slowly working their way forward on the right side, but I think they'll meet their end to Liberators and Widow Mines. We actually get rid of all the defensive libs here. I thought that was going to be a big problem, but ShoWTimE's going to be able to push through them. And so he will get through. More Zealots and Stalkers warping in. Where's that warping coming from? I don't even know where he just warped into. It was actually just across the map. Yeah, he has a prism. Sorry, I'm completely blind. It was right there, under my nose. Best hide in place as the Protoss force gets towards the production lines. You know, that's dangerous. These Liberators are not preemptively siege, which I can only feel like is a mistake. And siege them up now, that could have been so much sooner. Stalkers will blink in. First lib, second lib going down. Oh, it's messy. The rest of the Stalkers not getting in reach easily. I mean, credit to the Liberators, they do a lot. That's going to be pretty much the last that they do. Now, that said, Kira has come back home. Army supplies right now favoring ShoWTimE, as the Disruptors can zone as well. Yeah, he's got a great zoning army. So this actually works very well for you because this is essentially a defense for you as ShoWTimE. You're defending this position. And so the Disruptors do so well at defending positions because they can just zone the opponent from ever being able to move into those positions. So actually turns into a pretty good setup from ShoWTimE, I think. As the Bio goes after a few probes in that bottom right base. Like I say, one of the bigger differences maybe just be the production left online. ShoWTimE having a lot of structures left, whereas Kira is losing out on pretty much all the production he originally has here. A couple of racks still taking some hits, and we are going to be seeing ShoWTimE still camping out this main queue, unable to really come back in and defend it. A little bit of Bio will go after a Zealot, go after a Stalker bottom right. Those units starting to get cleaned up as well. Trying to just hang some Liberators back in the corner. Stalker should be able to blink for one lib here. Easy shutdown. Even now going to try and aid from the low ground. I mean, like I say, it's been difficult for Q to really get these units into play because of the Disruptors. So he's trying to find any way which he can do that. Eventually here, I think ShoWTimE probably has to drop the recall to get out. Actually has DTs available too. Never missile turrets. There's a lot of orbitals, so I'm not going to say DTs are the biggest problem at all right now, but it's definitely a factor. A little sloppy fighting into those libs, which is painful. ShoWTimE probably going to lose this base on the right side. KUA has to rebuild pretty much all of his production now. KUA still has money, though. Big difference. Up 15 army supply and has the money. I think that helps a lot. He will lose, obviously, some of the army supply now, but he honestly doesn't get a terrible trade because, again, the Liberators take so long to go down. ShoWTimE has been spending his money throughout, I guess, is the difference, but like I said, eventually if KUA gets production back online, then he will just have that money to spend still, which is 100% an advantage, whichever way you look at it. SCVs pull away to this forward base, which has just been set up, and you're going to kill off the forward base there from ShoWTimE. He is mining off of this location. That's where he recalls to. 25 minutes here on King's Cove, and the base trade has somewhat reset the position. 74 to 65 army supply. Still love KUA's money banked up. Turn that into supply, and that's worth quite a lot at the moment, as ShoWTimE will have the disruptors, though, and I still think ShoWTimE in general may have the tech. Especially right now, because we've kind of killed off a lot of the tech structures, right? Bam, bam. Disruptor shots again, a couple of SCVs, nothing major. Why was ShoWTimE on KUA's main base for so long? It wasn't just about the barracks, it's also about the army there that was essentially trapped. He wanted to clean that up, because in theory that should have always been an efficient trade for him. And so he would rather clean that up than let that join up with everything else. He feels like that's one of his better opportunities. This is nice. Then you're going to get rid of all these units. It's a fantastic catch that was not expected. And that is going to be ShoWTimE benefiting from. KUA again, a little bit overzealous. Is going to do further to even up the army supply. 65, 64. And a lot of the bank of KUA is suddenly disappearing. 32 to 35 workers. Obviously, Mule's a factor potentially. Although we have had to save some scans for the potential DTs that have been lingering from ShoWTimE as well. Another Stalker warps in, so it moves up. Onto a few of those units. We get pushed back the other way. Disruptor shot fires. Gonna see those few SCVs in trouble once more. Mobile command has to lift off and back away. Prism pulls over to the sides. First disruptor going down, second disruptor has to lift up. KUA coming in from both angles here is looking for the surround to end this game. Disruptor's going to try and protect, and they're going to do okay, honestly. Lose the Colossus, though. It's going to come down to now Giselle Stalker versus everything else. A DT mixed in here. A scan, but no actual damage output on the Dog Templar. It lives until the snipe comes through to get it. Wouldn't mind shotgun to get a disruptor as well. That's painful in a moment like this. When supplies are otherwise so even. Losing a tech unit, I mean, because tech units are going to be what decides this in the end, I think. Ghost Academy and Senstar in the frontier, well, sometime we'll just try and get a couple more units. Honestly, is there a good answer to just a ton of Zealots right now? I'm actually not sure if there is. Zealots are pretty powerful, and in numbers like this, Zealots can absolutely oftentimes find themselves overwhelming. Is it enough right now? It kind of feels as though ShoWTimE is... I think the more we rebuild into Zealot Stalker and the more the Terran continues to build into Bio Ghost, the better and better this looks for KUA. Like, the supply's not in his favor right now. I don't think that really matters too much. I think it's going to come down to army size, and like I say, army quality just isn't really there for ShoWTimE. If KUA hits a couple of good EMPs, actually come in with a disruptor drop there for a few SCVs even. One EMP into the center of the Stalkers. Going to be seen at bio-fighting. KUA, it's convincing. The Zealots do not have the numbers to overwhelm, unfortunately, for ShoWTimE. It's going to be GG. KUA takes it. And with it, a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 after a well-fought battle. GG's. Damn, that was quite an intense game. That was pretty darn cool. Very, very cool. Alright, we are going to get into game number 2, guys. So, like I say, fun start. Game number 2 will be on ley lines. We'll give it a moment. We had some ads. We actually just... I think the ads might have even clipped over the end of the game. I have no control over them because we used all the snoozes because of how long the game was and games before it as well, so... A little awkward, but I'm sure we'll make it work as we throw some invites out and we get ready for game 2. Ads nailed the timing. Yeah. Alright. We'll give it about a minute, guys. Actually, not even a minute, like 30 seconds, I guess, because the ad started in game, apparently. So 30 seconds, and we'll kick off into game 2 here. It'll be ley lines. As Q holds a 1-0 lead in this WardiTV February Group B. Hope everyone is doing well. Thank you for joining us today. If you're enjoying the games, do consider hitting the follow button on the stream, subscribing and liking on the YouTube. We appreciate it if you do. Double checking we've got everyone and I think we can start. It's good. The watch button. This off. We're gonna go into ley lines. Ley lines, ley lines. Alright, let's head in game. As we have got in the bottom left-hand side, our blue Protoss player. This is ShoWTimE down a game after a pretty monstrous effort in the opener. I kind of felt like he was going to bring it back. I kind of felt like he was going to get it, to be honest, but not quite the case. So it gets settled on down. Alrighty, game number 2. And we already go proxy heavy here from Cure for a second game. Double racks proxy coming up over on the side to settle that down. Straight up Marauder proxy as well, so going to be very dangerous. A lot of firepower in this one. And get this set to go. Concussive shells coming through, the extra Marauder coming in, the SCV pulls to the side. Two SCVs gathering together. Marauder's coming up, concussive shells halfway done. We have our Stalker Corona boosted on the gateway. Battery still building on the main. And from the Marauders, so ShoWTimE already set on the high ground. He's going to cancel the Nexus last second. Now you've got to come up the ramp to fight, which obviously makes life a bit tougher. There's a battery up here as well. Stalkers will get a couple shots initially. The facility will finish shortly. Again, the warp gate is coming through. I think ShoWTimE for now is looking fine. Robo facility coming up for him as well. What I do worry about a little bit, he's only on 2 Stalkers. This gateway was inactive for a while. He is now going to pull probes. I guess he was believing in the power of kind of getting towards the robo facility, but I do think he's in a very dangerous spot because two Stalkers are difficult to keep alive right now. Using the wall very well, but he loses one, the other is low. I mean, now you've basically got probes fighting Marauders, not much else. There's a sentry that will force field and buy you all the time you need. Underground vision still available because there's an SCV up here. No, one cheeky SCV in the engineering bay. It's such a frustration. It will continue to provide high ground vision as the Immortal will be popping shortly, but one Immortal versus what's currently, what, like 6 Marauders? Here come the probes pulling in again from ShoWTimE. He's already lost 9 workers in the game. Battery will go down, so the Immortal will not have that to aid it. Immortal pops. One-shots one Marauder. Has to two-shot the others. It's not good enough. Now you have another Stalker warping in, but that's a big reset on the tech unit there. We'll just keep pushing up. The battery's still healing. I think this is going to be a pushback as the Stalker is going to be just about coming back through. Marauder taking a little bit more damage once again. A few more shots coming around. Well, factory comes in. The warp prism is coming up. ShoWTimE getting the prism coming through on the robo facility. A couple units are going to come through the front there. We will step our way forward. The Marauders are going to get down to the bottom. Stalker comes down. Immortal can continue to fire. The Marauders will get that Immortal now. The Stalker going down too. The Sentry will follow. ShoWTimE chasing down the ramp, but it goes wrong. Such a shame to see ShoWTimE losing out here, because I felt like the first game was very fun from him. Just that one really bad fight even brought it back a lot from there. That one really bad fight really said a lot about what was going to happen, huh? herO goes to 3-0. We'll be seeing herO again against herO right now, in fact, actually. So actually going to get herO versus herO right now. We're going to hop over to Korea because that's where my replays are for this series and for the next couple of series, because we're just having these played out earlier today. We do it in such a way that it works out nicely for the players involved and so on. Cool. Never seen a build this good, yet this easy to execute. I can promise you, when I try and execute proxy Marauders, it does not look like this. It's powerful, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if it really comes into the idea of being easy. So yeah, herO is next. And then, I mean, herO could go 4-0 and guarantee himself first place already. That would be exciting. It's a possibility right now. So yeah, that'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of a shocker as well. That would leave ShoWTimE, Solar, and herO obviously left to play against each other and really just scrapping for... It'd actually be really cool, because then they'd all be 1-1, and then we'd have a real scrap over this final place in the group. On a couple places. Yeah, this group's turned into be a fun one. Kind of expected. We knew this group was pretty fun to begin with, right? So... not too surprising. See it turn that way. Alright, I think we're good to go on to King's Cove, guys. Let's kick this off. Let's keep the games rolling. Oh, let's give 15 seconds for some ads, guys. How do you nerf Proxy Marauders? Isn't it a good thing to have Proxy Marauders in the meta? I think Proxy Marauder is a good thing to have. It keeps Protoss players honest, keeps them from being super greedy every game. Do you think ShoWTimE has a chance? That's a good question too. Would have to beat one of herO and solo realistically to go through right now. That ain't easy. Plain and simple, that ain't easy. Not impossible. I can believe in ShoWTimE. I can believe in ShoWTimE. Alright, let's click the watch button. Let's get into this herO Kira series, guys. We've got more games to get through. As we have 4 best of 3s remaining today. Thank you for joining us as we head into this next matchup. Game number 1 will be on King's Cove. A lot of TVPs done up on King's Cove today, so you just spent 30 minutes on this map. Let's get back into it. In the bottom right corner, our blue Protoss player looking to have a better shot against this guy than anyone else has had today. This is going to be herO. He takes on the red Terran. In the top left from Team Liquid, we've got Kua. Putrasena, thank you so much. Putracana? I'm trying to say your name properly. Thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the generosity of dropping your sub on the channel. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope everyone is having a great day again. Once more, this is a WardiTV tournament, which means that I will ask for your support. If you've got a spare sub going around, if you've got a Prime sub available, if you're just feeling generous and you've got a few dollars to spend on a sub or gifting some subs, etc., it all goes a long way towards us running more events just like this one. So do consider supporting. Like I say, these tournaments do not happen without you guys being awesome and helping them to happen. We are doing our best to keep as much StarCraft 2 on the Twitch as possible. We want to keep on streaming as much as we can. Thanks for the Prime reminder, says Hyperion99. 3 months on the Prime as well. Thank you so much for using it, like I say. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. There's no greater waste than a Prime sub that doesn't get used. It just sits there. It does nothing. It's free money. It's free money to be given to a streamer. And support StarCraft 2 with it. I'm not saying everyone in the stream has a Prime, but if everyone in the stream had a Prime and used it, that would be $2,500 or something every month that we could put into a StarCraft. That could just be a StarCraft 2 tournament every month, you know? That is our monthly event with a prize raise. Primes are powerful. Use them if you've got them. Say, all your support really does go a long way, guys. Helps us out a whole bunch. Reaper, sorry, came off of that proxy. He's going to go Reaper into the concussive shot Marauders against. This is what we saw him doing earlier as well against Harstem. Harstem kind of just rolled over and died to it, unfortunately. We'll see what Kua is able to do against herO with this build order now as the Hellion chases up. We're actually going to get that probe. And obviously the Hellion is seen, so you know this Hellion's as well here as herO. He's got a wall off on this low ground. So yeah, Kua used this build earlier and very well for him. Let's see how herO tries to adapt to defend it, because a couple Marauders will step forward. Going to get straight onto this pylon. That's an issue because that pylon's taking a lot of damage and nothing else powers this gateway. I put another pylon right next to it right now. Adept, 2 Stalkers going to try and chase away and will do so, but like I say, the depowering is pretty rough. Hellion tries to slip by. We got a lot of damage on it with the Adept chasing. I think we're going to clean this up with maybe 1 probe loss if the Hellion even stops to fire. Meanwhile, the Marauders come back through though, and Stalker's taking some shots now. Probe's taking the attention. Pylon's going to go down again. herO's definitely having a rough start of this game. Another Marauder showing up. Stalker gets forward. Just going to have to turn and fight and do as much damage as we can. Can we at least get rid of 1 more Marauder? We can. Warp Gate going to be done in a second, but another Stalker going down. Here's the Immortal. That will be the cleanup, but it took a long time, and it took you a lot of probes being pulled as well. He was about to have a CC back at home behind this, so looking to be in a comfortable position following up. But now as I just want to say thank you as well to Cloud Computing for the Prime sub as well. Thank you so much, mate. I was just waiting for a gap in the action to say thank you. I appreciate it. And yo, NATO Flex coming in with the fresh new sub as well. Thank you so very much. And NetBean on the 10-month resub on the Prime. Thank you for being the circuit. I really hope I'm not the circuit. I really hope we have something more than me. We'll do our best to fill as much StarCraft as we can if we need to, though. Thank you so much for the 10 months. Thank you, NATO Flex, for the fresh sub. Thank you for kicking off a little hype train, even. A little sub, a genuine little sub train. 3 subs in a row. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. Alright, Stalker, Prism, coming across. We do put some pressure on. Barracks is going to be taking some damage. Are you tripping, or is this the 4th consecutive match with Cure playing? No, you're not tripping. That's how this works. Everyone plays everyone. So the sometimes the way we watch it is just a bunch of the same players in a row. The scheduling works out like that sometimes. We did 4 Harstem games in a row to begin the day as well. Those Cyclones will lock, and those Cyclones will turn around the couple of units there. We try and get across to the left-hand side where this bunker is going to start taking some damage. The SCVs pull through. With the SCVs pulling in, the bunker is going to drop already. The Observer just going to be there as well. The Stalkers trying to get across to the side. Obviously, it's the Cyclones in that Prism, or in that Medevac, sorry, that are trying to relocate. Useful units for like a certain amount of this game, but there's going to be a point where those Cyclones just don't do anywhere near as much anymore, and at that point, life's going to become a lot more difficult as Stalkers, Immortal, and Prism head down to the bottom. Some Stalkers load up, we pull around the right-hand side. Medevac has a couple of Cyclones coming down the left. The Stalker's going to go after a Tech Lab as well. We'll clean that out and load the Stalkers into the Prism right here. Medevac on the left-hand side is going to come down that direction again. The Observer going to move across. Two Cyclones going to aim through the bottom side of the map and head toward the main base. The Observer around the left side will make its way up once again, and we go into the main base. A couple of Cyclones we're thinking about dropping, not quite going to happen. Cyclones lock onto that pylon. That pylon is going to go down, so the pylon will fall. And we see the Prism taking a couple shots damage as well. We just see the Medevac having to escape through the bottom. Stalker's going to be there. Actually, really felt like he was going to get a few more shots on that Medevac and try and get rid of it. Doesn't quite happen in the end. Cure's supply already looking fantastic. I mean, I think repercussions from herO taking so long to clean up that attack early are starting to show. 50 workers each right now. herO's army supply way down on Cure's. His tech not exactly ideal. Look at the unit comp right now from herO, and it's going to be, yes, okay, some High Templars and Storm, but like he doesn't have a ton of Zealots, he doesn't have a ton of support, he doesn't have a ton of tech units, so what he has is very limited, and that's going to be a factor as this game gets set up. So that bio goes around the right. Next, these Zealots get warped in, the cannon coming online, +1 attack about to finish on the Forge, the Blink Chrono Boost on the Twilight Council. Tanks going to siege. We are going to see the Zealots going to try and lead into this. Going to drop the High Templars on top of the tanks to give them a chance to storm. Oh my goodness. What an ugly fight for herO. He couldn't have approached that in a worse way. He loses everything and the Storms do barely anything. I mean, I don't think he was in a great position to take a fight anyway, realistically. But that really wasn't it as those Zealots go charging forward. 1 tank, 2 tanks, both going down. Stalkers and the Immortal going to be there as the Medevac gets pushed away. The cannon going to get a few shots off, and that Medevac taking some damage again. A few more shots coming about. A lot of units just from here are going to counterattack, which might create a bit of confusion for Cure, but overall, I love where he's at. He's actually going to force a recall. Those units going across are going to recall in, but that's just a couple of Immortals and Stalkers. Widow Mine goes off. Bio will get rid of at least one Immortal here. We lift up, we back away. In the middle of the map, herO is going to clean up a few Bio units there at least, so herO is having some small victories in amongst what has been a grand scheme of losses, honestly. Medevac, Marine Marauder, Widow Mines in production once more. Give ourselves the +2 attack upgrade. Just look for a boost now at the Forge and the Zealots. Charging into the Natural and the Bunker taking some damage. Widow Mines and Bio units coming back across this other side. A couple Widow Mines are going to kabang, and that's a couple of Zealots going down already. The Widow Mines going down too. Bio Force still trying to get going. A couple of High Templars trying to storm it up. Or, I mean, Archon just dies to a Widow Mine as well. Now walking into the storm with those Zealots. herO losing 15 probes on the other side, leading into this attack. He is just not going to get enough done. As Cure is going to extend his lead to about a 50 supply advantage. And he's going to be looking extremely good for this opening game against herO. And if Cure wins this series, he's 4-0 in the group. He is going to get out of here in first place. First place means you advance straight to the quarterfinals. You don't have to play a round of 12 matchup, which is a huge factor. So that is looking pretty great at the moment. SCVs going down. Again, Ghost, Marauders, Viking. Just all this stuff. I mean, look at the production tab here. An Armory, Ghost. Talk about prepping for the future, basically, where on the other side we are not going to be really having much of anything. Nice storm, hits some of the bio again. But herO needs more than a nice storm. He needs something shy of a miracle. There goes the Prism, dies with the Widow Mine shot. A little bit of a slap in the face, all things considered. Will MaxPax be invited to this tournament? That really depends on if my final invite accepts or declines. If they decline, I do have a spot open. I talked about this yesterday. I kind of just forgot about MaxPax when I did the invites. Not gonna lie. Sounds a bit stupid, but there's just a lot of Protoss players to invite in this day and age, and I don't know. I got excited about all the other pros I was inviting. I just completely forgot about MaxPax for a little bit. So yeah, we will see. I really, like I say, depends on my other invite. I've already sent an invite out to someone else. So if they accept, will not be space, but if they decline, there is a possibility. Fire working down at the bottom, the Prism going to be there. Feedback. We take a couple Ghosts and get rid of their energy. The Ghost getting underneath and the Marauders stimming forward. Prism just about escaping away off over to the bottom right-hand side. Archons and Zealots continue to gather up. Prism getting healed up by the battery. EMP not landing just yet. Kira's just going to fall back. Playing very safe, and I think most of that comes to the fact it's King's Cove. It's not easy to attack into a 3-base Protoss. This base only just coming down. If that was already up, I think Kira would have committed onto it, but yeah. Oh, that's a freeze. That's not good. Is that me? Oh, that's a lovely one. We have internet, though. You guys can still hear me, right? Yeah, this is literally just my, BattleNet disconnecting. Yeah, the best part is that it's not even... Yeah, the best part is that, actually... Oh, there we go. It's literally, like, my second PC, which is hosting the game, didn't lag out. It's literally watching me lag out, but we came back, so we're good. Apparently it's not good. Okay, well... Okay, it's multiple people lagging out right now. It's the Korean servers throwing a hissy fit, guys. Classic Korean server. Hissy fit. Alright, bit of bio. Gets across, couple of Zealots gonna get jumped on. And we'll see if we can just recover without having to do... I don't want to jump out because I feel like this game is on the verge of ending. I don't want to have to jump out and reload a 14-minute game and stuff, you know? So if we could just... if we just survive through to the end of this game, at least that would be lovely. Couple scans coming down. Ghosts are going to shoot. The Observer goes down as well. Bio Army still collecting together. Couple of EMPs potentially going to come through. Snipe. High Templar goes down. Battery going to do some healing. Big Bioforce going to start stepping through the Prism. Drops a couple of High Templars off. Trying to make this exciting, but I think the reality is it's just not that exciting. To me, I mean, herO's going to try and take a fight here. If herO does anything successful in this fight, I'll be mesmerized because there should be a crushing defeat in every way, shape, and form. Zealots will go down. It's another nice storm. Okay, to be fair, the storms and the flanking High Templar were very good. If I'm Kira, I'm maybe a little bit afraid of another game because if the game is any closer, herO might be able to take good enough fights to absolutely win out. I think there's a couple moments there which were not as pretty as they maybe could have been. More shots continue to come through. Bio goes moving back across. A couple Storks coming over. Storm coming down. Bio goes going to take some shots. Disruptor shot going to fire. Going to go in the middle of nowhere. I'm just going to keep coming through. Liberator is going to continue to play sieging. And we are just going to say GG's. Kira is going to take game number 1 of this best of 3 series. So, Kira takes the first game of the matchup, and he is going to get that. I mean, it was like 10 minutes, and I was like, okay, herO is dead. And we somehow got to the 16-minute marker, which is pretty nuts. All things considered, I think it's pretty fair to say. Game number 2 will be coming through in a moment. Guys, it's going to have to run ads because we had that super long game. It's kind of skewed the ads, so just to be safe, I'd rather run ads now than potentially have ads during the game again. It's just going to be doing that. We'll go from there. Alright. Eldorado coming through. We'll get this hosted, but like I said, we'll take a couple of moments. Yeah, I'll take a couple of moments, guys. Just need to invite, and we'll take about a minute or so for ads still. Hopefully the server smooth out. Yeah, these are replays, so in theory I could just transfer the replays to Europe or something if I have to. If it's really bad. I just didn't really want to... just because these games were already on Korea, the replays were already on Korea, it was just an ease of posting them on Korea, you know? But if it gets really bad, we can just swap servers. That's the beauty of having the replays at this point today. Again, these games are replays because we had the live matches played earlier. During those live matches, we simultaneously play additional matches. And so we do 2 matches at the same time. It means the players were done an hour ago, whereas we are continuing to cast some cool games. So we get, 5-6 hours of StarCraft. The players only have to be here for 2.5 to 3 hours. It works out in both ways. Keeps the players' days short. It gives us a longer stream. Kind of a win-win-win for everyone. So yeah. Alright. I was going to say, I feel like we're missing someone from the lobby. There they are. Can kick this off. Game number 2. Alright, we're going to go into El Dorado, game number 2. KURE leads 1-0. If KURE wins this map, we are going to be seeing KURE taking a 2-0. That would be huge, right? And then he would be 4-0 in the group. He would be first place straight through to the quarterfinals. In the bottom left, it is going to be... Hello. The blue Protoss player. It is going to be herO. In the bottom right, our red Terran taking the 1-0 lead, looking for a 4-0 first place finish in this group. That would be impressive. It's KURE. Kind of funny that we start off with Harstem, who unfortunately went 0-4. But then we are on our way to potentially then going into all the KURE matches, and he may potentially here go 4-0. That's a pretty wild... Yeah, pretty wild kind of comparison, and obviously kind of leaves us in an interesting place where we're then going to have 2 spots to be decided over the final 3 players. Solar, ShoWTimE, and herO still have to play against each other. So those games are, if herO loses this and KURE gets to a 4-0, those games will pretty much just decide. It'll be a 3-player round robin to figure the final spots out. Alright, Pro gonna nibble, Deeper comes down, we'll get our racks and our gas coming through. The Cybercore builds on the other side of the map from herO, so we get that started. We get that underway. And away we go. We've got a Cybercore, Nexus coming through, Factory coming up from KURE. The Probe's gonna turn around from herO, and going to be satisfied with what we've seen so far, which is honestly not all that much. Oh, all over 47. Thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. I appreciate it. How you doing? Thank you so much for priming us up. Thank you for all the subs lately. You had a really good sub day yesterday, guys. We're trying to get back to 700, which is a great constant to be at. But every sub really helps because, like I say, we're trying to keep StarCraft 2 alive over here. And, yeah, we are trying to do that with your support, as we always have done. If you guys are... I mean, I will just say this because some people out there, if you guys do want to continue seeing StarCraft, like I say, those are great ways to support. I know some people just don't know, but if you just want to sponsor a tournament, if you're just putting out to have a bunch of money and you love StarCraft 2 and you would like to run a tournament, you can always reach out as well. This might seem like the craziest thing to mention, but it keeps happening. Where people keep emailing me like, hey, I never really realized, but you just take money off people to run tournaments. I'm like, yes, I do. So, feel free to reach out. Twitch, Twitter, Discord, wherever. Email. If you're genuinely just interested in sponsoring stuff, we can put stuff together. Like I said, it seems crazy to say it, but it keeps happening. So, you know. What's up, Bad Philly? Thank you so much for the fresh new Prime sub. And hello, Zerglin on the 96-month resub as well, mate. 96 is a multiple, no? That's a year resub. Is that 8 years? Holy. 8-year resub from hello, Zergling. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Medevac comes boosting over into the main base. It's going to be a Widowmine and a few Marines. It's going to step through. And it's going to be seeing the Stalker taking quite a bit of damage. I mean, herO in position, but that has not stopped KURE from being able to push the Stalker back. We're going to... Oh, I love the retarget on a Stalker. Oh, he gets the double kill off the Widowmine. One Stalker was low, and because of that, the splash kills it. It's a great retarget, because herO's probably like, okay, I give up this Stalker that's already hurt, and I can get through and defend. Instead, he loses 2 Stalkers, then he still lost 4 Probes. He gets a cleanup, but I think Q is very happy with this trade. 2 Stalkers are expensive, 4 Probes is a disruption. It's kept the Stalkers back so they're not in position to be aggressive when Blink is finishing. Yeah, very good starting point here. Let's just have our Cyclone gathering up in the high ground. We do see the Stalkers coming across to the far right. Banshee, Siege Tank, Marine, Cloakane all coming up. Add a Nexus on from herO. We got our third base going on the left-hand side from herO as well. So we got our third base up and rolling here. Pylon going to drop down into position. So we see our Stalkers blinking across. A couple of SCVs will begin to go down. Stalkers continue to try and chase. Would love to get a blink up to the high ground. Siege Tank doing very well to continue picking away at those Stalkers. 7 SCVs going down so far. Cyclone will now lock on. Going to chase those Stalkers over to the corner. It's going to be a couple of these Stalkers going down as well then, so they will get picked away at. We get a recall into play. We lose a Stalker as well, so we recall and then it loses out anyways. 7 SCVs is nice, but all of a sudden we cloak up and in we go. Fortunately, we're a little bit afraid that there's going to be detection available, which there is. There's 2 observers on the map, and so I think a smart pullback to use this Banshee a little bit later on, because yeah, there's a very high chance that you're going to get a chance to use it a bit further down the line instead. So couple of Marines and the Siege Tank come through. The other Banshees in the main base, and there's no battery in position just yet, and the Observer's out of location too. So we get 3 more workers, and a lot of this is just setting up for your army to come through the center and take position. That's exactly what we're aiming for through the middle of the map. That's going to be a huge factor. There's a couple probes come down this ramp. We're going to get rid of those very easily and comfortably. Goodbye to those guys. Thankful Siege. A couple Stalkers getting turned around, and we get back onto the pylon. Will go down as well. The Raven continues over. This Observer just drops. The pylon falls down. The Nexus continue to take some damage. 6 probes dead at the moment. Stalker's going to blink out through the bottom side. The Banshee moves in toward the main base. Again, Marines, tanks, and Cyclone gathering together. Nexus still taking some shots. I think the Banshee hitting away at a few of these probies. And a few of those workers continue to go down. There goes 1. Here goes 2. I mean, this is just a huge push in. I mean, here is not stopped. A couple of the tanks are going to be out on the edges, but we've actually denied charge. Oh, Pylon finishes up. It's pretty clutch. Can we actually finish the Twilight Council off in time? I think we do. Charge will not complete here. That's a major slowdown, a major advantage that herO was about to get to, that he will now not be able to utilize at all. 2 more Stalkers popping up. Another couple Stalkers coming over. Marines, tanks gathering as well. Uh-oh. Tanks just going to absolutely blast those Immortals. Marines firing through also. Stalker's going to blink after the Raven. No. Oh. Run, Raven, run! He's going to get out of there, actually. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, good job by the Raven. Stalker's still going for him, but he ain't going to get there. Oh, he is. I don't know why I just completely disregarded the fact that Stalkers can blink, but I did for a moment. As Kua. Feels like you did a lot with this. I mean, you're coming out of this 11 workers in the lead. You're coming out of this 7 army supply in the lead. Third base building. Your opponent's third has to rebuild. I mean, come on. He has to rebuild a Twilight, a third Nexus. This is a complete disaster from herO in this game. He is not in a great spot, and it might just be Kua is going to take first place in this group, which is awesome because herO's been playing great lately. If I had to predict a first place going into today, it would have easily been herO. But Kua has played some solid SC2 today as well. I think he played great against Solar outside of that King's Cove game, which I don't know why that King's Cove get into the map pool, honestly. And then we also have the, the games against ShoWTimE was pretty sick. Yeah, cool to see Kua playing well. Fun to watch him succeed, because I didn't know what to think of Kua lately. I felt like he was kind of starting to trail off a little bit, but he bouncing back slightly as a couple Widow Mines will unload up to the high ground. Mortal just trying to harass. We'll get a reactor. I mean, herO's just trying to pick whatever he can get at the moment. He needs some sort of damage. There's just not a lot of damage available while the Terran sits on only 2 bases, but they have the luxury of sitting on only 2 bases because there's no reason to move off of 2 bases for the foreseeable future. Right, you have no reason to move away from this, as that was I actually don't know what that was. Is that just a medevac? Something just went down here. I didn't quite catch what that was, but I think it was an air unit. As the Widow Mines will drop. Maybe it was one of the Banshees from the other side, actually. It's just getting repaired or so. But it might go for 3 workers. Banshee's going to try and pick away at the battery. And our Stalker's here. We just need an observer, and apparently that's not nearby. But the Prism will back it up again. The Banshee will back it up, and realistically the Bioforce is taking another chance to come through the middle of the map. But looking to kill off this 3rd base and to win this game, as Kua is in a fantastic spot here. Game number 2 of this best of 3. Looking like it's going to be his, and a 4-0 on the horizon for him. Huge deal. Yeah, map score is going to start becoming a huge factor in this group as well. It'll be actually very fun to see what the map score of each of the players is coming out of this series, because then we can actually talk a little bit about what's really necessary for each player to advance. Because there's a world where going 1-1 in the round robin that's about to come up between the 3 players is just not going to be good enough for some players because map score is already so favorable. For example, ShoWTimE was the only guy to lose a map to Harstem. Solo's the only guy to take a map off of Kua. Those are a couple things that could help, for example, right? So in theory, I guess Solo's in the best position. ShoWTimE's in the worst. herO's kind of in a middling spot. So all Solo needs to do is probably just not go 0-2 from here. It's going to be interesting. This game is not over yet, apparently, as Storm is going to finish, but it's going to take a fight or two for me to be convinced to start hyping this up again, because I think this game may as well be over, but let's see. I mean, with 12 workers behind, you could argue that herO's going to have one shot with some Storms, and maybe some initial Storms can make a fight go your way. I don't really believe in it, but he's not left the game, so I'll accept that it might still happen, I suppose. Let's gather up. A few extra Zealots coming through. Marines, Widow Mines coming online. Engineering Bay and the Armory coming up as well. Guardian Shield popping, and we are going to have our Bio Units just going to start fighting here. Storm comes down. Bio Unit's going to move it to the side. Well, we do have ourselves the Bioforce coming up. It's going to be having ourselves another round of units warping in. Another Storm on that ramp. Well, Stalkers are going to get hit. Our Bio Units are firing. Zealots are still working their way forward. Zealots taking a whole chunk of damage. Another Storm on this ramp. Marines taking damage. Marauders taking shots. High Templars are out of energy. Kua still leads by 40 supply, including a worker advantage. Now, considering the Protoss usually wants to be ahead 10 workers, the fact you're down by 7, also on 0-0 upgrades to 1-1, Terrans starting 2-2. Again, there's just so many reasons why you don't love this as a Protoss. You're now very Archon heavy against someone who actually has plenty of Ghosts and still some Mines as well to supplement. Maybe the Mines go down, but I mean, the Ghosts alone are going to get rid of a lot of these Archons and nullify what they can do. Immediately one Archon in the front is just going to melt, no shields left on it. They're actually out of EMPs, so the other Archons will stand their ground a little bit. We actually saved that Archon that was low shields, by the way, so credit where it's due. Good micro from herO is keeping a very lost game somewhat alive. Top left, that Marine just nibbling up on the pylon as well, working our way through that. A few probes transferred to that upper mineral line. A few Zealots get through, picking off the Marine as well. 2-2 upgrades still building on the engineering base. So take a moment to breathe. Thank you so much, Artemis Fowl 44 HD. 2-month resub. Thank you for everything regarding SE2. Thank you so much for supporting it, mate. Again, appreciate the sub. Thank you so much for 2 months. Here's hoping for many more. There's our Bio. We'll lose a... He's actually going to get a great surround. Oh. It's our second recall of the game that's going to do absolutely nothing. Not every day you see a recall 0 units. So that's going to be one that happens twice. Now, if we lose a few SCVs, it's not worth the Stalkers going down, though, as herO's already struggling for numbers. He's in a situation where he needs every unit to be traded out efficiently. And right now, every unit is just not being traded out efficiently is the problem. Earthquakes coming around, some more Vikings coming up. We haven't had much need for Vikings. I think maybe one died earlier. I think YouTube chat pointed out, thank you very much, that what died over here that I was confused about might have been the Viking chasing the prisms, so that does make sense. A couple of Widow Mines burrow. Storms are just kind of shy of the mark. That's the problem, you've got to put those Storms down kind of ahead of time. Come over. Archon going to be taking some hits. Couple Archons going to be taking hits. Zealots in trouble. High Templars drop the Storm again. Bio pulling back. The Ghost pulling back. Archons will fall. The Zealots are going to drop. I mean, I was expecting this fight to happen 5 minutes ago again. 2 games where I feel like herO did not need the last 5 minutes of the game to really happen. But he gives a lot of respect to herO, and he'd rather play it much more safely than sorely. Yeah, he'd rather just not take any risk at all, right? And that's pretty much what happens as that bio comes through. GG's. KUA will take game number 2, and KUA will finish this group 4-0. What an amazing result for KUA. That is a, that's an awesome result, and that's going to be a very fun one for us to follow through. GG. So KUA gets himself the first player guaranteed into the quarterfinals of the WardiTV February event. So that's going to put herO, Solar, and ShoWTimE at 1-1. They all lost to KUA. They all beat Harstem. Like I said before, the map score going into this is Solar is at +1 map score, herO's at 2-2, so he's 0 map score, and ShoWTimE's at 2-3, so -1 map score. Why that's important is because, for example, say Solar beats herO, herO beats ShoWTimE, ShoWTimE beats Solar, then ShoWTimE must outmap these guys to be able to, because they're all going to go 1+1 again. ShoWTimE is in need of outmapping the guys, whereas Solar could do that while just kind of dropping a map or two and still be okay. So Solar is in the best position, but none of them are safe, because if Solar just loses out, then it doesn't matter at all, right? You know, if you lose 2 games, then herO and ShoWTimE are both going to have 2 wins. You're going to have 1 win only still as Solar. So it's very important for Solar to just win a match, and he should be good. I actually think if Solar just wins one, he should be fine, unless it ends up in a 3-way tiebreaker. But I think that's very difficult to do. I think that's very difficult to do when the map scores are the way they are. Maybe if ShoWTimE goes 2-0 Solar, he would be 4-3, 3-4. I'm not even going to try and figure it out. TLDR, there's potential for a tiebreaker, and if that comes around, Solar is most likely in the best position as it stands. So, yes, we do have a few more remaining matches. 3 best-of-3s remaining. And up next will be herO versus Solar, so we go into some PvZ. I think it's herO Solar, and then ShoWTimE Solar. And then ShoWTimE herO. Maybe we could do ShoWTimE herO second last. Would you guys be okay with that? Just to maybe get the PvP done. Maybe we do PvZ, PvP, PvZ instead of 2 PvZs, PvP. Mix it up a little bit. I don't know what you guys think. I feel like I'd like to do that instead of just casting the same matchup twice and then PvP at the end. Yeah, I think I'm into that. Yeah, that'd be good. So maybe we'll do ShoWTimE herO after this. How about that? Also, I mean, it depends who wins here as well. Could make it interesting too. Because, like, for example, say herO beats Solar. herO ShoWTimE. If herO beats ShoWTimE and herO's say herO's the favorite, then if herO beats ShoWTimE, then actually ShoWTimE Solar would just come straight down to being, we know that's an elimination match potentially, so maybe it's better to, maybe no matter what, it's actually better to follow the winner's game from this into the next match. Because then if Solar wins and then he beats ShoWTimE, then herO ShoWTimE is an elimination match. So actually, yeah, let's do it. Let's just do it as whichever player wins this series, we will do their other series next. Because it's very possible that they make the final matchup of the day a straight-up winning in. Yeah, I think let's do it like that, because it could potentially just eliminate the whole talk of tiebreakers and stuff. Whereas the other way around, it could potentially go 1-1, and we're talking about tiebreakers that may never still come up, you know? Let's do it like that, okay. I like it. Perfect. Alright, are we good? Do we have everyone in the lobby? I think we do. Looks good to me. I think we are officially good to begin. This Protoss versus Zerg, best of 3, herO versus Solar. As we get into Series 8 for us today. It's been a while since we did these 10 best of 3 days, some longer streams. I'm into it, guys. I'm enjoying the longer games again. Very, very fun. To get back on track with that. Let's take this away, shall we? Well, let's party on. You have no idea what I'm saying? That's okay. I'm just trying to figure out the best order to do the remaining matchups in that will keep the storylines as exciting as possible, is the TLDR. But you don't have to worry. I'll explain why we do the next matchup when we do it for whatever reason. For now, we're just going to herO versus Solar. In the top right-hand side, our blue Protoss player This is herO. In the bottom left, our red Zerg from Falcons. It is Solar. Game 1 of this best of 3. You thought they removed this race from the game? No. This race does exist. This race does exist. And they do even sometimes play tournament style. Alright guys, PvZ, we follow this probe early, that's what PvZ is all about as we come through. Talking about a couple drones coming around. Drone gonna nibble, probe gonna take some damage. Cybercore Nexus coming about, piling the assimilator coming through. We do have this Overlord of Solar heading toward the upper right hand side, toward the natural expansion for a couple of moments. Overlord will be chilling, moving forwards here as we just have the Adept Chrono boosting out, and that will obviously come onto the map. That was like the tag team, boom, substitute out, probe. I'm done scout, I'm gonna get to work. The Adept now gets to become the scout on the map, and we tag him in as the Stargate, gonna be a very reasonable and just normal opener from herO here as well. So we get that Stargate on the way up, the Adept and the Warp Gate coming through, the Adept steps up. A few Lings are gonna nibble at the rocks there as well. And let's just make sure you don't misclick. As the Adept continues through. Again, Link Speed coming about, Queen, Lings, drones, hatchery coming through. We get settled down. Couple Lings gonna come through, Queen gonna be firing. It's gonna be seeing the Oracle. And the Warp Gate continuing, the Lings will get a grab there. There's a couple of Queens going to fire through. The Link Speed is going to be finishing very shortly. And the Adept just back away. Not a bad little start, right? You get ourselves, an Adept, trade out for a few Lings. It's early units that are very inconsequential in a lot of scenarios. Very rarely, maybe missing one Adept maybe opens a bit more of an attack on a third or something. I think in the grand scheme right now we're going to be okay, so... those Lings actually going to catch a second Adept, which is kind of nice. There's still 2 Adepts available, though, from herO. What this does do is, because you've lost 2 Adepts, it does maybe take away some of the options as herO, right? If you wanted to do, like, Oracles and, like, a 6 Adept poke, that's nowhere near as powerful now, because you're down to, you're down 2 Adepts already, which is definitely a factor. Oracle will sit overhead, a couple Lings popping out. We killed off a Lava, which is kind of nice as well. Always need to take a Lava down and to stop that a little bit in advance also. Oracle pulls back around the right-hand side. A few Lings going to move on through, and they come straight across. And those Lings will gather. A couple spores coming about. Our Twilight Council still building alongside a Forge in that main base. Stalker going to be pinging away onto the Overlord, and our Overlord will take some shots as well. The Overlord goes down. Nice cleanup from herO there, removing a unit that's just out across the map already. Oracle also just going to come about for a couple of moments. And yeah, on the bottom side, a couple of Adepts are going to go shading forward too. We do have the Evo Chamber and the Rotron coming by, the Extractors and the Lair coming up. Try and move it towards the high ground. There's a couple of drones going to begin to take some shots. We actually have ourselves Here's Zerglings coming over as well. Going to try and wrap around the Adepts. There's going to be 4 drones going down. 5, 6. Who needs those first 2 Adepts when you can still come in and do all of this damage? These Adepts going to get to a 3rd base. It's unprotected. That's going to be even more drones going down. Disaster early game for Solar. 8 workers dead at 5:45. And, yeah, I mean, we cleaned up all the Adepts, but already a Stalker here is a very brave play, but is protected by those Oracles. So, there you go. Oracles will activate a few more Zerglings. Continue to go down. Missing the, just continue to move through for a couple of moments, so we keep on going with that. Oracles get up towards the top. Let's run over that right side. Just gonna go moving over for a little bit. Couple shots coming about. Hatchery is gonna get grabbed. Couple more Stalkers coming over. Recall back home. It's difficult for Solar, right, in a situation like this one, because you're obviously in a position where you are, well, you're just down a lot of workers from what you want to be at. It makes it very difficult to kind of tech up safely without just taking more damage off the hero. I'm going to try and go to Lurkadem, which is a big step in the tech direction. These Oracles are going to see the Hive, so you know that it's teching up. If I'm hero right now, I'm looking at this +2, I'm looking at this charge. I'm thinking, can I attack when those are done and just send it? Because maybe Lurkers are out, but maybe not with a lot of upgrades. He's actually going to start bringing the Stalkers forward a bit more aggressively right now as well, so he knows where money is going. He knows it's not all on units. We're going to try and very much so take advantage of that as some of the Stalkers begin to blink back right now. A few Lings going down. The Roach is taking some shots as well. Queens have to step away too. Be very careful here. On trading, we keep on pulling back just for a couple of moments. These Stalkers are just going to trade very well. I mean, this is a combination of you did damage early as hero, you're teching up heavily as Solar. It's just a combination of things that leads to a GG that I don't think that should come as any surprise. The only the only surprise would have been if hero attacked without information, but he got all of the information to make that decision. Like, that's not a difficult decision when you know you've done damage early, you see your opponent is teching heavily. Like, that's not a decision, that's just logic, I suppose, at that point, is what I'm going to go with. So yeah, GG's well played by hero. Because obviously he still gets the scouting there, he still puts the work in to figure out a lot of what's going on in that situation. And to figure out what is up. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think that's all the casters we've been having. Let me just double check. Looks good. Eldorado, game number 2. Did Solaj kill a Stalker? Didn't check. He might not have done that final push. Like, he was really heavily outnumbered and hardly set. Yeah, difficult position to play from, unfortunately. Eldorado, going to be map 2, my friends. Let's get in game. So we're going to start down to the bottom right-hand side. The blue Protoss player with a 1-0 lead. Going to make him very comfortable if he can get through here. This is going to be hero. In the bottom left, our red Zerg, it is going to be Solar. Alright, game number 2, we got underway. Can Solar bounce back? Here we're going to go with the no scout early in this one. And there's the gas already done. Gas first almost always results in a no scout because you get perfect saturation early. Taking the gas. Yeah, gas first, no scout, a little bit of a risk, a little bit greedy, but going to get away with it. We'll drop the Cybercore in. Yeah, next to Cybercore Simulator coming up. The Overlord of Soul is going to come across as well, get in position. Just following this Overlord. Probe finally across the other side. Of course, we've not seen anything yet. It's herO, but he's keeping an eye to see whether Soul is going to play the bottom side of the map. And if he doesn't see anything on the bottom, you assume he's playing the top side of the map, right? So that probe gets you some kind of good scouting here. And yeah, I think he's realizing if you're not over here already, then it's maybe time to go check the top. So, because he's not even mining the minerals to potentially go to the bottom side. So I think it's fine for the probe to come around the top and just go double check the other third base just to check up. Probe turns around to get back out. Again, Phoenix and the Warp Gate coming up as well. And Probe just pulls away again. Warp Gate coming through, the link speed coming online, get this underway. Again, Twilight Council. We'll start here from herO. I'm just going to be seeing a couple of depths coming through, a Zergling going down. The Zergling going to sit on the Watchtower, as we do see the Twilight Council coming up from herO as well in that main base. And that's going to give us the tech to follow up from. It's just a Phoenix and an Oracle. Phoenix, obviously, an interesting opening. It's not really something you see a lot of in PvZ nowadays. But yeah, Phoenix Oracle now 3 gates with the Twilight. No Forge. This definitely looks a lot more like Glaives than it does look like a Blink opener. So a little bit of a different approach here from herO in this game too. And there's a couple of depths are going to get turned around. Queen's helping to push those back. Oracle production continuing, so we will get another up, but it still feels like Glaives, you know, unless you go like very aggressive Blink with no upgrade and you just really send like a continuous Blink timing. Proxy a pylon and a gateway in the middle of the map eventually to warp in from. Because at that point I imagine we're just going to go no Robo as well and hence no Prism, so let's see. Yeah, it's just going to be Glaives. So Glaives is our choice, and herO will take that as a single Zergling moves to the center. The Phoenix is going to take a couple of nibbles off the Queens as well. And Zergling pulling back over to the far right-hand side for the moment. Oracle's coming through, Queen's going to come about, Resonating Glaives halfway done again, Lair and Rotron coming up, extra drones and Overlords coming through. Oracles move around. There's a lot of Adepts already. We knew that coming in. Issue for Soul. He's got a Roach run. He's currently got no Roaches. He needs to stop producing a few of those, because right now he's going to be in some trouble. Glaives is 6 seconds from finishing. I mean, first Roach starts now. This is not really a recipe for success if you're the Zerg player. I'm just going to be honest about it. This is an absolute nightmare, actually, if you're the Zerg player. Like, this is ugly. You got nothing really to protect. You do wall off, but that's keeping all your Lings in the main base. The Queens will transfuse. The drones will evacuate. It's well handled so far by Solar, who's now got 11 Roaches on the way. If nothing else, you're already losing a lot of mine time here. We actually keep all the drones safe in the main base. We could target down this Evo chamber. I think we can just kill it. Queens are running out of transfusions, which is an issue as well, though, right? As we do target fire down the stasis ward, though, Roaches are showing up. It's funny, because it just shows how big of a variation Glaive builds can go. Because in this case, the Adepts, I think, are going to win just by killing units. Like, they've killed all the Queens already, bar one. We're now missing, injects. Like, this does not seem bad for Solar right now. But in about a minute, this is going to seem really bad for Solar. Because the herO is still trading against the Roaches. You're missing injects. And the +1 and blink is coming through. And you've got so many drones. You're essentially down 20 workers from what you're meant to have right now. Because they're over here over-mining. We finally get in. We're going to get a few drone kills in the end. Now, Solar was on a very comfortable drone count. So maybe this is not the end of the world. But it's still drones he's now missing that he felt like he'd held on to. And these are drones going down on top of the fact we lost those Queens. So yeah, this is going to start falling apart, unfortunately. This starts to get worse and worse, I think, as the Adepts will play some shading games. The Oracles are looking between bases to try and grab some drones as well, potentially. I could actually hit this third base and just go after the Queen, or just go after drones, because let's face it, one Queen ain't going to clean up those Oracles quickly, and it is continuing to be a drone massacre. 22 workers killed. Add on 1, add on 2, make it 24. And that is going to be Solar taking a ton of damage. The follow-up from Solar is currently a Roach attack across the map, but Blink is done. We have a reasonable amount of Stalkers. We're playing off of 4 gates currently, 4 more coming in. I don't think you do anything here as Solar, and Solar seems to think so too. Turning around already. herO even chasing down those Roaches. Talking about confidence, talking about feeling it. That one Roach to the Watchtower will likely not do anything. We'll blink to kill. And we actually use the Phoenix as well from earlier in the game to catch one more Roach. herO going to find every little bit of efficiency that he can. Looking to bounce back from his loss against Kira in the strongest of ways. Going to put him at 2-1. Realistically, probably just a match away from victory, but just in a very good spot because he was in the middle of the group. A 2-0 against Solar would probably put him nigh on guaranteed to advance no matter what the other results are, I think. Maybe unless he gets 2'd by ShoWTimE and Solar 2-0, something like that. It's going to be very good for him, though, as the Hydras continue to come through. The Oracle's coming around the top side to support this. This is looking very good. And herO is looking to put himself into a fantastic position. Stalker's going to keep on trading those Roaches, and Hydras going to try and come over, try and clean this up, but the Stalkers just get pushed back once again. Again, Hydra's coming through, +1 missiles and the muscular augments coming about. Our Roaches and Hydras will attack once more. Our Stalkers continue to blink back as we pull towards the stasis wards for a few moments. Hydra's taking some more damage. We will have ourselves the Stalkers blinking through. Hydras and Ravagers getting jumped on. A few Zealots in the front there. And that is going to be painful. All of those Hydralists just keep on dropping. herO, herO, herO. He is absolutely looking good here in this one. He's just got stasis wards for days. He's just got a +1 upgrade. Like, Solar just doesn't have the army he needs to keep on trading against Blink Stalkers. As this warping comes in, you'll just see it. Like, he just can't keep... Like, he has no Roaches right now, so the couple of Zealots are going to go do a lot of tanking. A few Roaches will get to the front, but the Stalkers can start blinking back. I mean, Solar gets into range, and herO a little bit slow to start blinking back, really. But again, there's the efficiency that we're talking about. This is why I'm so comfortable talking about herO. And not, don't look at the supply, because I think the supply lies a little bit. Because the efficiency of those Stalkers is absolutely huge, and you just can't really do much else. Just going to blink in. That is going to be Hydras. That is going to be Roaches going down. herO is going to win 2-0 over Solar. Very, very comfortable games from him. I mean, honestly, just Solar was unprepped against the Adepts. And like I say, it was a really cool example of how Adepts don't just have to go and kill tons of drones to see success. Yeah, you don't have to go kill like a ton of drones to see success. You can just stop drones from mining, kill some Queens, force the Evo, keep them in the natural. There's so many other ways for those Adepts to succeed, and that was like I say, I think a pretty fun example of it. Alright guys, we're going to hop to America. The last 2 matches feature ShoWTimE versus Korean players. So what I said we would do is we would do the winner of that series and their next matchup, which is going to be herO playing ShoWTimE. The reason I think that's better to do is because it means that if herO wins, ShoWTimE solo will straight up just be a match where the winner goes into the playoffs. Whereas solo versus ShoWTimE, yeah, if we do solo ShoWTimE first, if solo loses, for example, then we already know herO and ShoWTimE in playoffs, they're just playing for some seeding. It's a little bit less exciting. So I think if we do it like this direction, it keeps each match a little bit more exciting storyline-wise. Obviously, the result could go the other way, and then that doesn't necessarily matter. But I think there's more potential for the storyline to be better if we do it in this order. So that's what we will do. That is the plan. Alright, let's drop some invites down. Obviously, if herO loses, then ShoWTimE solo is still very much so a kind of like potential tiebreaker situation. I just think I'm like playing the favorites in my head. I think it makes more sense like this. It really depends on what happens, to be fair, I guess. But like I said, you can only guess so much, I suppose. All right, we'll see. We'll see. All right. So we will do ShoWTimE versus herO. Just going to take a minute for some ads, guys. And take a moment and we'll get that sorted out. And then we'll have this best of 3 and then one more best of 3 to go. So Solo's -1 map score now as well. This is the thing. So Solo's -1 map score and ShoWTimE's -1 map score. So ShoWTimE, if he loses here, he'd be in a lot of trouble if it went to like tiebreaker situation. But like I say, if he loses here, it wouldn't come down to a tiebreaker. It would be straight up him versus Solo to win out. Cool. 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 Alright, looks like everyone's just getting ready. Like I said, we'll give it 30 seconds for just for our ads to play through a little bit, guys. Helps us out. Try and get those clear. And some ads on the YouTube as well. Thank you for joining us for the WardiTV February. Group B been a banger so far. Been very enjoyable. Again, Group C and D will resume next week. I'm not sure when we're going to do Group A right now, guys. The rest of Group A. Obviously, we've got the Shin matches to catch up on. So I do need to figure those out at some point, but just not 100% sure where that's going to be just yet. So that will be figured out as soon as possible. Is this a rerun? It must be Fear Dragon, because I'm pretty sure you've asked the same stupid question every time. Or made the same stupid joke every time, something like that. Hey, Jane Ravi. Zerg's very frustrating to play at the moment. It's not fun at all. Yeah, I've heard that from a few people myself. Zergs don't want to play anything. Alright, I'm gonna go. Into our next game here. Again, thanks for joining us, guys. Some PvP, and then I like it like this anyway. I kind of like the idea of doing the PvP and the PvZ anyway, so just put a bit of PvP in between the PvZ. Seems good to me, so just mix the order up a little bit. Okay, Dragon's stuck in a time loop with me. That makes so much sense. Yeah, that makes so much sense. Top right-hand corner of the map. Here on ley lines, our blue Protoss player is ShoWTimE. Been an up and down day for ShoWTimE as he takes on herO here, red Protoss. Obviously was the only guy to lose a map to Harstem, but looked pretty comfortable in the other games anyway. herO, obviously 2-1 win this, you'd be guaranteed second place in the group, which is, I mean, we expect herO to be first place, but herO has played some good TVP today. Made it very difficult for the Protoss to get comfortable in the matchup. Obviously that's a big benefit as this pro drops down the second gate in the Cybercore, and ShoWTimE is going to be playing that single gateway again, something that ShoWTimE has shown a tendency to. We'll see how it goes for him. Probe steps up, Cybercore finishing, Warp Gate will start, and it's going to be a proxy pylon from herO. ShoWTimE goes Stargate before anything else. So trying to get away with this one gate Stargate, had some success with that against Harstem, like I say, was kind of fine defensively with it, so guess we'll see. Probe coming through, a couple probes going to go nibbling. I see that probe patrolling around. We do see the Stalker stepping up from herO, going to move straight through. So I was going to fly a couple shots going through. And we're hitting some shots off. Again, Void Ray coming about, Stalker coming over. We'll have ourselves this pressure obviously building up here from herO. The pylon not being used for much, the Adepts coming from across the map even. His own Stargate going to be building a Phoenix. It's very interesting because obviously ShoWTimE feels under pressure, so he's going to make the Void Ray defensively. As he gets across, he's going to be seeing, uh-oh, there's a Phoenix here, and this is very interesting because now... Oh, we're going to let the Stasis Ward hit everything. Not ideal, but this Oracle's going to be in trouble. He's going to try for one more Stasis Ward. Meanwhile, we're still winning on this other side. Stasis Ward will go off. It doesn't catch anything extra, so the Oracle dies. As we build Phoenix, I guess they can eventually help against this Void Ray. They can lift some important units up as well. Adepts get into the main mineral line. ShoWTimE begins to bleed out. 4 workers, 5 going down already. Going to see 6, make it 7 very soon. 7 workers going down. Now 8, now 9. Now 10, 11, 12. I mean, that's just too much, right? I mean, the Adepts alone doing so much. Obviously, we're up a base for a little bit. Phoenix lift up a Stalker, try and give the Adept more time. Stalker's on the low ground, going to find a probe that we can kill off again. So another nice pick. It's 13. ShoWTimE down by 7 workers. herO's own Nexus is going to catch up. So no matter what, herO takes a worker lead in this game, 100%. Like I say, ShoWTimE is in an interesting spot because he's going to end up on 2 Void Rays that are not necessarily going to do too much for you. I feel like those Void Rays are going to end up in a very weird position now. As 2 Voids step over, the Phoenix loop around, just have ourselves the unit's going to start hitting the pylon here, so the pylon will take some shots, it will fall, clean this out. And ShoWTimE is going to go across the map. I think he feels like with Phoenix out, they can't add too much to this, so he's going to just try and push with the power of the Void Rays. I don't necessarily disagree, like, it's a weird scenario. Like I say, ShoWTimE's Void Rays are more useful now than they will be later. Great force fields to start, Stalker's immediately going to regret it. There's just so many units here at the end of the day, it's going to be what it comes down to. Because the Phoenix are going to show up, and they can actually just help to kill off these Voids, and I think that might just be good. GG gets called, as herO's going to clean up the army, and ShoWTimE obviously took so much damage, he felt the need to get something done, but it's an army that just... It was a really weird game, because like I said, what herO did was very weird. It looked like a 3-gate all-in, and then it was actually just 2-gate pressure, and a Stargate at home delayed into Phoenix to shut down the Oracle and so. Very, very interesting little style of play there, actually. I'm going to get game number 2 on the way up here, guys. In just a second. It's very interesting. I don't think I've really seen that response from others. I'm trying to think if I've seen something like that. It felt very unique. It worked very well in this scenario. And like I say, the 2 Void Rays feel unnecessary at the end of the day, but then that's kind of what you build the Stargate for. You can build a Void Ray if you feel like you get outnumbered. Maybe 1 Void, but then not building a second. Like I say, it's hard to make that call though, right? It's difficult. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Everyone's in here. Let's go into game number 2. Neon Violet Square. Alright, Neon Violet Square. Let's do it, guys. The games are rolling here. Series 9 out of 10 today. Now, you guys think 10 best of 3s is a lot on Saturday. We're going to have 8 best of 5s for you guys. Tune in for what is going to be an epic day of SC2. Some great players, some great matchups. Promises to be a banger. We'll be live at the same time as we went live today, 1 PM CET. Should be awesome. Chrono Boost. And what you're going to see. High ground gateway versus low ground gateway. So ShoWTimE low ground gate. I'm going to try and probably 1 gate open once again here. Probe going about, a little bit of action taking place. We control around for a few moments. Probe's going to move on through up to the high ground. I'll follow this around. The block from the ShoWTimE's going to cancel. There's just a single gate from herO as well, so just low ground versus high ground, single gates. Maybe just expand versus expand here to get us going. We're gonna drop a little pylon down, Zealot in the probe. It's gonna nibble away at it. Probe escapes up, just gonna be having ourselves the Again, Stargate coming around, a couple of pylons are coming through, the Nexus coming online as well. Adept is going to go shading its way toward the upper left-hand side, so it's going to go on a little bit of a journey for a few moments. Settle down right there. Adept will make its way across the map still. I'm just going to be having the pylon cancel. See what the Adept can do from ShoWTimE. Phoenix versus Phoenix. Always fun. Always a unique kind of game plan. Adept not going to get there. We'll see the Adept going down to the Phoenix. We do have the Zell breaking through, I guess, but that can just get lifted and dealt with too. ShoWTimE doesn't have the Phoenix in position to really do anything else. Like I say, Phoenix versus Phoenix is a very interesting style of play. It's very volatile. You basically just have to keep on massing Phoenix. It's these mirror matchups that bring these kind of styles of play out, where it's like it's just very difficult to stop continuously building the same unit, right? Because if you do, your other guy just has more, and it's very difficult to defend. Phoenix versus Phoenix does not have a lot of defense advantage. Especially if you're, like, there's some, if you're an equal Phoenix count, it's actually very powerful, but it just completely disappears. It's completely negligent compared to just being, if you're behind on Phoenix. Like, if the Phoenix count gets higher, like, that's just so much better than any defensive advantage that exists, so. It's a very weird kind of thing. I think they're the same as, like, a lot of PvPs where it's, like, Mass Blink Stalker versus Mass Blink Stalker forward. It's, like, very difficult to justify the tech up into Disruptors. Even though Disruptors are typically very good, it's difficult to get there, and then even sometimes when you get there, they can get outmoved and outpositioned. ShoWTimE loses a few workers, which is a bit painful, but he is going to intercept a Phoenix. It's a great catch. Oh, going to get in there with a return fight. Actually, ShoWTimE is down to Phoenix overall. Oh, no. I actually think he salvages it. That's 4 Phoenix to the 3, so ShoWTimE actually comes out of Phoenix better off in that, which equalizes the Phoenix count. I'm not sure why he was down a Phoenix initially. Must have missed a little bit of production somewhere. I think he's down not necessarily a whole Phoenix, but more like half a Phoenix. As Phoenix continue to gather up. Gateway Cybercore coming through. Fleet Beacon is building on the natural. And we do have ourselves the probe of herO coming over to the right-hand side. For a couple of moments. Yeah, Fleet Beacon coming down. Have ourselves this pylon getting put into place. The Phoenix are going to gather together. And Probe is going to settle down for Nexus in the middle of the map. Get that put straight into position here. Away we continue. And we'll have ourselves just the forward Nexus coming down faster from herO. His game is a little bit ahead of his opponent's faster Phoenix range as well. ShoWTimE's Fleet Beacon is not quite there yet. I think there's just some of the workers going down early, making a little bit of an impact. I don't think there's much other difference really in play, so yeah, unfortunately, so much of that is going to start hurting. As that Phoenix pull back over, a couple of Phoenix still coming through, a couple of Assimilators coming up, the battery coming over as well. It's going to get down towards the bottom right-hand side. The Zell going to go swiping against the pylon as well. He's going to be nibbling there. The few Phoenix will gather up. Continuing right across the map. Pylon settles. And yeah, just going to be seeing the Phoenix just continuing to hang about. That's where we sit for the moment. Obviously, there's a lot of them. We're talking 13 to 13. Phoenix range available, but not going to go push the issue at all. herO going to pull back instead. Another Phoenix shows up from the main base. We do have ourselves the extra Stargate building. It's going to be a third Stargate. Again, just faster than ShoWTimE. And I don't love this for ShoWTimE either, this back base. It's going to be half the minerals available compared to this forward base of herO. It sucks, but then again, what are you going to do? This pylon blocks here. You could maybe take this base here. It's a rough position for ShoWTimE. I feel like a lot of little things are just starting to work against him, and that's going to net you a pretty good advantage as herO. In the grand scheme of things, is what it comes down to, right? Like, in the long run, these things add up. In a mirror matchup especially. Like, in a non-mirror, you can do other things, but like right now in the mirror match, this is rough. I kind of like the Mothership, because it feels like you got to do something a bit different. Like, continue to just play the Phoenix on Phoenix game is not really probably going to work. The Mothership, though, is, like I say, a step in the right direction. So, the Sentry going to pick off the pylon. Phoenix come around. Stargate is building here from herO. Just going to see those Phoenix gathering. The Zealot going to swipe through the pylon. So pylon taking quite a bit of damage. +1 flyer attack upgrade is coming through on the Cybercore as well. Just going to see that Zealot finishing off the pylon as well. Phoenix in the center gathering. And go stepping forward again. Yeah, this is really rough for ShoWTimE. Like I say, it's the numbers differences aren't there yet. So good from herO. Really good for herO. Getting a bunch of Phoenix. Especially that one there. That one goes down for free. But there's the Mothership. That's the investment from ShoWTimE to try and turn this around. But there's an Oracle already, which means he can Revelate. And so the Mothership cloaking is not as much of a fear. The bigger fear now is actually having to spend time hitting the Mothership with the Phoenix, and you're going to lose Phoenix count during that time. But you're up by 5 to begin this. I was thinking about it. Gonna come through, no, targeting Phoenix. The Mothership doesn't matter too much if it doesn't get a chance to fight, and the Phoenix are staying out of reach. Yeah, well, there's a couple of shots going out, but if he just backs away and lets some shields regen, it probably isn't so bad. Now 20 to 13 Phoenix, so now a 7 difference. Obviously, all of ShoWTimE's Phoenix are showing up immediately, whereas herO still has to fly his across the map. Drops another Revelation down. Okay. Still maintaining the 7 difference. ShoWTimE on his way to a +1 air weapon upgrade, which would be nice. Problem is, if herO keeps trading like this right now, it's 1 for 1. 1 for 1 is great for him because he just has more. He's overwhelming. He's starting to overwhelm for sure. There's no way he isn't, right? Like, the Mothership takes a few more shots, we step back again. He's in such a good spot to catch a Phoenix that it spawns out as well, so that's going to be a great one, because that Phoenix goes down without any Phoenix shots being really fired back at him. He took like 1 shot from the Phoenix he killed, but like, not a full volley. And that's where the number offset really comes in. Now it's a 12 Phoenix difference, and this is herO. They're looking for the 2-0. This will put him 2nd place in the group. We'll see a great position to advance forward from as Phoenix continue to fire through. There goes the Time Warp. Phoenix, the Mothership, moving around. We're going to try and come in again. A couple of Phoenix getting picked off. Should do it. We're going to be able to start targeting the Mothership now as well. We're just that significantly far ahead. 3 Phoenix remain. Actually still targeting those Phoenix, I think, as the Mothership will eventually die here. And that should be it. GG's. Says ShoWTimE cannot out-Phoenix herO. ShoWTimE can definitely play the Phoenix on Phoenix very well. He's had a lot of very good Phoenix versus Phoenix games against Max Packs in his time. So a little surprised to see how well it went for herO, I guess. You know? By GG, Phoenix can't kill any of your buildings, yes, but you have no units. So you are going to lose all of your probes, and then you can't build anything anyway. So, yes, it is GG. Like, what are you going to do? Warp in a Stalker? Instantly dies? Anything you build instantly dies to the Phoenix left. So you're basically staying in the game being like, ha! You must make a ground on it. Like, you're literally just wasting the guy's time. At that point. Alright. We are going to have our final series of the day is going to be ShoWTimE versus Solar. Let's get some invites going. Get this ready to roll. Yeah, ShoWTimE versus Solo is our last match. And like I say, so the way this works out is, this is kind of what I wanted to happen, I guess, by doing the herO ShoWTimE series first, is now straight up, the winner of ShoWTimE Solo goes to the playoffs. It's as simple as that. So yeah, the winner of ShoWTimE Solo goes straight to the playoffs, and the loser is out. There's no convoluted tiebreakers or anything like that. One guy's going to be 2-2, the other guy's going to be 1-3. 1-3 is no good, 2-2 is good. So Q first place, herO second, the winner of this series is third and advances, the loser of this series is fourth and does not advance, Harstem is fifth no matter what. It's a nice group, everyone's going to have a different score, there's not going to be any tiebreakers like I say, so it does come down to this series, best of 3, PvZ. Let's start it off, let's get into it. Gonna jump into ley lines. As we start this best of 3 in the top right-hand corner with the blue Protoss, sorry, the blue Zerg player. This is Solar. In the bottom left, our red Protoss player is ShoWTimE. The winner to advance to the playoffs, the loser to be eliminated. That is where we stand here today. So, game number 1 of the series, we get this going. Probe going to be coming over, getting this ready to go. Let's got a drone coming to bat. Probe gonna get nibbled at for a few moments here. Let's see early game PvZ. It does typically walk around the map a little bit, and we wait to see what's up. A couple drones pulling in, and we'll try and fight that probe off as well. So the probe will take a few shots of damage. Again, hatchery pool all coming through for the moment, so we get all of that online. Again, we get ourselves settled in here for the foreseeable future. Be fun to see where this one heads to. Couple lings will chase that probe down, so just going to be chasing, looking for a little bit of opportunity. A fun one because the Adept is just staying at home. ShoWTimE being very safe. Yeah, Scout. Yeah, doesn't want to take any risks right now. Links will be coming up on the side of Solar. Link speed continues on through for now. Just bringing this up, getting that going. Settling on down. we take a couple moments, we see what happens. See what our game plan will be. Bit of PvZ action. ShoWTimE bringing the first Oracle across the map, and things are going to start getting a little bit feisty right now. Chickman's going to shoot Oracle. We'll get rid of the creep tumor, so we knock that down, and then the creep tumor coming into place. Queenslings, drones on the way up. The Overlord continue to go. And the other units going across just to push that Oracle away to the top side. There's a Twilight Council, a Nexus, an Assimilator, and probes. Reducing through to add a couple Stalkers into that mix. And the Queens are in production as well. Still got our Adepts working their way to the top. And like I said, we'll see if these Oracles can find much else for ShoWTimE in these opening moments. We activate, 2 drones going down to begin with, so immediately some damage dealt. Queen's going to try and fire back. Twilight Council trying to come through at the same time to bring that straight in. The blink will start. And the Oracles will just activate their creep team. Stays Ward's just going to be trying to block a 4th base coming in, trying to slow Solar down a little. Take our own 3rd base. No Forge. There it is. Okay. Forge a little bit late. I was going to say, no Forge obviously suggests it's going to be really quite aggressive. Obviously, no Forge says, going to suggest that, but Forge coming in now, so maybe not so aggressive in the end. We'll get that upgrade just a little bit later than what we would have initially expected and foreseen. Evolution Chamber halfway done. The lair is about to finish. Again, Blink, +1 coming through. The +1 starting up on the side of ShoWTimE, so getting that +1 upgrade underway. Then you add the Blink into that too, and see where we get to. Those couple Oracles flying about. Stalkers and Adepts still gathering in. Towards the center, Stasis Ward, Revelation. Going to come straight through here. Those Stalkers are going to get rid of a couple creep tumors right off the bat. There's another Revelation coming down. Creep tumor going to get caught. This creep tumor will fall. Lots of Lings so far. So that's what the Stasis Wards are great for. Falling back to, letting those Lings run into them, getting them caught, trying to reduce their numbers. Allow ShoWTimE to kind of stick around and put on some further pressure, which is what we see right now. The Lings and the Queens continue to fight. The Adepts and the Stalkers have to pull back a little bit. 1 Ling, 2 Lings, going to pop both the Stasis Wards. Love that from Solar. Coming in from the backside as well, so it's very difficult for the Stalkers to shut them down before they get there. Lings coming in from the front just got shot away at. That's actually very well done. That gives Solar a much easier time, because now he doesn't have to worry about anywhere near as many Stasis Wards. Hydra's popping out. We do see a Stasis catching a few Lings in the middle of the map. Stalker count still rising. As the hatchery will take a few more hits towards death. Hydras are pushing over. Queens are going to be there. The Lings are going to go to the high ground. Well, Ling run by won't do too much, it seems, which is nice. And good to see ShoWTimE doesn't have to worry about that too much. So the Stalker's just going to be there. The Lings get pushed away again. Storm and Charge coming up. The Hive and the Lurker Den on the way. Oracle's just going to get another Stasis Ward down. We do have ourselves the Lurker Den. Continue to build on through. Evolution Chamber, Hatchery, Hive, Drones, Overlords. A little bit of everything still being brought on in as our Hydras are going to go producing. Yeah, Solar just quite happy to get to these Lurkers. ShoWTimE very happy to get towards Storm and to just buff up his army. Looks as though Solar is, getting comfortable to get on the map as Lurkers morph in. And it's not surprising he might try and take some positions with those. There's a lot of good positions on this map where you can, once the Lurkers are siege like down a ramp or so, it becomes very difficult to break. You set up here and you're threatening 2 bases and making it really difficult for your opponent to work around. So the Stalkers come across, Hatchery, you take some damage, it goes down. The storm dropping, High Templars continue to come over. Those Lings getting caught, the Zealots coming through as well, another storm dropping into place, another couple of storms coming down. Atomic gets back down to the bottom, just going to see Stargate and the Fleet Beacon still coming through. There's a couple High Templar, +2 attack, +1 air weapons, all coming about as well. We do see another couple of Lurkers morphing into the center, more Lurkers stepping across. Just for the moment here. General Clans, +2 missiles, +1 melee. All of that coming online. Ling Hydra going to be a part of this. The Fleet Beacon coming through. Stargate as well. Add in the +2 attack, add in the +1 air weapons. More Revelations coming down again as our Lings and our Lurkers continue to step on forward again. Our Stalker's just going to be there. Lings and Hydra's going to shoot. The Stalker's taking a lot of damage. The High Templars are going to back away. Another couple of storms dropping down, and we do see the Lings still trying to break on forward here. The Lurkers are going to shoot through as well. Azal's trying to turn about. On the top side, we got Azal's going to be on the counterattack. That's what I mean about dangerous positions with Lurkers. Suddenly you're zoned out from reinforcing your natural, and you gotta kind of attack through all these Lurkers to realistically get to your natural now. Like, this position's so difficult to defend. We kill a hatchery, but you're gonna lose a Nexus more than likely. Good Lurker shots, 2 High Templars dead. Extra Lings continue to move over here, and we're just gonna reinforce. Not sure I love the Lings just streaming in. More storm coming about. Hydra's taking hits. The Lings still with the Hydra's getting up to the high ground. Stargate going to take some damage. Hydra's getting underneath. The Tempest's going to go down. The rest of these Archons and Stalkers going to shoot the Lurkers. I mean, we kind of break through, but we don't get all of them. And you can see there's not a lot of units left from ShoWTimE. That'll be a GG. And that will be Solar taking an opening game here in this best of 3. So, Solar is going to take a map. We may be on our way to perfect balance, guys. A Terran, a Zerg, and a Protoss in the playoffs if Solar can win. Game number 2 or game 3. He's got 2 opportunities to close this one out. Got this ready to go. Just a few moments. Accept that invite. Throw some other invites out. All right, let's do this. So we're gonna go to Amygdala for map number 2. Second game coming up. Head-to-head is less than map score. Head-to-head is less than map score. But match score comes first. We do match score, map score, head-to-head. As it should be. Map score is more important because no, ShoWTimE's not out. Like the winner of this series advanced to the playoffs. I'm just saying that we're on our way to a Terra and a Protoss and a Zerg. I'm just saying we're on our way to good balance. That's not guaranteed. Just Solo took the first game. ShoWTimE can still advance. Just the winner of this series advances. That drops down on the natural. Drone in the gate coming through. And get this settled in with game number 2 on Amygdala. See where we're going to get to. See what's going to go down. Do we think lurkers again? Very likely. It's also a good map for lurkers. Very few ways to move around them. Depends how the game goes, though. I don't know if Soul's going to feel the need to attack early. ShoWTimE's a scary kind of later game player, though. Yes, we will find out to get ourselves settling in. Bulling's gonna chase that Proby down. I got the Pylon's gonna block the hatchery locations. That's pretty neat. Take it. Take it. The wings and the drone gonna come through and break through it. We try and block again. Actually gets blocked. The Pylon gets blocked twice. Maybe we'll just see the probe backing away. He's just trying to block long enough to get the adept there. Doesn't quite happen with the Pylon missing. Coming up, Wargate coming through, the Adept coming through, Stalker is just going to come about, a Gateway will come out to the front. So going to shoot Overlord. Coming through. Going about, Oracle coming through. The Ling's going to be coming about as well. Oracle coming around, just going to be seeing the other Oracle coming over as well. It's going to be having a couple of creep teams coming up. Let's see how Zergling moving up the left-hand side again. Twilight Council and Nexus. Oracles will be there. Nexus on the way up. Couple gates coming through. The Blink is on the way in. Chrono Boost on the Twilight Council. Lara in the Evolution Chamber coming up. A couple more drones coming about. Overlord's coming in. These Oracles make their way around the bottom side. Again, Evo Chamber coming up. The Lair coming through. Additional drones. Overlords in production. Oracles will activate a Revelation. Going to get rid of some of these Lings as well. ShoWTimE just trying to protect the gold base from being easily accessible. At least force that to be a little bit later, perhaps. Obviously, these Lings just Oracles just trying to find what they can. So far, it's been a drone, Lings, and then not much else. Once again, a pretty good defense early game from Solar. He had some very good defense early game against Harstem earlier as well. Not so much against herO, who really did find a way to penetrate through for a lot of damage. But yeah, it has been kind of noted that earlier on against Harstem, Solar has had good early game defense. So no surprise to see him once again being able to find Those shutdowns stop those oracles from doing much. ShoWTimE again kind of prioritizes this Twilight counts and gets +1 a little bit later in comparison to the Blink. Again, we're so used to seeing kind of Twilight and Forge coming up at the same time. Oracle drops down a Stasis Ward, the Stalkers heading down the bottom. And a couple of Queens will begin to take some damage. Hatchery will take some shots as well. Queen's going to get jumped on here. Things still coming over. The Zerglings are going to run across. Going to run straight into a couple of those Stalkers, which are going to blink as well. The Stasis Ward is still yet to be activated. Oh, so sad. He baited the Ling into the Stasis, but it was to save a Stalker, so I guess you can't be too upset. Some Ling's going to stay across the map. We're going to need some units here as well. Hydra's on the way. How much can ShoWTimE do before the Hydras get here to really solidify this defense as our Zerglings start to run up? It's going to be another Stasis again popped. I tell you what, Solo's been extremely good at dealing with these Stasis Wards. It's one of the things I think he's been very impressive at. And it's one of the things I think Zergs needed to start getting better at as well, trying to proactively pop those Stasis Wards, because Protoss have been leaning upon those super heavily since the patch. It's really nice to see them being really very well denied so far by Solo. Definitely taking that very seriously. Pops another one with the Lings that pop out the Stasis. So again, the Stasis Wards are a complete non-factor so far. And that limits so much what ShoWTimE can do here in terms of applying pressure. It's going to give Solo the chance to get to a good Hydra count and to get to the next stage of the game without having to be too concerned over it. Stormling's on the way up, so that's going to be ShoWTimE's next step, which is great against Ling Hydra, which is where Solar is at. Do you think Solar is at the point of maybe, at this point, I think, just sending it into the extra round of drones, like an extra 10, 12 workers get to 80 or so? Would be very nice. I'm going to have +2 attack, and our charge continuing up as well. But these two Stalkers are going to chase that Overseer on the top side. That will go down. Drop Lord's coming up, so never mind drones. Soul's going to send it. He's going to go commitment to Ling Hydra. Never mind Bane Hydra. I was just going automatic mode on my description, but no, just Ling Hydra. Like I say, Storm's amazing against this. The Dropper Lord maybe splits it up enough that maybe Storm can't be everywhere, and maybe that's where you do see success. Maybe that's where you do break your way through. So we'll see what this turns out like as the Dropper Lords make their way to the right side. The rest of the army goes to the top. Fourth base there for ShoWTimE is what you're aiming at. Lings will tank. Hydras will deal the damage. The first couple cannons going down swiftly. The batteries doing a little bit, but not too much. Now the Dropper Lords are going to move through, and they're going to go and just instantly come in. It's a couple of I mean, one stage there already, trying to play defense. There's going to be units here from ShoWTimE as well. Not sure where the Storm's at. Lower high tempo on the left side. Does he have any on the right side? Currently blinking back to try and trade against these Hydras, having to pull in probes. We warp in a couple of additional Zealots there too, and they will try and fight those Hydras off as the Stalkers continue to trade out. Lurker Den, Infestation Pit, all coming up on the left-hand side again. Storms coming down. A lot of these Hydras getting hit. The Archons coming through. Stalkers are going to take a lot of damage once again. No, we lost all of our Stormy boys. It's going to be a good sign for Solar to potentially break through onto this. Again, a game win here sees them into the playoffs. Very close, but not quite close enough. Dropper Lord's going to spread some creep elsewhere now. Couple of Lings getting chased. The +2 attackers coming online on the Forge. Lurker down and high, building as we go. Continue to bring this on through. And +2 attack. We'll continue to settle here for the moment. Lings, Hydras. Yeah, I think Hydra's going to gather. A couple of Lurkers are going to settle. So you have our Fleet Beacon coming through, Archon Immortal coming up, +3 attack on the Forge. Stasis Wards coming in across the left-hand side. Couple Stasis Wards come down. We continue to push through the center of the map for a little bit. Those High Templars are going to be trailing Gonna try and join up with everything else as well. +3 attack on the way, Fleet Beacon and a Stargate coming up. Cannon, Immortal, whole chunk of additional Zealots coming online. The Dropper Lords will fully load a group of units. We do have that action continuing. ShoWTimE survives, and obviously as this goes on, you kind of need the Lurkers. You kind of need a tech up from Solar, otherwise you just don't stay in the game. You know, in terms of tech, you just can't really trade well enough against Storm and everything, so the Lurkers do provide a big role for you. That is going to be coming up now as the Dropper Lords head around that right-hand side. Going to be aiming to get up the right and see where we can end up on Templar Archives. Not Templar Archives, Tempests. I had the temp part in. It's been a long day, guys. 6 hours casting so far. Tempest coming through is obviously a good answer as well to the Lurkers. That's also a nice addition that we will see. So ShoWTimE is teching up nicely himself. Beyond Amygdala, we're 12 minutes deep and getting to the later stages of the game. We've even seen a Mothership added to the production tab as the Dropper Lords do look across the right side. Ling Hydra gets rid of those couple units there. We are going to be seeing our Ling's going to pop out the stasis. Solid Stalkers going to come around. Another Storm coming down as well. Our Ling's and Hydra will continue to chase. 5, 6, 9, 10 probes going down. Oh my goodness. 10 workers dropping as you do see the assimilator going to get jumped on. So first assimilator drops. A couple of lurkers are going to be pinging away. The rest of the lurkers step up as well. The burrow. And 12 probes dead so far. The Stalker's just going to get underneath. The Overlords are going down. The Immortals and the Archon firing away as well. We will just see our Immortals be able to play clean up there. The rest of this army still pushing up the right-hand side. Hydra Lurker just getting onto this base. I think ShoWTimE might lose the 5th. Let's see if we can just about hold it off. A couple Tempests will step up as well. We do deal with the Dropper Lords now as well, so they're no longer a threat. Another nice Storm on the Lurkers. Chip through those. Tempest can take it away from afar. The High Templar donates itself after it backed away previously. Storm on the Hydras. Do we want to Storm the Hydras? Do we want to soften up the Lurkers? I think you want to Storm the Hydras still. It's very effective against them and it just does so much to push them away. Gonna pop the cloaking because we killed the Overseer. So ShoWTimE, he killed the Overseer knowing that this was an option. And he can chase this army down a little bit now, get some value as he goes. As Lurker gets killed, a bit further back, we will be able to burrow those Lurkers. New Overseers on the way in. Corruptors added on to start dealing with the Mothership and the Tempest combination that ShoWTimE has. So Solar will get into that as well. A couple Oracles come through. We drop another Revelation down. 8 probes coming up. High Templars coming in. And those assimilators come through as well. Lings are going to come about. Cannon in the battery. Going to get jumped on. Extra few Zealots coming over. Archon going to get killed off here as well, maybe. No, it's actually going to be protected. Good defense of it. A nice little run by. Keeps you busy elsewhere as ShoWTimE, which obviously is what Solar wants. He wants to, get more attention for himself down over on the bottom right side. And a couple more High Templar continuing to warp on in. As those Dropper Lords off to the right will be maybe used again still, to be honest. Could definitely come back through once more. Let's see what Solar kind of ends up doing. Tempests, Mortals, moving up top. The Spine Crawlers will build from Solar. We have a base on the left-hand side as well. Got that hatchery on the way. People coming through. +3 missiles, +1 flyer attack. Tempest join up again. Couple Lurkers taken down. The Archons get chased back. Overseers overhead. Gonna see our Hydras and Lurkers and Corruptors pushing through. A couple of shots coming around. There's the Overseer again in the upper side. We've got ourselves the Dropper Lords coming back through. Said they might be a factor once more. But we're starting to see ShoWTimE hit some counterattacks. Zealots getting into the natural. 12 drones dropping. The Lings taking damage as well. Lurkers are back into play. So a little revelation as the gods will show up. And the Oracle going to be there. As well as the Dropper Lord loads and runs. Left-hand side, we've got ShoWTimE splitting his army. I like it. He's been in a bit of a stalemate on the right, but splitting his army forces Solar to also pay a lot more attention on part of the map he's not really had to pay attention to for a while as well, so I like that kind of direction being touched upon here by ShoWTimE, who sees a few Zealots get to the front there. Good Storm is going to get a lot of those Zerglings. It's fantastic as well. Love to see that. Going to unburrow the Lurkers. The Lings of the High Corruptors. The Lurkers gather together again. The Lurkers will burrow once more. A few more of those Lings going down. Great Spire coming up. A couple of Lurkers going down now. Revelation drops. Get rid of a few drones very easily. 5 workers go down with immediate effect. The Lings going to get stormed once again. On the bottom side, our units gather together. Again, the Great Spire coming up. Drones and the +3 missile upgrade coming through too. Lings, Hydras, Lurkers, just going to knock those rocks down. Just going to be seen on the bottom side. Our unit's going to push forward as well. Hatchery will take some more damage. Stalkers and Immortals continue to hit the hatch. And we'll see our Corruptors continue to come through. We just have ourselves this army continue to be chased. Tempest are going to be forced to recall. We will see a couple more units going down. Hydras able to push through. The couple of Oracles get killed. Feels bad for ShoWTimE, but he actually recalled a lot of the important stuff. These Lurkers are going to push aggressively in, catches a lot of those Morphing Archons, unfortunately, for ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE's middle of the map army not doing a lot. The Corruptors are going to chase. Storm's on top. Wants to get all these Tempests. The Stalker's going to try and say no. The Archons are going to do good damage too. We get all the Tempests. Honestly, I feel like we kill enough Corruptors that I'm kind of okay with him building more Tempests. At the same time, some of the gold minerals have mined out, so we can attack through the middle of the map onto that hatchery. If we want to go through it as well, we can actually get there. The Lurkers will get rid of the gold. ShoWTimE's going to be knocked down to 4 bases. Caustic Spray is not successful in killing off anything because these Corruptors are just too low to justify committing elsewhere. It's going to be an issue of the Storm. Oh, actually very well placed. Hits a lot of those Lings easily. We need these Immortals to live so we can target fire down some of the Lurkers. Do we have any detection here? There is an Observer. It's going to be the, the Lings are the issue on top of the Immortals. They waste a lot of shots there, but Solar lost a lot once more. Corruptors trying to escape through the top side. I tell you what, I feel like this Lurker camp's not quite as scary as it once was, but we've also now got no... Okay, never mind, we've got 3 Immortals still. We just lost a chunk. I thought we were going to be in trouble, but we're actually somewhat okay Immortal-wise. Hectic game, busy game, moving around a lot. ShoWTimE 50 to Solar's 60 workers. Army supplies even. I think it's fair to say that while Solar has a little bit of money in the bank, overall this position definitely starts to lean towards ShoWTimE. Like, the worker count is great for him. It's fine. You know, the base count is 4 bases each, rebuilding into a 5th base from both at the moment. That's good for ShoWTimE too. And I think ShoWTimE's army is preferable to that of Solar's at this stage, especially when Solar is clearly struggling to spend money right now. He's on a lava issue. He's only got 4 queens, been losing bases, so some of that natural lava production's been missing as well. ShoWTimE just steps up, and we do have, obviously, I mean, a big fight going wrong for ShoWTimE can be disastrous because, yes, he has got no money in the bank, but I don't think a big fight goes that badly wrong for him unless he really messes up because his army is that much better at this point. His Lurkers are not in scary, terrifying numbers to what we have from ShoWTimE, and he has Storms to support. The Corruptors are, I'm not going to say a dead weight, but they're a lot of supply committed for the few Tempests. Like, they're needed, but it doesn't feel great when you're not maxed out as Solar, I think, to have this amount of Corruptors. I feel like if he was maxed out, then sure, he'd feel a bit better about that amount of Corruptors, but we ain't there, and ShoWTimE is maxed out. On the left-hand side, it's going to be a Mothership recall. The full army going to come over here as we're going to jump on the Lurkers. The army from Solar is going to show up, but it's going to be too far back. The hatchery should go down here if nothing else. We've already killed 18 drones. Storms are just killing the Zerg as they have to attack into the position. The hatchery does go down anyway. Might have just been worth giving up the base. Solar just says GG's. He saw that as maybe his one chance to try and take a fight. Doesn't work. What a great Mothership recall by ShoWTimE. To the left-hand side, flip the field. And just so difficult because then you're making the Zerg the aggressor on their own base. You know, the Zerg has to attack into their own base position. Very, very good play from ShoWTimE. Game-winning play at the end. Maybe not game-winning as much as it was game-stealing. I think he was winning anyway. But I think it sealed the deal, right? For sure. Yeah, made it a very comfortable final move. GG's, and we are going to go to a final map. ShoWTimE and Solo will go the distance to figure out who advances through to the playoffs. Very exciting. Told you guys, it's a great group today. It really has delivered. Very happy with it. Fantastic Group B. Hope you guys have been enjoying. It's been a good one as well. We're 6.5 hours deep almost. Got one game left to go. One map remains in this second group of the WardiTV February event. Oh, got something in my eye. I really do have something in my eye, jeez. Alright, gonna give you 30 seconds for ads, guys, and we're gonna go into this one. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you all being here. A lovely day. World Cup points add to EWC for sure. Wouldn't that be something? That'd be wild. I would not like that. Simply for the fact that if that's the state StarCraft has gotten to, it'd be very sad. And I guess good for my tournaments, sure, but like, let's just hope it would not actually come down to that. Jesus. Thank you for casting. No worries. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate you all. Thank you for tuning in, of course. As we get into one final map here today. This map will decide who advances to the playoffs in third place of Group B, behind Kira in first and herO in second. Will it be Solar to be our first Zerg advancing to the playoffs, or will it be ShoWTimE to make it double Protoss playoff action out of Group B? Finding out here soon as we get this underway and start it up. Alright, game 3. Probes. I'm going to Chrono Boost gate coming about. As a hatchery comes down on the high ground, the probe coming around on the natural. And the Overlord of Solar moves through the bottom side. Away we go. Pull our Overlord over, follow the probe around, we'll take our pick of early game scouting. Dang, only 6.5 hours late to the stream. Been a fun one. We had a bit of downtime, we had like a half-hour downtime, but we also, during the half-hour downtime, had a beautiful reminiscence of old WardiTV tournaments. It was fun. Yeah, it was, so this year I've been thinking about what to do, because this year is actually 10 years since I went full-time in StarCraft 2 come June. So I was kind of thinking on what to do. I think we'll have a couple of special streams where we have where we kind of watch over like maybe some old clips, some old like highlight VODs and stuff. Like some of the best, maybe some of the highest watched matches on YouTube and stuff. Like just have some like chill out and hangout streams. Like a history of WardiTV, maybe. Something like that would be cool. Like, next year is the 10 years of WardiTV, but I've been full-time in StarCraft 2 for 10 years this year, so... yeah. We might, I think we'll do something like that. I think it'll be fun. It'll be great. Adept coming across over to the right-hand side. Negotiating through, the link speed coming up, the queen is on the way, hatchery getting built. It'll take a few moments. We'll just have our adept gonna go over towards the natural. Hatchery gonna continue to produce. Bring that into play here. The adept's just gonna go shading and threatening to get into the main, but not really much to shade in for. There's lings, there's a queen. Defense is likely gonna be good. But ShoWTimE will just keep them alive as he gets his Oracle online. What are my plans for the next 10 years? Well, considering 10 years ago I didn't have plans for the next 10 years either, I don't really know. I mean, I just want to keep streaming. I think, no matter... Honestly, I think no matter what happens to StarCraft in terms of big events, I think there's always going to be a place for some amount of StarCraft too. I think there's always going to be a place to watch tournaments, and there's still going to be some tournaments going on, so... As far as I'm concerned, my goal is to keep on running and casting StarCraft. Obviously, we're going to probably have to adapt to whatever the changes are and to the scale and the size of it, but I don't really... like, obviously, like, if it doesn't become financially possible anymore, then I quit, but... I mean, until that's the case, then we keep on running StarCraft, you know? I just don't believe that people don't want to watch StarCraft. Like, we know people want to watch it, you know? Like, people do want to watch StarCraft, so as long as that's the case, we'll keep making StarCraft for people to watch, you know? Simple as that. So, yeah. We'll do everything we can to keep it going. You watch from Columbia weekly? Hell yeah, thank you. Shit. Watching SCT fun, playing stressful? Yeah. Like I say, like, I mean, at the end of the day, guys, Warcraft 3, Brood War, like, yeah, they're massive in other regions, which obviously helps them, but, like, people still watch those games years upon years later. So if that's the case, I'm pretty sure we can get by and keep on watching some StarCraft 2 as well, you know? I might do some other things as well as StarCraft, but, like, I don't see StarCraft not being a major part of the stream still. I do not plan on going anywhere, plain and simple. I'm just gonna keep on streaming. And like I say, unless it just isn't possible anymore, so. Oracle, I'm gonna grab a drone over towards these gold minerals. Drone coming about, a few lings gonna go back to the center. The revelation goes down, a few queens get caught. Ling's gonna hold out on the watchtower here, and again, just some probes mining up some of the gold minerals. Some of the lings getting across to the bottom left-hand side. Gonna be able to go grab some workers already. Gonna be seeing a couple workers going down right off the bat already, so that's lovely. Nice run by. Great run by from Solar. 7 probes into the natural we could go. I don't hate it. Go into the main base. Go get all your scouting information, Solar. See everything. It's actually an interesting game because it's Temple Archives, it's Charge, it's not Blink. So it's a change up from ShoWTimE, and losing workers like this, I think that's going to depower any sort of aggressive timing you might have wanted to go for. Which, I mean, this initially was going to be like at least Archons and some Charge bots, right? Now we've got some lings showing up again, although Oracle should be able to defend this. We will still lose one more probe. Can't believe it's 10 years. Remember when I started? Yeah. Like I say, it's only 10 years since I went full-time. I actually started casting and streaming in like 2011, 2012. So yeah, it's actually really crazy. Just 10 years of being full-time, I think, is a pretty ridiculous milestone in itself. Yeah, we're gonna do something special that week. 100%. 100% gonna have to do something special. Hydrobane coming up, +1, plus group spines on the way as well. Some lings coming over. ShoWTimE will step through as the couple of Archons will go after the Overlord. So Vord will go down, Solar Supply blocks and Bane's gonna waddle forward as well. The Prism is going to be there. +2 attack on the way. The Storm is going to come around. The Zeld Archon moving toward the upper right-hand side. We'll get another little bit of creep spread pushing out as well. The army of ShoWTimE wraps around the top here. We see how Zergling's going to run through. The Zelds and the Archons are going to be there. The Banes are going to try and fire it up. We have a +2 now. Storm continuing to come about. Revelation is good onto the Queens. Gonna hang back. Zealots and the Archons pull back to the top. The Oracles are gonna come back over. We drop another Stasis Ward down in the front. Storm +2. All coming about. Our Hydras, our Lings, continue to come around as the Baneling speed and all the rest of it comes up. Add an Overseer into that as well. Zealot Archon going to grab a Zergling in the center of the map too. The rest of the Ling Bane Hydra coming over, and that's a nice grab. Stasis Ward getting the Banes and the Hydras right there. That tree will be coming about. The Lings are going to gather up. We're just going to be seeing our Prism going to be hanging around as well. Next is still setting on the left-hand side. Zealots around the bottom side. Ling Bane going to come through. Just going to get ourselves a Zealot in the middle, and here come the rest of the Zealots charging through. A few Zealots slip into the main base. The Hydra's going down. We just got +1 missiles, and the Lings continuing to produce. A couple of Banes will drop. The Hydras are going to be there. The Zealots are going to die. Solar really did so much early. It feels like ShoWTimE supply is definitely in a little bit of a tough spot right now. It's a lot of units from Solar. 66 drones. We've seen him cut at 66 a lot today. He likes these aggressive attacks. Can ShoWTimE defend? He's got Storm. I'm going to say he can. But it really depends on how the engagement goes, right? Like, Storm is always going to give you a pathway to see a defense happen. He's honestly, I mean, his entire army is tech units. Like, he might not have a lot of army supply, but every single unit he has is like an Archon, an Immortal, a High Templar. Like, every single one of his units is just amazing. One more Storm, I think, needed on those Banes on the bottom side. He will get it. This is fine. 7 probes so far is decent. This was absolutely fine for ShoWTimE so far here. Defense continues. The issue typically is the Archons struggle to fight, but if the units are attacking in, the Archons will almost always get a chance to fire back. Now a lot of the Archons begin to drop. We still have a couple of Storms remaining. 14 probes have died during this. Remember that Solar has committed to this as well, right? 14 probes dead for ShoWTimE, but he's only 10 behind. Because Solar cut at 66, he made sure to make this happen. Hydra's coming around the top. Prism going to take some hits, just going to get pushed around the top side. Hydra's just going to get that Prism low. Still available though, doesn't matter if the Prism is low HP, it can still be a warping point, right? So keep that in mind. Army of Solar coming across the map. ShoWTime's one, I mean, honestly, only 20 army supply down. I'm not worried for ShoWTimE right now. Like, I actually think he's already held the scariest part of this. Beautiful. Stasis Ward as well. Can we get rid of those Zealots? Oh, those Banes? Yes, we can. That Storm. I think he panicked a little bit there. He didn't realize the units were caught in stasis. He was busy trying to set up a defense over here. I genuinely think ShoWTime's past the scarier part of this game. He's now double expanding to both gold bases. I don't know if both of those get up or if either of those get up, but we will see. I think he actually defends this one for now. That's a lot of Lings apparently, even with the Stasis Ward. Kind of awkward for Solo because he's trying to be swinging around the top side to hit the natural, but realistically, he kind of needs to be down the bottom as well. Catch a bunch of Banelings. I actually, the more I look at this, the more I just like it for ShoWTimE. Like, I think the defense has been made. You can see Solar's obviously tech into Infestation Pit and Lurk Den now. So now the question is, does Solar get to those tech structures? Or does ShoWTimE do something himself impactful before then? The issue I have for ShoWTimE is he's playing the bottom of the map and he's pushing the bottom of the map. There's not a way for him to do anything significant from this direction. Solar just cancels a bunch of Banes and remorphs a few. I mean, you can walk into the natural single file, but that's terrifying because you can only walk single file out as well. So your way in being bad means your way out is bad, and that's just a very scary commitment to make. Don't really want to be doing that. Let's go through the center. A couple of Archons going to show up, get some Lings as well. Chase to that left-hand side. Another Stalker coming through. A couple of High Templars there. Can be in position. Let's get up to the high ground. More of the Zerglings trying to break forward. The Stalker and the High Templars, like I say, in location once more here. We're going to see the rest of these Lurkers gathering up together. Ling Hydra Lurker continuing to come through. When the top gathers up, the Lings are going to move over. Knock that hatchery down. Couple of Banes trying to crash in. Couple of Zealots taking shots. These Banelings will get killed as well, so they will also get killed here. Does Solo know about the bottom center? Yeah, he does. I don't think Solo's checking for the north expands as much as he's just on the top of the map, and it's good to kind of keep an eye on what's maybe coming your way on the top of the map, because that's where your important places are. ShoWTimE might lose that bottom base. He's going to get a jump on some of these Lurkers, though. Lurkers do not have the size of expands, nor do they have the adaptive talent, so they didn't burrow super quickly either. Another round of storms across everything here. ShoWTimE committed to it. He didn't have detection. He lost detection through this, and so the last few Lurkers stood up for a long time. 15 probes in the gold base go down. ShoWTimE's going to be nigh on all in on 3 bases. But he took a very good army fight. Mothership coming out for him. Stargate on the way. I mean, can he re-expand here? Does he have the time to do that? He can try, but the problem is if he wants to attack the top, defending the bottom is extremely difficult. If he wants to attack the top, defending the bottom is really, really tough. He might want to knock down these rocks. In fact, I think he should knock down these rocks, because at least then the Lings have to go the long way around to get to that gold. He's trying to expand to the top side now. It's still weird, though, because you still have to defend the bottom for this base. Another ship available. Army still looking great. Archon, Immortal, High Templar. Once again, it's like every unit ShoWTimE has is a tech unit. Like, his army value is 1.4k gas higher than Solo's. So, like I say, a lot of his units are just way better teched up. And that means that he has equal army supply. It is scary for Solo to potentially take a fight here, because the army supply is just that much better. They're going to continue to push through the bottom side. The Lurkers, the Lings, making their way through the top. We're going to get a couple of creep teamers picked away at. Hatcher on this gold base is going to take some damage as well. One storm comes down. Hatch gets cancelled. Lurkers burrow. The storm dropped into position here. Revelation comes down. Here's we'll just jump on this. I mean, that's an easy defense. Completely overwhelmed. ShoWTimE has so many units here. I'm surprised Solo. I mean, he's seen this kind of setting up for a while. I'm surprised he committed with what he did. This is going to get weird for Solar, I think. Actually, ShoWTimE potentially has a wraparound on this. These Hydras moving back through the bottom side are going to be in a weird spot, and now he has to go back to the top. He's going to get caught there. The Lurkers are completely away from any sort of helping position. Can Solo get out of here? I mean, like I said, the Lurkers on their own. The High Templars walking through the Lurkers. Oh my god, all the High Templars are dying. The High Templars are getting massacred. However, Solo might just not have the numbers anyway. Oh my goodness, what an absolutely ridiculous fight to end it all as ShoWTimE wins. Solo says GG. Oh my goodness, what an absolute nightmare on both sides, really. More so for Solo, obviously, but like, what a weird ending. Like I said, I don't love this from Solo. This is not a powerful force, and I guess he doesn't know how much ShoWTimE has there, but I honestly just don't think this was ever necessarily going to be a good attack from Solo. So he tries to pull those units back. The problem is he's reinforcing some Hydras here, because I don't know if he feels like he can support it or what. But then this army gets chased. ShoWTimE knows this army's here, so he's going to chase from the bottom. And the thing is, all the Lurkers are back here, where Solo's other units are here. I don't know what he was thinking, if he's just trying to zone ShoWTimE from coming through the bottom. As those units move away, ShoWTimE can come from the bottom side of the map, get through easily. The Lurkers are still inactive, and now ShoWTimE essentially has this surround. And obviously the units want to get back. They can't go there, so they've got to go up the top, but that wastes time. You can't go up and right. You've got to go up, then along. And that wastes a lot of time where ShoWTimE can still kind of cut up, which is what ShoWTimE tries to do, but awkwardly the Lurkers show up, which is kind of good for ShoWTimE, but then kind of bad, because like I say, we drop one storm. Like, so many of these HTs go down. There's like 10 storms here at least. We drop a second. That's it. He drops 2 storms, maybe a third. Not even a third. He dropped 2 storms out of 10. But the position was so good anyways, and like I say, the rest of the quality of army was so good. The Lurkers on their own, Zealots got on top of them. The rest of that doesn't matter. And ShoWTimE just catches Solo out of position with that movement. And that's going to be what those games kind of come down to, especially when you're playing these kinds of armies that are so positionally focused, like Lurker-based armies. Absolutely necessary to move correctly and get set up correctly, and ShoWTimE just found a sequence of events there that's good enough, and that is him moving through to the playoffs after an absolutely excellent Group B. I don't know about you guys, I really enjoyed these games today. I think we've had a really, really good showing in Group B. Cure gets first place, 4-0, 8-1. The only guy to take a map off of Cure was Solo. Got that first map on King's Cove. herO goes second place, 3-1, 6-2. Also dropped a. He lost to Q, so he lost 2 maps, but he 2-0'd everyone else. ShoWTimE 4-6 in maps, but it's good enough for 2-2. That's because he dropped maps on his wins, and obviously, yeah, dropped maps on his wins, but still won a couple. So Solo is eliminated alongside Harstem, 3rd and 4th and 5th place. herO and ShoWTimE advance to the playoffs. Like I say, guys, I'll figure out when Shin's games are going to be. But Group C will resume next week, and Group D as well, 18th and 20th of February. And then also, coming up this week is... So, we're not here tomorrow, guys, but we will be here on Saturday and Sunday for the WardiTV Backers Brawl. You can catch us live here on Twitch, on YouTube, all the usual places. For the Backers Brawl, it's best of 5s all the way through. herO versus Solar, Max Packs versus Bjorn. Winners play each other, losers play each other. That's our first 4 matches tomorrow. Then afterwards, Clem versus Trigger, Shin versus Gumiho, winner match, loser match. All 8 of those best of 5s are tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Saturday. Sorry, I keep forgetting I have a day off tomorrow. All 8 best of 5s on Saturday. So 8 best of 5s Saturday, and then we come back for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 best of 5s and a best of 7 final on Sunday. If that ain't a weekend of StarCraft 2 you're looking forward to, I don't know what is. So make sure you come back tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Don't come here. Well, you can come here tomorrow, but I won't be here, even though I keep telling you, apparently. Come back Saturday and Sunday for the Backers Brawl, an event that is just sponsored by a passionate StarCraft fan that has some spare cash and wanted to do some good for the community and give us some games. So we'll be shouting out him a bunch over the weekend. Guys, if you enjoyed today, you can hit the follow button. You can like and subscribe on the YouTube. If you really enjoyed, do consider subscribing on Twitch, membershiping up on YouTube. Use your Prime subs if you've not used your Prime subs already. Check out the Patreon page. New replay pack just went up, by the way. 300 replays off the last month or so. So if you would like to get replays from Serral, Max Pax, Clem, herO, ShoWTimE, Solar, Bjorn, and more, you can check that out over on the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. You can also get access to that as a subscriber over on the... you can get that over on as a subscriber over on the... thingamabobby. The Discord in the subscriber section. So you guys can check that out. And, yeah. You would instantly subscribe to my OnlyFans. Look, my OnlyFans would literally just be me posting pictures of StarCraft 2 brackets. You guys want to see something dirty? You guys want to see something, yeah. Is this what you want? Is this what you want? StarCraft 2? Look at these players. Oh my god. Look at these games. There you go. Alright, guys. So yeah, support if you can. The message is the same. It's going to be consistent. We want to keep running StarCraft as best we can. These WardiTV events do not fund themselves. I appreciate I sell out a lot for them. Kind of just how it works. If you don't sell out, people don't support. So yeah, thank you so much for watching, guys. I will see you guys on Saturday. Not here tomorrow. I'll see you guys on Saturday and Sunday for more games. If you want more StarCraft 2, we'll have a YouTube upload in about 5-10 minutes once I've made a thumbnail. And that will be... why did those replays just disappeared? I don't even know. But that will be Max Pax versus StarCraft on the YouTube in like 10 minutes or so. So that'll go up soon. Alright, Seth, that's on the outro. Appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys on Saturday for more StarCraft. Bye!